Hello, hello, check 1 2. Welcome. God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people. I didn't really want to have to do this topic, but I've been left no choice, obviously, because it's all our people are going to talk about for the next, century probably. Um, I'm hoping by the title that some folks will read the title and stop by. I was even going to put this in the description. I was going to put, y'all stop by and prove me wrong. But I decided, nah, I'll skip that. So I just left the title as is, as you see it. But the title is that way to entice folks to stop by and, give their position. Give me objective facts that prove that it's not a hoax. I have plenty of objective facts that I'm going to be able to articulate tonight that will be immediately observable by anyone. And those will be the things that I deduce it is a hoax from. And so I apologize that I sound so nasally right now. I did yard work all day and it's got my throat kind of upset. So my throat feels like I've been screaming for hours and really I haven't said a word all day almost. So pardon me if I have to cough a little bit now and then. I'm just trying to recover from all that dust today. So, I'm going to go ahead and just go through my bullet points that should be discussed. And, if you folks come up with something along the way that you disagree based on your observations, that you disagree with, by all means, join in, jump in the chat, ventilate, let me have it, whatever. But we have to care about the truth more than we care about our egos. Excuse me. We have to care about truth more than we care about, a certain person. Someone we might even think of as a hero in some ways. Let me just get to the list here. I was going to continue on a little further, but let me just get to the list. All right, the very first thing that's, in my position, most damning of the standard observations, that's real science, not J-ish made-up scientism that everybody believes in, but real science. We have an observation, and the observation is that we were presented footage of this event, and in said footage, we are presented that Trump was hit in the ear with a bullet, and that it left these 2 scratches across his face. Now, Trump is a 70-plus-year-old gentleman. And for those of you who have not made it to your, say, late 30s or 40s or 50s yet, and it varies depending on each person, but for those of you who haven't made it to that far in life or haven't ever had chit-chats with folks who are already that age, living life at that age, when you get an injury, especially when you get an injury on your face, it does not vanish the next day. And there's more to the scratch on the face. There's 2 scratches on the face. Not only would they not be healed the next day, but they would also not exist in the manner that they were presented, that we observed, that was presented to us in the footage by the news and all the media. And of course, this same imagery that we saw is definitely what the people who were at the event saw in person. All right. So I'm not saying that the event was fake and the crowd was fake or anything like that. What I'm saying is that what we who watched it in the media and who and all of the folks who were there that day present at the event, what we were all presented were these two scratches across his face. Now, I don't know if you've ever shot a gun or shot anything, but especially a gun, the speed of a bullet is so great that when a bullet hits something, it has to hit something pretty hard for it to change its trajectory. And if you think about the human face, and then you think about where an ear is, think about where an ear is, and then think about where the center of your bottom lip is, okay? Now, just picture the shape of a head, bird's eye view. Like, you know that famous illustration that's going around in all the pro-Trump circles where they show the two shapes of a head, bird's eye view, and they show the trajectory of the bullet? And they accurately show a straight line of the bullet, right? Notice that the straight line trajectory of the bullet never curves 90 degrees following the curve of someone's face around to the center of the lip and leave a little scuff mark at the middle of the lip and then bounce off the face. There's no such thing as that. All right. And so what a Trumper is then going to have to argue to me back is, oh, actually, the way those scars must have happened is when he turned and faced the shooter, essentially faced the shooter, giving his ear a clear shot through the ear of where the bullet could have a trajectory and go right through there without hitting his head. Because he turned and faced the shooter, the bullet must have touched his face first on the way to his ear. But Trump never touched his mouth. He never touched his mouth or the side of his face. He only touched his ear. And if something skims across your whole face, starting at the center of your lip, and then working its way in a curve, which is magical for bullets to be following the curve of your face around your cheek, around your whole cheek, until it's 90 degrees of the trajectory it was originally going to go through your ear. Okay? Think of that chart that all the Trumpers are showing. Okay? The bullet never touches his lip or his cheeks or his face because it can't. It can only happen in a fantasy world where the bullet stops at his lip, gently scuffs it, then cruises in a curve, a 90-degree curve, around the curvature of his face, scratching lightly his face all the way around to the ear, and then continues its trajectory at a high speed and blasts through the ear. There's no such thing as that, all right? And there's no way for the bullet to have touched his lip and scratched all the way around his face twice, and then one of those went through his ear also. Even if a Trumper was to argue with me that, no, there was more than two shots, so one shot went through his ear, another two shots, totally different shots than the one that went through his ear, are what scratched his mouth and followed the curvature of his face 90 degrees around a circle. 90 degrees around the curvature of his face. Two totally different shots that were fired did those two scratches. Okay, let's go along that defense then. We'll stick with their defense on that. So let's say one bullet had a clear shot for the ear, never touched the face, just like the pro-Trump charts are showing. We'll go with that. And then some other two other of the shots of the multiple ones that were fired mysteriously followed the curve of his face, starting at his lip and working their way around the side of his face. Now, keep in mind, after the first pop, he put his hand on his ear and then dropped to the ground. So, these other two magical scratches that also magically healed overnight on a 70-plus-year-old person, which is impossible. Even if we go with their defense on it, that it was two of the other shots that did so. And even if we ignore the fact that after the very first pop, he put his hand on his ear and dropped to the floor. Disregarding all of that and believing that it was the two of the other shots, not the one that hit his ear, you still cannot make up for a bullet's trajectory. A bullet will not start at your bottom lip and ride around the curvature of your face. And a second bullet certainly will not do the exact same thing right afterward. And if you want to say that it somehow magically started from the back of his face and worked its way around to the front, to the center of his bottom lip, which would be ass backwards to believe that, because again, he was, according to the story and how we observed that they present it to us, he turned and faced the shooter. And that's how the shooter had a clear shot through Trump's ear, allegedly, without touching his head. So that can only happen if he turns completely to the shooter and totally faces the shooter, so that the ear has nothing behind it, none of Trump's head behind it. All right, if Trump isn't facing directly at the shooter, if he's barely turned looking to the left of the shooter with his head steered even slightly to the left, then the back of his head would have been behind his ear. Okay, so he had to face directly at the shooter. That means that those two scratches on his face, one starting at the dead center of his bottom lip and the other one starting not long after that on the front of the face, and they both curve around the curvature of his face, completely follow the curvature of his face from the dead front center facing forward to all the way around the curve of his face to the side of his face, which is facing 90 degrees sideways of what the front of his face is facing. Bullets do not do that, okay? They do not do that. I don't care who come in here and argue it. There is no arguing it. A bullet has a straight trajectory, and when it touches something as gentle and as delicate as the very tip of someone's lip of human flesh, it's not going to be like, ooh, and then daintily skip around the curvature of the person's face across to leave a scratch all the way around the curve and down the side of the face, and then just, bail out of there, whatever. And then another one's going to come along behind it and do the same thing. I mean, it's just not going to happen. It wouldn't happen in some freaky deaky world. It wouldn't happen in a cartoon like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. I mean, you see bullets do interesting things in the cartoons. They stop, they curve, they bounce, they do all kinds of funny things. But unless a bullet hits something firm, it does not change its direction. It has a trajectory, it's doing it, and if nothing harder than I don't want to say it has to be harder than the bullet. It could be softer than the bullet's material. It could be, a 2x4, or maybe even drywall might slightly steer it off course, but it's not going to make it have a curved trajectory. It's going to just immediately turn its direction. And if the bullet breaks into pieces, the shrapnel each piece is going to fly in a straight line. Okay, when something bursts to pieces, or when something has a high rate of speed, it doesn't change directions without something pretty significant disturbing it. Okay, the tip of his bottom lip is not significant enough to make a bullet slow down and then just gently cruise across around the curve of the face. It's just not possible. It's not possible. So I'm done beating on that one for now. That one right there alone proves the whole thing a hoax by itself. But we have plenty of other observable facts that we're going to cover tonight. And I want any of you folks who still believe that it's true and want to believe it's true, and you're just so excited to believe it's true, I want y'all to give your points of argument, and I will read them. If it takes me a minute to get to them, I apologize, but I will you stick around and wait, your comment will be read, and I will address whatever argument you may have, um, and we'll hash it out together. But or maybe we will not come to an agreement, y'all and I. But at the end of it all, at least we will have discussed it. Observational fact number 2. Trump has been a lifelong leftist, registered leftist, friends with all the people who now supposedly are against him. And there's more to it. I'm stacking more on top of it. And he has been an actor in pro wrestling for 40 years, okay? And at least 30. But I would say 40 years. He was doing stunts in the 80s with the pro wrestling circuits. And so he's been in live show business, okay? There are different kinds of show business. For those of you who are not into show business, you may not be aware of all the different types there are. But in show business, there are a wide variety of things that you can be involved in. And you're usually only involved in one type, But one of the things of showbiz is Hollywood style, right? And that type means you fly to these weird places and you work for practically free on the hopes that you're not going to get stiffed if this movie finally does kick off and make millions of dollars. Then you're supposed to get your little piece of it, right? And when you do those trips, all they do is pretty much provide your room and board and feed you. And, you have to film in all these whack conditions, usually deplorable many times, sometimes in great conditions, but a lot of times, you're in some jungle somewhere, some deserted island somewhere, and it's, can be pretty whack for some of those people who do filming for those situations. That's one type of showbiz. Now, there are no crowds there watching what people are doing in that type of showbiz. There's not a big stand of bleachers and 10,000 people watching every person's move who's in front of them, putting on the performance. Instead, it's private, it's closed off to the public, it's enclosed, or it's in controlled settings. They have the lighting just the way they want. They have the camera view cropped, looking at only what they want the person or the viewers to see, the audience to see. They can carefully cultivate it, and they have all the time in the world, and they have all the space in the world they need in their closed set to do whatever it is and set up whatever it needs to be set up to create certain, effects or stunts or whatever. And anything they can't do out in the wild, or that's unfeasible or whatever, what they will do instead is they will simply do it in what they call post. They'll just do it, in effects and afterworld. When they have it in the studio and they're editing everything, they'll have a graphics team do whatever they need done in graphics, CGI, whatever, and then it'll all be sent to post to render it all together. So most of you are aware of all that. I'm just breaking it down simpleton style for the most simpleton of a person to really try to grasp what I'm getting at here. Now, there's another kind of showbiz, and it's called live, all right? And so live showbiz is a completely different animal than trying to film a movie or a TV show. And now, some TV shows may have film before a live studio audience, and they may have an actual audience, but that audience is still controlled. They're told when to applause, they're told when to laugh, they're cued at what to do in order to create an artificial laugh-along situation with whatever is being presented. But making movies, they don't have any audience, obviously, and they have total privacy to do whatever they need to do. Live events are completely polar opposite of that. In a live event, you have to have gags, all right? And gags are these different wearable effects. And wearable effects cause people who are standing around you who do not know that you're wearing these gags it causes those people to believe whatever situation is happening. So if you have some hidden popper on your arm, right underneath your shirt sleeve of your short sleeve shirt, and then at some point you slap your arm and it pops and you're like, ah, and you act like you got shot in the arm, and you fall to the ground and get up and kind of stumble off. Everyone watching you is going to think, oh my gosh, I heard a pop. It sounded like a gunshot. And this guy grabbed his arm and started screaming and fell and ran away. He got up and ran away holding his arm and screaming. So he got shot, I guess. And so everyone standing around would believe. And of course, what you do is the Jays would plant someone there at the live event to say all of those things, to put that suggestion in your mind. That's the same way the Mandela effect works. It gives you the suggestion, and then you go, oh yeah, and you agree with it because of your poor memory. Well, in the same theme of that, they'll have someone there to suggest the story right out of the gate for your mind. And if that's what you feel like you just saw, yeah, I saw that too. And even a person standing there, those are the worst opponents we have, are the ones like, say, who attended this Trump rally. All right, you're never going to be able to convince anyone who was at that rally that they didn't see what they saw. Dude, I was there, bro. You weren't there. I was there. All right, I was standing there. I heard the gunshots. I saw the dude on the roof. Right? All it takes is that stuff to happen all in front of someone, of our lower IQ examples of our people, for them to believe that everything they saw was real and wasn't a theatrical event being carried out by actors, and that it's been rehearsed and it's been planned out in advance, and all of it is situated just so that it will play out live perfectly in front of an unknowing audience. Well, that is the problem. Trump has been involved with WWE live events where they pull these gags, they pull blood gags, they have pyro all the time, so they all obviously are well versed in wearable pyro as well. You wouldn't be in that industry. It's such a narrow field that you wouldn't be in it without knowing about wearables and knowing about how to use those as well. And plus they use so much pyro on Hollywood sets and stuff that pyro guys have lots of interaction and close interaction with other people who are involved in filmmaking, and that would include the makeup departments who need help and assistance and advice from pyro people when they do pyro wearables. So in this case, though, what Trump's deal is when you saw him slap his ear, that's the traditional release of the blood. And the thing is, he probably just had it in his pocket, all right? Because what they do is they come out first and his ears look fine. You don't see any weird pouch that they tried to mold into the shape of his ear that just has a little bit of red water, ketchup, whatever water in it, where he would slap it and then hopefully it'll pop because he slaps his ear hard enough and then it works. No, instead what they do is they have these little tiny burst pouches that they can put in between the fat of their fingers. All right, you can take your first finger and your middle finger, and you can just sit it right between them and just squeeze just put your first and middle finger together, and it easily holds this little easily burstable miniature ketchup pouch. It isn't, we call it ketchup, but it's not really ketchup. It's more watery than that, so that it will run like blood more so. And it's more like a taco sauce than anything, but just not thick, and certainly not as thick as ketchup. But that's the gag, is that they call it ketchup. And so what he did was, at some point during the speech, he probably just already had it in between his fingers, and then he turned his head and he was waiting for the pop, and you can hear that he's kind of just waffling along right there at that point of like allegedly presenting the video that's about to roll. He's really you can hear that he's like stalling in his speech, like, okay, where's the pop? Where's the pop? I haven't heard the pop yet. And they really didn't script him beyond that point. So he rehearsed up to that point of what he's supposed to say, and then he knew that the pop's supposed to happen, and then he's supposed to go into action. Well, the problem was the pop didn't happen immediately as soon as he expected it to. So you can see in his speech that he's slowing down what he says, and he's kind of like stalling what he says, like waiting on the moment to happen. And then finally the pop comes. He's like, okay, and he jumps into action. But so he's well versed at doing these live events, like I'm explaining, are completely different than filming in a Hollywood scenario. Live events, they have to be really versed and rehearsed at body gags and what kind of positioning they're going to take, how they're going to act once they're in victim mode. The whole like waffling or across the stage with Trump, nobody could even walk or move, and that isn't how they would get him out of there. They would have kept his head down. As soon as they saw his head poking up as high as theirs was, they would have grabbed the top of his head with the top of with their hand, and they would have shoved his head straight down to the floor, deep below their bodies, below their shoulder height. And instead, they put a woman out in front of him, so he's got most of his body exposed, so that any blood that might run down and hit the white shirt of his suit or anything, the cameras can get millions of pictures of it from all the angles it might be. And then it lets the conservatives complain about the DEI hiring women where they don't belong, like police force and army and all these places they don't belong. And that's not an insult to the women. It's just the physical facts. They don't belong in those situations. And the conservatives are hounding on about that right now. That's a big thing they like to spurg about. So this gave them that little bone to focus on, right? Because any little bones they throw, you have to understand, they throw those bones to make you look at those bones. And that's what the conservatives did. They all started harping and hounding and hooting about the DEI woman hire who ducked behind Trump. Then when she was in front of Trump, she's like ducking below him still, and like that way the cameras have like a good full body shot of him. None of that would be the case in real life, okay? In real life, Trump his head would have never poked up ever after the Secret Service, after the shot started happening. Secret Service would have shoved him by the top of his head. They would have grabbed the top of his head and shoved it straight to the floor. They would have all piled on top of him like they had tackled him in football. And then they would have had everyone, they would have stayed that way until they were told they were clear. Then they would have gotten out of the way enough to let Trump up, and they would have guarded behind him, and they would have had people pointing guns in every direction away from his body as they let him run full speed off the stage. They would have not sat there and all been trying to body hug him and bear hug him and flumping 6 inches at a time. Okay, you got to take a step, and me and me and me and you and you and you and you and you, and everybody's like 12 feet trying to walk in one direction off a stage, down a staircase, the most clumsy crap you've ever seen, with his head sticking up the whole time. Another bullet point. Okay, I'm done with that bullet point. Now I'm on to another bullet point. Another bullet point. They immediately said, we're clear, right? After this one supposed shooter idiot got killed. Now, if they didn't know that dude was there, if they were so uninformed and their intelligence is so garbage and their surveillance is so shitty that they didn't even know that dude was there, with allegedly this other lady going, hey, there's a guy on the roof, which she's a crisis actor, by the way, also, who was a crisis actor saying that piece like she's supposed to while she was filming it with a phone like she's supposed to, so that the Trump conservatives would harp and hound about that scenario also, just like they have right on cue. And so these are the bones they give conservatives to focus on, rather than them seeing the gigantic, obvious elephants in the room. Like bullets don't have curvy trajectories to make scratches around the curve of your face. And all these other ones like that, ignoring the fact that Trump's a WWE actor for 40 years, and doing all these like, oh, I got hit, oh, I got attacked stunts and whatever. Completely ignoring the fact that The Secret Service would not have behaved that way whatsoever. And now we're back to my next bullet point, which was the Secret Service radioed nice and loud and clear, where, of course, you notice the podium mic stayed up so that the whole crowd could hear what's happening at the podium. Okay, that would never happen. The producer of the show would have told the guy running the audio to cut the mic. As soon as the pops started going off, they would have said, cut that mic, kill that mic, because it's a security risk. All right? Secret Service doesn't want you ever hearing anything they're saying. Everyone involved with Trump's event, they travel with Trump from place to place to place, rally to rally to rally. It's not new people at each rally. He travels with an entire tour group of people who, it's the same guy doing his lighting and video and sound and everything every show. It's the same crane company providing cranes, or perhaps maybe they rent those locally because they're so big and heavy and slow to transport. But they've traveled the event crew around with him. So wherever he goes to have a rally, that's where his event crew has already been drove to on buses, and they've already spent a day or two setting it up, getting it ready for Trump's arrival for his rally a day or two later. And they're efficient enough that they could even start early in the morning and be ready the same day in the evening for a rally. But the bottom line is they go ahead of him wherever he's supposed to have a rally, and they have to be there many hours before him and set all of it up from scratch. And so all of them are involved and know, and I'm not saying they know that this live event stunt was going to happen. In fact, they don't tell those crews. Most of them they don't tell, I imagine, because they don't want any of them to ever leak it out that was a stunt. So the ones in the know are only like the police, the EMTs, the crisis actors, Trump, a few high upper ups that are there at the event who are in politics, who are upper ups. Other than that, everyone else is probably not in the know, including the event crew that follows him. But the bottom line is, my point of telling you everything about the event crew and that they follow him so that they're the same people who do every show for him. I'm telling you that to explain to you that they would have already known to cut the mic. So the guy wouldn't have even need to have been told by the producer to cut the mic. As soon as something would have happened to Trump and he dove down and all that, the guy would have known to immediately cut the mic for security purposes. Okay, so that if there's another sniper on some other building or sitting in a tree somewhere, since they're out in the country, that sniper's not going to be able to hear what the Secret Service are saying just a foot away from the super hot podium mic and be able to counter whatever they hear the Secret Service saying. So not only that, they kept the mic up for the entirety of the whole thing. And you'll notice that certain commands the Secret Service wanted to say among each other, you could not hear at all. You could hear mumbling. You could hear their voices making a sound, but you couldn't hear one iota of what they were saying. But then magically, when they wanted you to hear, we're clear, we're clear. Now, granted, it was a radio saying it, but they wanted you to hear that. So that's why the mic was still up, because they wanted you to hear that the Secret Service had been told by radio, by other Secret Service, we're clear, we're clear. Meanwhile, how could they know that? Okay? And that moves us to the next bullet point. They would not have been able to simply say, moments after they shot this alleged shooter kid, that everything is clear. We're clear, y'all. The threat has been totally eliminated. There's no other thing happening. There's no, surely in these 10,000 trees on either side of the fields, with all these other on either side of this giant field we're in, not any of these 30,000 trees on either side, and none of these other auxiliary buildings that are around have a shooter. Definitely not. We're clear. It's all good. It's just definitely this one guy. We've shot him. He's not moving anymore. We assume he's dead, or we definitely pretty sure he's dead. You're clear. Go ahead, y'all. That wouldn't be the case. Okay? They would not have cleared until, in a real event like that. Well, it was a real event. But had that happened for real, where it actually caught the Secret Service off guard and it was a real attempt on Trump's life and the whole thing, right? If the whole thing was real as balls, nothing would have went down that way. The Secret Service would have immediately, and police and everybody would have immediately stormed up that building, not 5 minutes after this lady's been like, hey, this guy's got a gun, whatever. He's climbing up the roof. She's literally like articulating the full narrative, right? And every cop's just standing around, huh, what? All the Secret Service standing around, huh, what? I mean, that would not be the case. And not only that, the first thing anyone says is gun. All right, you didn't hear any Secret Service yell gun. All right, and as soon as the first pop happened, all the Secret Service standing everywhere, standing in the crowd, standing behind the crowd, standing in the bleachers with the crowd behind Trump, standing on the stage, standing beside the stage, standing behind the stage, they would have all started screaming, gun, gun, gun. And that would have made all of them start responding immediately. They would have all known how to take their evasive action. So, that is another observable fact that the Secret Service would not have behaved the way they did. They wouldn't have acted like a bunch of dumbasses, just like, oh, what do you mean? And then, like, the one sharpshooter was literally supposedly, and this is according to their narrative, they're telling you that that Trump's sharpshooter, Secret Service guy, up on the roof with the other one right beside him that was spotting for him, were looking at the guy, all right? They're telling you that they saw that the shooter, the protective shooter for Secret Service for Trump, was looking at the freaking guy with his sighter, and they saw that the kid was there. They knew he wasn't part of their crew. They knew they didn't have anyone assigned to that roof. When you're a sniper on a roof, you know every other roof and every other sniper that is on the roof. That is on a roof, I should say. Or even if they're not on a roof, they might be in a tree. They may be hiding in a car in the top of a van. If you are a sniper, you know where every single one of those positions are during an event that you're working. So there would never have been even 5 seconds of time where that shooter of Trump's in his Secret Service and his spotter would have been standing on the roof going, her, should we shoot this guy? I guess we need to wait and see what everyone says. Let's wait on our superiors to tell us and da-da-da. No, a sniper has shoot to kill orders if he and his spotter both agree that they see danger, like a deathly threat, someone with a gun, someone with that's climbing a roof, like in military style during an event like that scenario was presented. They have the authority to shoot to kill upon their own decision, upon their own discernment. And they would not have been sitting there derping that, should we shoot this guy? Do you think our superiors will be cool with it? Da-da-da-da-da. And then pop, 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 pop. Oh, pop, pop, pop. Then they shoot back. That's not how it would happen. Secret Service do not roll that way. I have been around presidents before, and I'm not a politicker. I'm not in politics. I never have worked in politics. It just so happens that I have, in my own world, just happened to have stumbled into situations where I've been around big politicians, and particularly presidents. And so practically all of the ones living, except Carter. I've never been around Carter. But when I've been around them, when I've stumbled into a scenario where I find myself around them, Secret Service is all over the place and up everyone's butt everywhere. Not bothering you per se, but like they are in your face, they're beside you, they're popping out of walls, they're popping out of corridors, they're popping out from around buildings, popping out from around vehicles. There's no way for you to fart without them already knowing about it and notifying everyone else about it. And you just cannot, the whole scenario as it's presented could not have played out that way. Okay, that's the bottom freaking line. the snipers would have known for a fact the instant they saw a human body crawling onto the roof, as soon as they saw the first peak of its head poke up, pow, they would have pulled the trigger. Because no one's supposed to be there. And they knew that. They knew that because they're snipers on a freaking roof doing the event. All right, which means they know where all the other snipers are located. A, so they don't have crossfire and accidentally shoot near the direction of one of their other sniper people on their team. But obviously also, so, because remember, their whole job is they're looking for snipers. That's their whole gig. You have one job. And you see all the Trumpers criticizing that shooter and his spotter, saying, oh, you had one job, and you failed at it. No, they didn't fail at it. It was a staged event. And they knew that they weren't supposed to shoot at the kid with their blanks, that they're just blanks, by the way. They weren't supposed to pretend to shoot at the kid until the kid started pulling his triggers to make his blanks pop. The kid was late. I don't know if he chickened out or some reason he stalled, and it made Trump slow down his sentence in the middle of his script because he was like, why didn't the pop happen yet? And he wasn't scripted past that point. They kept rehearsing to that point. They did it perfect, probably 5, 6, 8, 12 times till he was confident and everyone was confident and the producer was confident and the crisiscast.com cohort wrangler was confident and everybody was confident. And then it probably took 8 or 12 or 20 rehearsals, and then boom, they called it a wrap, and they were like, yeah, we're ready to do it, you know? And so they've had this planned for probably months. They may have been rehearsing this for months, and they don't have to rehearse it at that venue. They do virtual rehearsing at other places. And that's how all world tours are done also. They pick a venue where no fans or anyone knows about it at all, and they don't do any advertising because they don't want anybody there bothering them. And they spend an entire 30 or 40 or 50 days, depending on how bad the band and everybody sucks or depending on how good they are, at picking up all the cues and learning all the stuff. The dancers all got to learn the choreography. Everything has to be all working perfectly before they can go out on a tour. So they will set up the entire event in a venue that is closed down. They will literally rent the venue for over a month, and they will leave it closed, and the venue will just look like a ghost town. There will be no advertisements out front on the signs. Locals of that place will think, man, no wonder if that building's closing down. Nothing's been going on for over a month, man. It's, I guess it's closing up. But really, there's a band in there that's world famous, and they are practicing every day for hours. They are practicing bits, different segments and blocks. They rehearse in blocks. And then after they learn each block, then they put a block and a second block together to see how smooth they can transition from the end of one block of one scene to another. And then after that scene is done, they'll try to connect and smoothly transition into the third one that they've learned. And eventually they've got the whole show learned. Well, that is how this event played out. They've been rehearsing this for however long. It could have been 6 months, could have been a year, could have been only a month ago they started rehearsing. But the bottom line is this was rehearsed in advance, many times in advance. All in probably 1 or 2 days, or who knows what their frequency was of rehearsal. Anybody could guess that. But the bottom line is it was well rehearsed. It's a crisis actor, false flag, world wrestling entertainment event pulled off in front of the easily dupable masses. And their ego and their idolatry of Trump, the combination of their ego not wanting to ever admit that they're wrong and that they've been duped the whole time by their favorite hero, and coupled with the idolatry they have of Trump. You combine those two things together, and they easily believed this pretty sloppy live event, this stunt that was pulled. And then, the thing is, they don't realize that Jays have these think tanks. Before they pull these kind of stunts and these kind of live events, they sit down and they come up with every different thing they're going to present after the fact. All right? And they come up with what stories they're going to say, whether they're going to be pro-Trump for a few days and then start working their way against him again, or whether they're going to accuse him right out of the gate of something bad to try to counter him and stay anti-Trump. And then over time, soften up on them a little bit. and then, but coupled with that, other things Jay's come up with in these think tanks is other things they can do to make conservative baby truthers think that they're gonna, when they find this information, it's basically for like Q-tards and stuff. What they'll do is they'll do a thing. They'll come up with an idea like, hey, let's have one of Trump's asset guys do a short sale on a bunch of Trump's stock or whatever the day before, or a bunch of Trump stock in Trump or whatever, the day before the assassination stunt, before we pull it. And then what'll happen is the Q-turds will come along and they'll see that and they'll start posting it on their 4chan and all these places. And the next thing you know, it'll be a meme on YouTube because some YouTube Sheckler conservative channel who reads 4chan and believes every little Q-turd thing that pops up on there will post it, right? Hoping that he's the first YouTuber to post that information and all this, and that he'll have bragging rights about that. And really, he just stole it from, all their gag is to steal other information that other people have made up on 4chan. And all they're doing is just taking their thing that someone else made up and then, using it as their own product to make a video about. But they know that the Q-turd, conservative, Sheckler YouTubers will take that claim, right? Or even if it's not just a claim, even if it's a real thing where they really do have the asset guys short sell the stocks that were invested in Trump the day before the assassination attempt. They do things like that. They think of those things in those think tanks, conferences, roundtables, meetings that they have long in advance before these events happen. Whether it's a false flag at a school or a false flag at a gay club or a false flag at a Trump rally. And so they know that if they just create little stupid things like that, that will keep the Trump conservatives duped into believing that the whole scenario was real. All right. It'll keep them focused on the wrong things. They're keeping the Trump conservatives focused on the DEI woman hire, Secret Service. They're keeping them duped on blaming the stupidity or the slackness of the sharpshooter and his spotter for not doing their job good enough. They've got the Trump conservatives blaming all the Secret Service. A bunch of them are blaming, and now they're even accusing, some of them are even because of 4chan and all this other crap, the Jew, which everybody calls Q, telling them that the whole Secret Service is in on it, supposedly. Meanwhile, this is the same Q that used to tell their audience that, all the Q-turds, that Trump's team and him are fighting the deep state, and and all these tribunals are happening without us knowing about it, without the public hearing about it, so it doesn't embarrass our enemies who are in charge of our government as they're going through these imaginary military tribunals. Made up all this horse crap that never existed. And then now he's telling you, they're saying, oh yeah, the whole Secret Service is in on it, they're all deep state, working against Trump. He can't trust anybody, he's all alone. And it's what it does is it keeps Trump protected, where the Trump turds will stay believing in him because of their ego, right? They don't want to ever admit that they've been duped all along, and they were complete morons all along. And their idolatry of him. They cannot ever accept it. They cannot accept this defeat. They've been duped all along. And so they will chase these things like, oh, the short stock sale of the stocks the guy sold, the asset guy for Trump sold the day before his assassination attempt. And the DEI hire female, and the sharpshooter and the spotter guy didn't do their freaking job, and maybe all of Secret Service ain't doing their job. Maybe they're in on it against him. And then we have, there were other things that they believed also, but let's move on to another bullet point. So I've already been stuck on one bullet point there for a while, and that one's finished. So the Secret Service would not have behaved the way they did. Period. Dot. They would not have done so. And so that bullet point is complete. We'll move on to another one. Next one is his ear. Okay, so the story, remember, the story is going to be and has been the whole time, and he said out of his own mouth to you, and at least to the media, whatever, in front of the cameras, so that it was basically told to you also that the bullet went through his ear, pierced his ear, went through his ear. Okay, so later on, if Trump doesn't have a sewn together hole in his ear, which that's what they're going to do, they're just going to draw on some little scab and it'll just be a straight line and they'll be like, oh, it was a hole, it was a bullet hole, but we just sewed it back together. That's probably what they're going to present when they finally don't have this bandage on his ear. But the bottom line is there will not be a hole in his ear, right? And it'll just be this little line that they sewed back on, or that they're drawing on, and they say is the hole sewn back together. And you know, if you've ever had a giant bullet hole, like a bullet go through your ear, which you haven't, but if you had, you would know that it's going to be it's going to be a hole, and it's going to cause some tissue damage. It's not going to make a perfect like scalpel slice through your ear and then just be a little slit that they can put some butterfly tape on. And that's the real insult. When he comes out tomorrow or the next day and he's got the bandage off and he's just got a piece of butterfly tape on it, then you know they're just peeing all over your face, R. Kelly style. Because if you had something punch through your cartilage of your ear like that, all right, they would put stitches. They wouldn't just use butterfly tape. They would actually take a couple of, they would do like 3 or 4, dissolvable stitches. And they would stitch it back, because we're talking about the president here. We're not talking about a guy that just slapped a piece of tape on his ear after a bullet went through it. This is the former president of the United States, the most famous former president in the 20th century right now. 21st, century so far. And for probably a long time. So here we are. He's going to be presented in just a day or two with only butterfly tape on his ear. I'm predicting it now. And that's going to be the slap in your face when it's not these ugly stitches that would be difficult to draw every day. Makeup artists draw it perfect every day without failing, so that the critical eyes reviewing millions of pictures taken of them every day wouldn't be able to catch, like, aha, the stitch is in the wrong spot today. It's got to be a draw, and it's got to be fake. Instead of taking all that risk, they will just put a piece of butterfly tape over it. And then a few days after that, they'll just quit using the butterfly tape altogether, and there will be no scar there all of a sudden magically. There will be no redness. There will be no swelling. And all the Trumpers will just totally ignore that. They'll be like, whatever. Now, he's in his 70s, mid-70s. Having a bullet go through your ear in your mid-70s, your ear is going to swell up, okay? Especially right around the hole where the bullet punched through. Your ear is going to swell up. It's going to be beet red all around where the hole is. And it's going to stay that way for numerous days. It's not just going to go back magically to perfect in, say, a week or 5 days. And I guarantee you in just a couple more days, by next Sabbath, they will, and I know Sabbath starts tomorrow night, but what I mean is by the end of Sabbath, they will probably have this dude not wearing a bandage anymore, perhaps with a little piece of butterfly tape just to laugh at y'all and everything a little bit longer. And then they will, just a couple days after that, maybe 10 days from the actual stunt, they will have his ear totally free and clear of any kind of effects, victim effects or whatever. And he'll just be back to doing his thing. Next bullet point. Trump's behavior and his family's behavior since that moment. And even after immediately after the moment. All right. Trump is all about protecting himself. All right. And so anytime something happens to him, he's quick to dive down as low as he thinks he can get to get himself to safety. And his Secret Service would pile on top of him to form a cocoon over him. And he knows that, and they know that, and they know that's how they do things. So that is not what was done on this stage. Instead, what was done is he was kept higher than the Secret Service. The Secret Service had their knees bent, they were crouched, and they were letting Trump stand taller than them. where his head was poking up the whole time. And it doesn't matter that they were told on the radio, we're clear, because they would never accept that in real life just moments after shots had been fired at Trump. They wouldn't have called that the area is clear until the entire area had been checked. Every tree along the field, every building, inside and out, every 18-wheeler trailer around that's sitting there empty, waiting to be reloaded with all the production gear. I mean, literally, they would not call that place clear for hours. Okay? So instead, they called it clear just seconds after they allegedly shot this kid, without even actually having a trooper up on the roof kicking his body and checking his pulse to even confirm if he was dead or not. Dude could have just been laying there acting dead, and then as soon as they start moving Trump around with his head sticking up like a shining beacon, the kid could have just grabbed his rifle and pow, 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 started shooting again, right? For all they know. So they would never have said, seconds after they supposedly think they downed this kid, oh, we're clear, we hit him. You know, I saw him in the scope, but he looked like I hit him, we're clear. No, that's not how they would do it. And he would have been buried the whole time. You would never have seen Trump's head poking up above all of them the whole time. And so that's just not how it would have happened whatsoever. And that's kind of part B of the bullet point I had just made, which is that they would not have behaved the way they did. But this is part B, pardon me, because this is Trump's behavior we're talking about. And Trump would not have behaved that way in that moment. He would not have stayed standing up taller than the Secret Service where his head's poking out like above everybody so that he could get shot again, right? And I want to stop with that bullet point right there, even though we're talking about Trump right now in this instance, because I want to go to my part B about this Trump part, all right? So Trump did not keep his hand over the wound, all right? I talked about this the night that this stunt was pulled in my emergency stream about him that night. He did not put his hand over the wound and keep it there. If you got shot in the side of your head, it don't make a crap if it's your ear or if it was, all you know is you touch the side of your head and look at your hand and you've got blood there on your hand now. So that means the side of your head is leaking your blood. All right? Any human being who gets hit in the ear or the head, the side of the head, whatever, and is leaking blood because of a gunshot wound, especially if they believe themselves that it's definitely a gunshot wound that caused it, which, if you believe this whole narrative presented to you, Trump definitely believed that it was a gunshot. Okay, he didn't wonder, oh, was that even though you hear him tell RFK in the phone call that, oh, it felt like a big mosquito bite. The world's biggest mosquito, he called it. Well, when he put his hand up to his ear, okay, now, keep in mind, his ear was not facing the crowd when he put his hand up to his ear and then dipped under the podium. You never saw him turn his ear to face the crowd during that whole moment. Okay, that's the reason they needed him to turn that way and face the shooter, so the whole story would connect. He turned, faced the shooter. Now the shooter's got an open shot to his ear, which didn't need to be the case, but it does for their narrative to work and for the Trump tards to put the little chart up with the little line showing, look, right when he turned his head, that's what saved him. And so all of that made it connect, right? But also what happened was it gives him the opportunity to turn his ear perfectly away from the crowd and slap his ear with the freaking ketchup gag as he's dropping to the floor below the podium. Now, when he got up, for security purposes, for secret security, U.S. government security reasons, they would not have allowed Trump's wound to be exposed to the public, okay? The Secret Service, even if Trump didn't put his hand on his head instinctively like all human beings would, including Trump, if he ever got shot for real in the side of his head, especially a bullet went through his ear and all this, he would have kept his hand on his ear or wherever he thought he was leaking blood from the whole time. He would have never taken his hand off of it, not for even 1 second. Because in that situation, you will be panicking like all hell, and you will have it covered with your hand, hoping to God that you're slowing the leaking of your own blood. So, knowing all of that, knowing that he would never just let it openly leak in the open like that, Also knowing that only after he supposedly got shot in the ear. Now all of a sudden it's time to turn a 180. He was hiding his ear from you when it was time to get shot with his ear on that side so that he could slap it with his hand and cause the fake blood to be on it. But now all of a sudden that he's been shot in the ear supposedly, now it's time to turn his body the other direction so that now his ear is facing the crowd, facing the cameras. So now the crowd gets to see this bloody ear. Oh my gosh, our guy's been shot, right? And so that's where the theatrics come in. That's exactly how they do it in wrestling. That's how they've been doing it in wrestling for 35, 45 years now. They've actually been doing it, I believe, in wrestling since the late 60s, early 70s, perhaps mid 70s is when they started all that. So at least since the early 70s, mid 70s, wrestling has been doing, pro wrestling, the gag wrestling, has been doing all these types of things, blood stunts and pyro stunts, wearable stunts. And so that is exactly what all of this is. And the only reason you can't accept it is because of your ego. Okay, for one, you don't want to admit that you've been duped. You don't want to admit that all along, all these years, you've been pro-Trump and battling the libs, battling the NPCs, and all the while you're only to discover that you're an NPC also, that you're no different than the leftist, that you've been duped just by the other side, and that both of them are friends. They're all friends. They call each other friends from across the aisle from each other. They're friends. They're all friends. They all obey their AIPAC guy. Every single Republican, Thomas Massey just told you conservatives that every single Republican has an AIPAC guy. And he doesn't make a move without getting permission from his AIPAC guy. And if his AIPAC guy tells him not to do something, he doesn't do it. Now, knowing that Thomas Massey told all you conservatives that every Republican has an AIPAC guy whom he obeys like a puppet, now comprehend this, that every Democrat also has an AIPAC guy assigned to each one of them, and that they obey perfectly, just like every Republican does. And because of your ego, because you don't want to have to accept that you have been duped like a total sucker for the last, however, all the years you've believed in government. Maybe you didn't believe in government when Obama was in office, but never since your guy got into office, now all of a sudden the government's real. It was just deep state, but there's these other characters that care about us. And Trump cares about us. He's just in the way. They're after us, but he's just in the way. I know y'all saw that meme today where they show the picture of Trump with his ear getting shot, and he says, they're after you, but I'm in the way. His little statement. Oh my gosh, man. Trumpers are, they're almost more easily duped than the leftist. Salty Cucker's been getting popped left and right with a lot of his videos lately. He's been posting videos and presenting completely incorrect facts about his videos, and the people in the comments have been correcting him. And what's happening is he's so determined to be the first YouTuber, first Sheckler that posts it, right, that he doesn't really check the whole story out first. So he doesn't discover that there's a whole lot more to the story that completely changes the narrative from what he's trying to present to his Trump-tards. And when you learn the whole story of the situation, it doesn't actually favor the Trump-tards the way they thought it would. So he's been busted several times lately by his own crowd. And I've read that myself in the comments and cross-verified it myself. And sure enough, he had not checked into the story enough and was just in a big old hurry to be the first one to make some shekels off of it, and was completely wrong about the story. Not completely wrong, but wrong enough where he was not presenting the story correctly to his audience. And the other thing is the investment in Trump, all the memorabilia, the money they've spent, the rallies they've been to, all the time they've spent arguing with libs online and all these things. If you're a pro-Trumper and you still want to believe this happened, you're not going to want to admit to yourself that all that time, all those hours of typing on the internet, all the hours you spent reading and watching videos that were pro-Trump, and all the hours you spent typing comments, battling the lefty lib NPC, characters with your comments, defending Trump, battling the lefties and whatever. It was all for nothing. See, if you admit, okay, yes, that was a stunt. It was obviously a stunt. So that means that proves right there that Trump is not on our side, that he's completely pulling our leg the whole way along with all of his lifelong leftist friends. He's a lifelong registered leftist Democrat who's been lifelong friends with all of the leftists that you supposedly hate as Trump-tards. Okay? You hate Jeffrey Epstein. You hung out with him. Client number 78. Remember when all the Trump-tards were like, when they brought out that flight log, right? They brought out a flight log to Epstein Island. It had Donald Trump on it. Oh, man, the Trumpers went crazy. They're like, no, this is, he needed to borrow a plane. His plane was broke down. No, he loaned it to blacks to fly to Africa and save Africa. And so since his plane was busy all the way across the world saving Africans, thank God for that somehow, he needed to borrow a plane quickly to get to New York. He couldn't call American Airlines or any kind of private, he knows like every aviation company on the face of the earth. But no, Jeffrey Epstein Island's plane, Lolita Express, it was the only plane that was just lickety-split available. He flies in DC-9, 757, whatever those jumbo jet mega jets are that he owns. He owns 2 of them personally, not just one, by the way. And the excuse was that his jet was in Africa, saving Africans, and that's why he needed to borrow a plane ride to wherever. And instead of being able to just make one phone call with his phone to any of the millions of aviation companies that will instantly provide Trump an airplane at any airport closest to him available within his arm's reach, no, he needed to borrow Lolita Express airplane. And even though that was a flight log of going to Epstein Island, the Trumpers are like, no. What happened was, so what the deal was is, yes, okay, the flight log is to Epstein Island. That's true. But where you see Donald Trump's name on the list, he didn't actually get a ride to the island, okay? This flight log to the island, they just put his name on it because they didn't want to take a whole sheet of paper, They didn't want to waste a whole sheet of paper on a new flight log just to fly Donald Trump to New York, ass far away, completely the opposite direction or halfway across the country from where Epstein Island is. They didn't want to do a flight log for that, and they certainly didn't want to have to do a flight log for the plane flying empty back without him, back to its home base down here in south of North America. No, instead, they figured they just put his name on the same flight log list that is the flight log list to Epstein Island on Lolita Express. And, it was just for expediency. They just didn't want to do a whole sheet of paper. That's all. So they just put him on that flight log. And then, okay, we've heard that excuse. Then they go, okay, and then you say, okay, well, and then their other thing is, but screw this. We don't want to see this one flight log to Epstein Island, which actually, yes, we did the entire time. And then they finally put one out and it's got Donald Trump's name on it. And then all of a sudden their story is, no. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Nice try, MSDNC. We want the client list. That's what we want. We want the client list. That way we can get all the Democratic politicians, all the Democrats' names will be on it. We just know they will be. So we want that client list. We don't care about this one flight log that just so happens to have Donald Trump, our hero's name on it. No, we don't want to see that stupid flight log. That goes against our narrative, for one. But for two, that's a flight log. No, we want to see the client list. A flight log, that's just one flight log. There's been many flight logs to Lolita Island for different days, different weeks, different months, however their frequency is when they do a flight log. So that doesn't even have anywhere near all of his clients on it. We want the whole client list. Well, guess what? Later on, the client list comes out. Back whatever it was, 6 months ago or whatever it was. Donald Trump, number 78. On the client list. What do the Trump conservatives do? No. They, No, we didn't say the client list. We don't want the client list. No, that's not what we said, was it? No, we didn't say that. No, we don't want the client list. We want flight logs, buddy. We want flight logs to the island. That's what we want. And it's like, wait a minute. No. That's what now you're saying the exact opposite, because we already got a flight log and the one they provided had Donald Trump's name on it. And then you started saying immediately, no, we don't want to go by flight logs. We want to see the client list. Well, here it is. Here's the client list. Donald Trump, number 78. No, that's not what we meant. No, we don't mean, no, see, no, not the client list. That's not really what, yeah, nice try, Dims. Nice try, lefty libs. No. That ain't what we wanted. We didn't want the client list. No. Nice try, though. No, we want all the flight logs. We want all the flight logs because they expect Donald Trump won't be on any other flight log because they started believing their own fart, right? They farted out their little excuse that he borrowed a ride to New York one time and that just put his name on the flight log to Epstein Island on Lolita Express. And so they repeated that lie for so long that they believe it now, right? So 6 months ago, when the client, or 8 months, or whenever it was ago, that the client list was finally put out, and Donald Trump, number 78, is on that client list, they're like, well, but no, this is not what we want. This is not, nice try. This isn't what we've been asking for. And they started their whole argument about, oh, nice try, Libbies. We didn't want the client list. Yes, that's what they've been wanting the whole time. You can look at any of their former videos. Go back and look at any Salty Cucker video back when the Lolita Express flight log was put out. And listen to him on his video going, no, that's not what we want. We want the client list, buddy, and we're going to get it, and blah, blah, blah. And Donald Trump, it don't make a crap that he's on that. That's just the flight log to Epstein Island on Lolita Island that he didn't even do. We want the client list. And they expected their boy wasn't going to be on it. But old Frontal Flump was, bam, number 78. We've been telling y'all he's a lifelong registered leftist Democrat who doesn't give two shits about white people, okay? His entire 4 years as president, he literally did nothing but cater to and pander to non-whites. Non-whites. His voter base is 99.99999% white Christians. He spent 4 years out of 4 years, all 4 out of 4. 4 of 4. You know how sports works, right? Imagine if you, as a sports team, went and competed in 4 games, right? You participated in 4 games. Your team won all 4 games. You're 4 for 4. All right? This dude, all 4 years he was given, he's 4 for 4. He spent all 4 years cucking and pandering to non-whites. Lowest black unemployment, which means highest diversity hire, highest white people unemployment. That's what it means. He was bragging to you, highest diversity hiring ever. Do you want diversity hiring? I don't. I don't want diversity hiring anywhere. I want it to be banned from our country. And I want everyone who ever participated in diversity hiring, or some nog that was hired getting paid $400,000 a year to sit in an office and call everyone racist that's white in the company until they're all fired. I want all those people arrested. I want anybody that had anything to do with promoting the garbage word diversity, which means die whitey. Okay? I want all of them put in prison and not fed 3 hots and given a cot. I want them to go to Venezuelan style prison where you go in a freaking dungeon hole and you don't get fed. They killed 30 million of our white people while Trump was in office. He didn't do shit. He didn't do shit. The hell is wrong with you people? You're going to let him allow 30 million white people were murdered by ventilators. White people. And you fucking let him. And you kept cheering him on the whole way. Then he took credit for being the Trump vax thing. What do y'all call it? The Fauci ouchie. Because you're so desperate to admit. You don't admit it. You refuse to admit. He calls himself the father of the vaccine. He told his own supporters, oh, I know y'all don't like the vaccine. You got to learn to like it. You got to take it. You know, you ought to take it. I'm tired of your bullshit excuses. It's excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. And now this obvious stunt was pulled, mighty sloppily, I might add, in front of the people. They give you this imaginary, the typical run-of-the-mill, made-up shooter character, just like they did with Adam Lanza, some weirdo-looking dude, some weird-looking white kid. No one hardly knew him. You got one other crisis actor that interviewed on the news going, yeah, I mean, nobody really liked him at school. I mean, they weren't mean to him or really picked on him that much, but I guess he got bullied a little bit. But, yeah, nobody really knew him, and he was just kind of weird. Nobody really knew him. I mean, that's all they ever do. They have the same freaking thing presented to you. Every false flag hoax. Every single one. It's the same shit. They don't change anything. They literally do the same fucking thing every time. Pardon my French. I'm still blaming it on the French every time. So, knowing all of this, your ego will not release. Your ego will not release. You cannot yield to the fact that all the years you've spent defending him and arguing in the comments and staying up late at night, going to work the next day feeling groggy, but you did it for Trump, did it for your guy. Made sure you wore your Trump shirt the next day when you were groggy. You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I was up all night defending Trump against the lefties on the YouTube or on Rumble or whatever. You don't want to admit that you're wrong. You're freaking wrong. Okay? And, to be honest with you, normally I would say I'm not sorry to have to tell you that you're wrong. But because this is such a critical time in our world for our people and all these things, and because Trump is such a phenomenon among really only our white people and a handful of sprinkled non-whites, which are irrelevant, they only make up 0.0000001% of his voter base. And that's all they'll ever make of it. Despite all of that, right? I still am sorry. I'm sorry I have to be the guy to keep explaining to you folks to stop being suckered by what's presented by the Jews. They have been doing this crap for decades. They know how to pull off a silly stunt like that right in your face. And everything about it is obvious. His ear wasn't facing you when it was time to put the blood on it. Then suddenly his ear's facing you the whole freaking time till he's off the stage. Heads higher up than all the Secret Service, even though that would never be the case. Oh, we're clear. Just 2 seconds after they shoot the only guy that they even just now suddenly found out about. Oh yeah, we're definitely just going to automatically assume there's no other shooter around anywhere. Seconds after we think we've downed this one guy that was shooting. Yeah, we're clear, guys. We're clear. It's all good. Look at his hubris the next day. He shows up at an event. There's no glass. Remember when Obama would speak? How they had the bulletproof glass up everywhere? That was to shame Whitey for one. They had to pretend that, our black guy might get shot by a racist white gun owner, So that was part of why they did it, for the visual of that. But they also did it in case somebody really was going to shoot him. All right? Trump, after being shot for real the day before, he would definitely have not come in the next day. Or if he did, if everybody pumped him up and said, no, you really got to show up the next day because, man, that'll just blow up. You'll definitely win then. Blah, 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 and all this crap. All right, which he knows it's not a real thing, but he knows it's all stuff. But I'm just saying, like, if it was real and all this was really a thing and he really got shot, yeah, he'd show up the next day perhaps. But there would be so much security. He wouldn't come walking in freaking WWE style with the music and the freaking... It's just like WWE, and he comes walking in. He acts the exact same as he did during the WWE events. He comes... Literally, he doesn't have a care in the world. He's got a smirk on his face the entire time like, yep, I've got all these dumbasses duped. That's literally the look he's got on his face. Go look at his face when he walked in the next day into that convention. Look at his face. Nobody who got shot the day before is going to walk into a convention the next day with that look on their face, with that smirk on their face. And that wasn't a smile of, yeah, I survived, thank God, and all these people are behind me to save the country. No, that's not the smirk that was on his face. The smirk on his face was duping delight. I haven't even finished my bullet points. I got more to go. And there is no one who's going to defeat any one single of those bullet points. Not a single bullet point so far I have presented. Will anyone, once I start reading in the chat, will anyone be able to defy those observable facts that were presented to us? It doesn't matter if they're real or not. The bottom line is that is factually what was presented to us. All right. So, I'm going on to the next bullet point. And I am going to get to y'all's. I'm sorry I haven't gotten to chat yet. I really apologize. I apologize. And I'm going to get in the chat. In fact, let me stop here at the bullet points I've made. I've made quite a few already. I'm pretty sure I'm at like number 6 or 7 by now. We ended at Trump's behavior after the incident, or, at the moment of the incident. All right. And I guess we continued on and we ended at the next day when he attended the convention the next day with the smirk on his face the whole time he was there. So now we're going to stop at the bullet points at that point, and I'm going to go to the chat, because otherwise I'm going to be so behind the chat that we're going to have to start all these bullet points over as y'all have commented about them. So my apologies. Here we go, y'all. Yumjoy Style chimed in first noticer of the night. God bless you. Hello to you. I hope you're well. And I apologize in advance for any of you that I've been screaming at and who are pro-Trump and believe the Trump thing. Okay, I love you. You're my people. I am very angry that your ego and your idolatry is blocking you from seeing the super obvious. And it's very aggravating for people who really understand what the heck is happening. It's very frustrating. We're trying to save you folks from the slaughterhouse. You're being led to a slaughterhouse. And all the way you're going, dude, you're a normie, you're a glowy, you're a fed, whatever, dude. And you're just headed right for the slaughterhouse. And we're trying to tell you, okay, dude, in a moment, you're going to be chopped up soon. And all the while, you're going to be thanking blacks and quoting them all the way till you're chopped up. And you're like, what are you talking about, dude? And then right as they're quoting Thomas Sowell, they'll be attacked somehow on their way back from a Trump rally or whatever. I'm just making up a stupid scenario here to give you the idea that you're wandering off into delusion world, okay, where you think there is someone in government and some group of people in our government, which is 100% Jewish controlled, by the way, who's looking out for you and fighting the lefties and fighting the deep state for you. There is not one. There isn't one. There isn't one. There isn't one. There is not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Name a person, and I will tell you right now, no, that person is not. There isn't one. There isn't one. Do you comprehend English? There isn't one. Good freaking grief. AIPAC controls both sides. There's an AIPAC guy for every single politician. Both sides. Whoa. How obvious does it have to get? I apologize. I will recollect myself. Yumjoy Style said, God bless you to you. And he said, I thought they were blood smears, not scratches. Well, they were presented as scratches. They were not presented as blood smears because if you look at it, a blood smear does not make a perfect trajectory, straight line streak around the curve of a face like that. And not only that, but we're talking, look at the two scratches. I challenge folks to go pull up, if you're on the internet, if you're on if you're on a PC, not your phone, and you can pull up another tab while you're on this stream. Pull up another tab, look at the two scratch angles. Look at the two angles of those two lines, okay? There is no way to get those two lines from the shooter all the way up the way unless he pitched his head as another one went by. And even in that case, no scratch could ride around the curve of his face 90 degrees. There is no such thing as that. They totally screwed up by adding, and let's say it was a squirt of blood. Let's say both of them were squirts of blood, right? The squirt of blood would have shot straight off from the side of his face, right? And if it went forward toward the front of his face, it wouldn't have followed around the curve of his face to the very center of his middle of his bottom lip. It would have just shot straight off the face, forward, and it wouldn't have rode around the face. But I'll let you, say what you got to say, and I get it. And maybe you still believe, maybe you don't necessarily believe it was true or not, but your point there is noted. Unknown said, and easily win the election. Joe Biden is done for already. Yeah, I mean, if you go by the idea that elections are real because the Jews who control our country actually give a shit what the Goyim care or think about our government, if you wanted to believe that the Jews actually count your votes, then sure, you could. Yes, it looks like Biden is totally done for and Trump is totally boosted in support. And, and I said on the last stream after this happened that, of course, now it obviously looks like they're going to put Trump back. You know what I mean? But it won't be because everybody votes for him super hard. It'll be because the Jews have decided that's their plan. And they've already decided this is going to be their plan probably years ago. But maybe, I don't know how far in advance they toy with America with our president. So they may only have decided that they were going to put Trump back, 8 months ago or a year and a half ago or 2.5 years ago. They may have had planned on putting Trump back after putting Biden in for 4 years. They may have planned that before they ever put Trump in the first time. Y'all don't seem to get, who are pro-Trumpers, that Jews work decades and centuries sometimes in advance. They work for long-term goals. They plan things out that will not come to fruition till they are old people, where the plan won't come to fruition for 45 more years. And they are planning it here in their 20s as a J or in their 30s as a J with this other group of Js. But they know that they'll all be in their 70s or 80s by the time this whole plan they've schemed out ends up playing out all the way. White people do not realize that there are an entire race of creatures who plan things out against us that way. And if you could just finally understand that, and then you got the ones that are like, oh, don't blame them based on their birth. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because we can't identify anything by its birth. I mean, you call a Celica a Toyota because of its birth. It was created by Toyota, right? So it's called Toyota Celica. You don't identify a spider as a black widow only by one thing of the thing. You go by its total appearance and characteristics. Based on its birth, it's a black widow. So based on its birth, it's going to behave like a black widow. So based on its birth, you just stay the heck away from them or kill whenever you see it. Knowing that Jews behave the way they do based on their birth, you have to be able to identify them based on their birth. And then you have to be weary of them and their behavior in your country based on their birth. Oh, I can't believe certain people have to be explained to certain ways like that. But anyway, Camo chimed in and he said, WWE style. That's exactly right, Camo. He's only been doing this for 50 years, 40 years with the WWE or whatever wrestling factions existed back then, WWF, WCW. Unknown said, Donald Trump reaction in between two or three shots flinging at him was suspiciously slow and delayed, like he was in the play all along. But he pulled it off auspiciously with non-deterred movement or reactions that made him susceptible to suspicion. Exactly. He's already been practicing this, and he already rehearsed the stunt. Like I said, they won't go out and pull a stunt like this in public without everyone involved being fully rehearsed a long time in advance. Any of you folks who are on a PC right now and are willing to start another tab on your computer, you can go to crisiscast.com right now, and you can click on their About section, and you can read how they brag on their website about being able to provide up to 400 Well, that's more than the whole Trump rally that was there. Okay? That's not saying the Trump crowd was crisis actors. None of them folks were, except maybe one or two, like the lady with the covert cell phone footage going, "There's a guy on the roof with a gun," and blah. That was a crisis actor. But the Trump crowd was not crisis. They were not crisis actors. What I'm saying, though, is this company brags. This is just one company. There's like 50 companies like this one. And they're all crisis actor companies. Okay? And you can read right there on their own website where they brag that they can provide up to 400. Okay? We're talking the Trump rally, it only took like 25, 30 actors to do all that. A few in the crowd of the Trump crowd. I showed you the cohort wrangler in a community post already. And I showed you in the pictures, if you scroll through the pictures, you would see that I showed how they had him draped in an American flag, had a funny hat on him. And that's the cohort wrangler. Same thing you saw at the Orlando Gay Club hoax. Same thing you saw at Boston Marathon. Same thing you saw at Uvalde or somewhere else. I forget wherever else they had some hero guy draped in an American flag wearing a funny hat. They always do the same thing, and that's called the cohort wrangler, which you can also read about on that same crisiscast.com website. You can read about the cohort wrangler. You can notice that he's wearing a funny hat in the picture they provide. And you can read about how his job is to look after the well-being of the cast members who are pretending to be victims. And that's exactly what he was doing. He was walking immediately ahead of a supposed shot victim who was dead, being carried out of the bleachers. That's his job, to walk around and be around the victims of the cast, or the cast members who are pretending to be victims. His job is to look after their well-being, to make sure that everything goes as planned, to make sure that the gag is being performed as intended. It's called the cohort wrangler. Read it on the website. On that website, you can see, let me finish, I never got to finish it yet, where they can provide up to 400 actors, fully rehearsed, and it says that, fully rehearsed, in pretending to be EMTs, sharpshooters, SWAT team, police, politicians, bystanders who don't know anything that's going on, supposedly, victims, even like severely wounded victims with like missing legs and missing arms and giant holes in their torso, supposedly. And it's all prosthetics. And they offer right after that, they immediately say, and because of their high-tech or their super awesome Hollywood and American and UK and Australian movie effects, that they have this incredible makeup and pyrotechnics and makeup effects team who can create, and prosthetics team, who can create all kinds of hyper-realistic looking injuries of blown off limbs and giant holes in the body. All of these people, they can provide up to 400 actors to play out an event in the real world live. You got to understand, they're not showing that website to show potential clients, look, we can come and on a closed private set with no people around, we can perform these things with all these fake actors. No, the whole point of a crisiscast.com and all these other companies that provide crisis actors, their whole gag is to do fake live events in front of people who do not know that it's a fake stunt happening, that it's a stunt happening, that it's fake, that it's not real. There aren't really people dying. There's not really a shooter shooting people. Let me get back in the chat here. Unknown said, movement or reactions that made him okay, I did read that. Camo said, probably dry ran it a few times. Exactly, that's what they do. They do dry runs, and that's why, and I pointed out earlier in the stream, if you had not chimed in by the time I had said this, I pointed out that if you listen to what Trump's saying in that moment, when he's supposedly turning to look toward the shooter and the screen that he's about to present some video that's going to start, you'll notice that if you really listen to what he's saying right there, and you really pay attention to how he's talking, in the sentence where he gets shot that he's speaking, he slows down his words. He like stalls he doesn't stall totally. He keeps talking, but he like slows down drastically his words, like as though they only rehearsed it up to a certain word, and all he had to do was get to a certain last line and say that last line, and then pop, 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 the pops were going to come. He was going to go into action, And he didn't need to rehearse any more words beyond that. He didn't need to know anything he was going to say beyond that because that was going to be the end of it. The problem was the kid didn't start pulling the trigger in time. So the pops didn't come as soon as he expected. So as he didn't hear the first pop happen, he started slowing down his sentence, thinking, where the fuck is the pop? And then finally here the pops came, and then he was able to, jump into action. But pardon my French again. Camo said, I know it was orchestrated. Just not sure if Drumpf was in on it too. Well, he has to be because the fake ear wound is fake. I mean, that it's fake. So he has to be. He's the one that slaps it on his ear and makes himself, pretend that he's been shot. And then comes out the next day pretending it got bandaged, pretending he has a hole in his ear, pretending he's healing from it, pretending he doesn't give two craps that he got shot the day before, pretending he's not worried at all about any kind of other gunman being around at all. And of course got his killer, pictures and iconic image with the flag behind him with him going fight, fight with his fist up and blood running down his head. Oh yeah, that's totally not theatrical whatsoever, like James Thomas pointed out last time we talked. Let's see here. Unknown said he pandered to minorities to get the vote because he knows his voter base is white majorly, he put. And he has to garner the emotionally stupid white Trump supporters of the hoax, but he's morally for minorities. If Donald Trump inevitably wins the election and is inaugurated, then it'll be worse than his 2016 to 2020 presidential time. I agree. That's why the thing is, I don't want to be anti-Trump, guys and gals. I've told y'all before, I don't want to be anti-Trump. I don't want to be thought of by our normie white people who are totally Jew duped and cucked. I don't care what they think about me. But I'm just saying, I don't want to have to be. Nobody wants to have to be the buzzkill guy. Nobody wants to have to be the bearer of bad news. I don't get off on being this dissident separate from all the Trump turds that are idolizing them. I don't. People would think that maybe I'm one of these kind of narcissist type people who just likes to disagree with the crowd and disagree with people just to disagree. Just so I'm different and like being a goth, but a political goth. You know what I mean? Where you're just like, it's almost like hate daddy, hate whitey, but it's the opposite. It's not really full-blown leftyism. It's like this other, Republican version of it, right? And you see a lot of truthers like that. There are a lot of Republicans who think that they're truthers, like the Q-turds and the different ones, and they still blame things like Freemasonry, which is our white people they're blaming, when really all they got to do is look up that Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment created by the Jews to sucker white people into blackmailing themselves into Judaism obedience. Pardon me while I Jew the Jew here, pouring a little bit of Mountain Dew. Y'all ever Jew the Jew? Pow, nice and fizzy. I wonder if the Yayo DL would accuse me of saying that I'm turning them into soft drinks, like how they they accused us of supposedly making purses and whatever, lampshades and stuff. Well, we got Mountain Dew here, y'all. Jew the Jew, y'all. All right, what do we got here? In between those things, Camo said, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Camo. He said, yeah, there was blood, but no bleeding. Yeah, exactly. There was no additional bleeding. There was just like this initial blast of blood when he popped the little thingy, right, on his ear. And there was no bleeding after that. That's another great point. Thank you for that one. I hadn't even thought of that. That was not even one of my bullet points that I wanted to present tonight. So thank you very much for that standard, super obvious observation that all of us should have noticed. Yeah, every time his heart beat, that thing would have just been pumping out blood, just pulsing out. You know how anywhere on your head, anywhere on your face, side of your head, or an ear, And people think, oh, bull crap, you get your ear pierced, doesn't bleed all that bad. Well, this didn't go through that part of the ear supposedly. This part supposedly blasted a nice fat 22 or whatever gauge hole through his ear. So, that would be a lot of bleeding because it's not about punching through the cartilage. It's about that really thin skin right there will bleed like a mofo, just like how your forehead. You get a little cut on your forehead, man, that sucker will bleed like crazy, especially if it's a pretty deep cut. If you get any sort of like half decent cut on your forehead or anywhere on your face for that matter, man, that thing will bleed like crazy. But especially on your face anywhere adjacent to bone, like your forehead, stuff like that. But the ear being just cartilage right there where it shot through and everything, man, the surface little vessels of that thin skin and everything there would just be bleeding like a sieve, dude. So great observation there. Deb of Christ is here, y'all. And she said hello. Hello to you, dear. And Unknown said, by the way, what's up? To me, he said it. Oh, hello. What's up to you, sir? God bless you. And Unknown also said hello to Deb of Christ and blessed her. And then Camo said, about 10 years ago, President Carter was about 4 blocks from my house doing something, Habitat for Humanity or some shit. Yeah, I've never been anywhere where Carter was around, as far as I know. I've never been around him, so you and I share that one. We were alive in his lifetime, never ended up around him. Precision Netica is here, y'all. Hope you are well, buddy. God bless you. And he said, what a surprise. Oh, what a surprise. You were live. Was watching the Trump show. It certainly is for the sheep. Yeah, I mean, it's, I wasn't going to stream while it was happening tonight, but I figured, screw it. The Trump turds, they're not going to be watching me right now. They're all going to be fixated on their idol, their golden calf. And so, the thing is, at least he's a blue-eyed, blonde-haired, colors of Jesus Christ white man, At least it's that. And that's one thing I'm still grateful for. And I never finished my point earlier, which I will now, about saying that I don't want to have to be anti-Trump, okay? And it's not like I'm being, and I went off on the tangent of that I was being like, that I'm not some narcissist that just wants to disagree with everything in the world. Trump really isn't on our side. He really did just grift white people and sucker us into cheering him on, and then did nothing for us, and did everything for the non-whites. And we lost. We did nothing but lose the entire 4 years he was in office. And which is ironic because the whole hashtag is hashtag winning. All right. White people didn't win anything during his presidency. Name something white people won. I heard somebody before say, oh, he brought back the word Christmas. Oh, wow. Well, non-whites get to participate in our holidays now, too. So Christmas is not exclusively for white people anymore. We've cucked that away, just like we cucked away basketball and cucked away football and cucked away everything. Tennis, our government, you name it. We've cucked it away to the blacks. So we don't have anything anymore. Everything we have now is cucked away to the blacks. And it's frustrating because I don't want to be anti-Trump. All right, to get to fully finish, come full circle, Jen Psaki style, back to full circle to it. I don't want to be anti-Trump. I have to be. He's not on our side. He's suckering all of you along. For the Jews, for the left. There is no Republican on our side. Not one. I screamed it earlier with rage and anger because I'm trying to force feed certain people to realize it and accept it and understand it and comprehend it and fully swallow that reality. It's objective, super obvious, observable reality. Oh my gosh, that's good when it's cold. Woo! Oh, golly. Whew. Wow, that was cold. Okay. And so I don't want to be anti-Trump. It doesn't benefit me to be anti-Trump. It keeps my view counts low. Good grief. All I do, you know, all these, all these supposed truthers, that aren't real pro-Trumpers, I've noticed they are using Trump just to garnish lots of views. So Narco Longo, he figured out a long time ago, oh, Trump lives in Florida, I'm pro-Florida. If I put a Trump logo on my thing and claim I'm pro-Trump, I'll gain gajillions of subscribers easily. And he's a sheckler. He wants money, he wants money. And so he saw that as an easy way to garnish a lot of extra subscribers really rapidly. And his view counts are higher now. He's enjoying a lot better sub counts and viewership counts because he's pro-Trump now. And I think it's probably, I think maybe he's like half honest about it. Like maybe he wouldn't mind seeing, like I think in his mind, he's probably half pro-Trump. But before he had the realization that, hey, Trump's in Florida, lives in Florida, I'm pro-Florida, blah, blah. Before he made all the, and I can get a lot of subs and a lot of views if I just go pro-Trump. Before he made all those connections, I don't think he was pro-Trump at all, And I think he just has made that switch. Now, I could be, he could get mad at me and be like, oh, you don't know me at all. And I am pro-Trump for real. And that was an honest change of heart and whatever. Okay, fine. I can't prove one way or the other. I'm just saying it just seems odd that while he was getting real antsy all of a sudden to start getting shekels out of people, suddenly he was pro-Trump. And now all of a sudden he's got more subs and more views. It just seems odd. That's all. I noticed coincidences. That's all. And not saying he's a yitty diddler. It's just it's a yitty diddler type of operation. You know what I mean? Grifting Whitey for more views and more subscribers. And so, and not just him. You got people who supposedly are noticers, like Elijah, right? But he's pro-Trump. He knows it's all a sham. He tells you he works for the Jays. He tells you he gets funded by the Jays. He tells you he used to work for all the different conservative media outlets. So he knows the whole thing. He knows they obey AIPAC. He knows the whole thing. He knows it's all one big show. That everyone obeys the Jews. Left and the right. It doesn't matter. But what does he do? To keep high view counts and keep high subscriber counts, he's got a little pro-Trump freaking 24 thing on his thing. They know how to grift our people. They know Trump, using the Trump brand, will get you a lot of subscribers really fast. Okay? When I had two channels with the same name, right? That when they deleted one of my channels in the Purge, it was the biggest channel I ever had. When they deleted that one, I created another channel with the exact same name, same logo and everything, right? Trying to just replicate it completely and see if I could get away with doing such a thing, because I had never tried that. And every time I had been deleted, I would just create a whole new channel, a whole new name for it, a whole new picture for it, a whole new subject matter for it. And so I would completely overhaul myself after every time I was purged. I would pick a new subject, a new everything. And instead, I tried this one time, after they purged my biggest channel I ever had, I tried to just completely replicate it 100%. And I was doing the pro-Trump shilling at the moment, right? So one of the videos I had, though, on that channel, it was the biggest video by far on my channel. It reached 250,000 views, 259 or 250 something thousand views, a real 250,000 views. And all it was some pro-Trump video that I forget where I was. Somebody had sent me a live link or something. And it was like this video of O'Keefe, of James O'Keefe. And it was raw footage. It was like B-roll footage or something. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just got it from, maybe when I went to the link, I was able to download it right from there or something. But I want to say it was Live Link I got it from. I don't remember. But I remember that my buddy sent me the link. I went to it, checked it out, and I copied it. I just downloaded it, and then I posted it as a video on my channel just so people would see it, right? But because it was a pro-Trump thing and it was O'Keefe like finding out about some company insider admitting that they're all anti-Trump, like Facebook or whoever it was at the time. This is back in like 2016. That video exploded on my channel. It got 250,000 views. So that's how, and didn't even make that video. I literally just copied it. I downloaded it from somewhere and posted it on my channel and got a quarter of a million views, right? Imagine if I had been monetized because I wasn't a real truther. I would have done well with just off that one thing. I would have made probably $20. That's pretty good for whatever, $25. So, and I know people think, oh, doing good, that's not good, but that's all you make out of 250,000 views. You only make about 250 or $25 or something like that. It's really low. And it's not as much as you'd imagine. And but I'm not monetized at all. None of my channels ever have been. The whole point of me doing my channels all along the way was I wanted to prove I was sincere. And part of the way that I do that is by not being monetized whatsoever. That way, not only should you not have to put up with any ads, but I have heard that YouTube runs ads on my videos anyway sometimes, even though I have no ads set up on my videos and I'm 100%. They don't even give you options about ads. When you select demonetize as a selection, then it grays out all the particulars about monetization. So I don't have any way to like custom design my demonetization where they can still run ads, or I could still pick places to run ads in my videos. No, there's no such thing as that. I'm supposed to have no ads on my videos because I'm demonetized. And if they ever run ads before my videos, that's them just getting shekels off of my content without paying me. That's all. So, but being anti-Trump does not pay, is my point. Me being anti-Trump makes my count, all my view counts stay low. It makes my subscriber count stay low. It makes me, if let's say I did want to make shekels, it would make me like broke as a joke. I'd never get any shekels out of anyone because after all, I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not following along with the freaking, what gets the bucks, but if I wanted to grift our people right now, tonight, I could start a new channel. One of you could, if you were sinister enough and didn't give a crap about our people. Any of us, you or I, could start a channel tonight. And all you got to do is just download somebody else's content and post it on your channel, Now, I don't mean another YouTuber. I mean like from a news channel. You just copy some MSNBC's freaking clip about Trump, and then you just post it on your channel, and you'll get thousands of views, and you'll start getting hundreds of subscribers a week. And next thing you know, you'll have 50,000 subscribers and thousands of views, and all you're doing each day, as long as you do it every day, is just find you a news clip from anybody, ABC or whoever, and copy it, and then just repost it to YouTube like it's your own video, and you'll have all kinds of freaking views. And once in a while, YouTube will take your monetization from you because they'll realize, hey, you just copied this from ABC or whoever. But they don't hit you all the time, to be honest with you. I never got hit about that video that I had 250,000 views on. I never got anything about it. So if I had been monetized, like even when you're demonetized, they will tell you if it's a copyright strike, you'll get a copyright strike. And things like that. So that you would still know if like you did something they don't like or they don't agree with. You would still get the notice, even if you're demonetized. But on that video, all the way until that channel was also purged, they locked me out of the channel one day, and just that's it. I couldn't access it anymore. That video just it had no strike on it. It had no copyright strike or anything, and it reached all the way to that number. So. If I wanted to be a sheckler, if I didn't give a crap about our people, and all I cared about was being on YouTube to make money, this channel would be monetized, and I would be on camera so that I could be just like all the other YouTubers and hope people hope people learn or memorize what I look like. And then that way, when they see me in public, they'd be like, oh my gosh, dude, bro, stay white. I know who you are, man. I watch your videos. and then I can call myself a content creator, and I can call myself a YouTuber out in public, and all this garbage that others desire that I am not in this for. I'm not in the business of this for this. I'm in this whole thing only to try to help save as many of our people as possible. I felt like I was frustrated that I couldn't, I was very limited as just a commenter. You're limited to pretty much just that. You can't do anything else. And so I only started channels back in the day because of my frustration in trying to help it save our people and keep us all on the same path, going in the right direction toward truth. And when I see our people being led astray by, WWE stunts and other crap like that, it's not okay to be pro-Trump when he's doing a stunt like that and proving that he's not. That proves he's not on our side. If he's willing to deceive his own 99.9999999% white Christian voter base by pulling a WWE stunt, insulting all of their intelligence, and guess what? He was right. They all believe it. So was he right about thinking they're all a bunch of doofuses that would buy it? Yes. And I'm sick of our people being duped and being suckered and being duping delight. They enjoy all these, they're having the biggest laughs at our expense. Can you imagine how hurt in the heart our white people, our Trump supporting white people would be if they discovered that they've been being suckered all along? That's why they don't want to admit that they're wrong. That's why they can't accept that what they watched the other day was, fake. That was a stunt. They can't accept it because it will trash everything they've been vested in. Their whole life, or I don't want to say their whole life, their whole political faith and hope and their dreams for our country and their future and our country's future and everything. It all relies on, in their mind, Donald Trump and him being president again. Even though the whole 4 years he did absolutely nothing for us, their excuse was, oh, well, he's just president. His hands are tied. He's just the president. He can't do anything himself. I mean, gosh, if he signs an executive order, they'll just undo it when he's out of presidency. The day that his presidency is over, they'll just erase whatever he did. They'll undo it, and it'll be like he never did it at all. Even though for the whole 4 years or 8 years he's in office, it would work for us perfectly. And it would have saved our people, millions of our white people, from being raped and killed by blacks. He could have saved all of our monuments and statues with one stroke of his pen. One stroke of his pen. Instead, what'd he do? Oh, I hope they don't go to the Lincoln Memorial and destroy it too. Wink, wink, wink. He could have, with one stroke of his pen, saved that little white toddler from being thrown off the Mall of America, 4th floor. How do you ask? By removing the blacks from our country. Remember how he had Thomas Jefferson pictures in his office and everybody's like, oh yeah, dude, he's a freaking old school conservative. He's like traditional conservative. Yeah? Well, the traditional conservative way is to send the blacks back to Africa, where they came from. We did not bring them here. We did not own them here. Jews brought them here to destroy us 300 years in the future, which is now. So now it's really time to send them back. It was time to send them back 200 years ago. Now it's really time to send them back. Because now is the future when they planned on unleashing the blacks onto us. All you have to do is read their own rabbinical writings. Read the Kalergi plan. Read what Emmanuel Johansson said, Emmanuel Rabinovich. Look up on Google right now on another tab. Type in Emmanuel Rabinovich. 1952 speech in Budapest. And read that speech, particularly the last part of the speech. All Jews know the deal based on their birth. Why? Because once they become adults, they've already been being sculpted as children into Jewish adults who, once they become adults, they actively work against white people with the rest of their adult Jews based on their birth. So we blame them and we're weary of them based on their birth, just like we would be weary and watchful over a black in a convenience store based on their birth. I guarantee you, if a black was walking around white guilt guy's house, Jason's house, name Jason's house. I guarantee if a black was snooping around Jason's house, all right, he wouldn't be like, I'm not going to go outside and assume that black guy is creeping my house just because he's black based on his birth. You damn right. He'd be like, hey, based on that dude's birth, why is he walking around my house looking at my house? There ain't no black based on their birth. No black should be walking around my house based on his birth of being black. No black should be walking around my house looking at it. So based on that black's birth, that dude would be wondering, what the heck is this black dude watching my house for? And he'd alert himself. He'd alarm himself. He'd be ready to fight or ready to do something, call the police. He would ready himself based on the black's birth. So that whole argument he uses is a joke. So anyway, my point of saying that, all this stuff is to prove and point out that I'm not taking the popular road. All right, I'm not in this for popularity. I'm not in this for YouTube fame. I'm not in this to be able to call myself a content creator, any of that bullshit. I care about our people. And I want our people, as many people as possible of ours, to be saved. And however we have to do it, okay? Like I said before, I'm down with us pulling any type of manipulation we got to pull, The Jews don't have rules like we are trying to keep ourselves under. We're trying to play by these arbitrary rules that we keep on ourselves that Jews do not play. They don't play by those rules. And so if we keep trying to play this game of honesty against our opponent, and I'm not saying for y'all to become a bunch of liars. That's not what I mean. I hope you have enough IQ. I hope you have a 3-digit IQ so that you can comprehend what I'm getting at here. But we have to use tactics like the Jews use sometimes. Okay, so like when you infiltrate a church, you don't just walk in and go, hey, okay, here's full disclosure. I'm here to hopefully try to convince all of you that white people are Israel and that Jews are not. And so we need to be a pro-white church that keeps Sabbath and da-da-da. You can't be full disclosure right now with our Jew-duped conservatives. We have to manipulate them because of their own hubris and their own ego and their own idolatry of Donald Trump. We have to trick them into thinking that they themselves have deduced to accepting our way on their own. Right now, what we've been trying to do is convince them to see things our way. But they're never going to do so because they're in love with their guy, and now they think he's been shot, even though it was the most ridiculously plain as day, obvious stunt that you could ever imagine. It was almost so sloppy. It's amazing everyone believed it. And of course, the media is reinforcing it like hell, but they've been anti-Trump the whole time. So this whole thing, from minute one, on all leftists, on all media should be accusing it of being a stunt if they were really after and against Trump, okay? Every leftist channel. I'm not talking about one nog on Instagram like the right's talking about. All the Trump turds, they're all focused on like 3 random non-whites who've said, yeah, that stuff was a hoax, right? And so now it makes people like me who really do understand that it was a hoax. Look, it puts me in the same boat with those 3 stupid nog females that they put online for all the right way. So what that does, you got to understand, is that puts peer pressure on all the other Trump-servatives to believe the narrative, or you're on the side with these 3 stupid blacks, even though they're the ones that pander to blacks all the time. So it shouldn't be an insult to be on their side. it should be an honor, if anything, when you're a conservative to be on the black side of something. But since the black is anti-Trump, then it's okay for them to be against the black. So if the black is anti-Trump, well, it's whoa, that black's got problems, And so in that case, they're able to go against the black, even though they normally can't. And so God forbid you be thought of as put in the same basket with these three, black lefties, that think it was a stunt. But you got to understand, blacks are not given those things to talk about. Jews gave those black females those talking points to then get online and speak and then not be banned from the Jewish-owned websites for hate speech. Whereas you would have if you posted something, say the opposite or whatever, you might get banned for hate speech. Like, oh, the libs are out here shooting at us, or blacks are out here shooting at us or whatever. Like they were during the whole time during Trump's presidency, the left would call it hate speech and take you down. But that same leftist-owned, Jewish-owned website will let those blacks declare that, oh, yeah, it was a stunt, that a president assassination attempt, yeah, it was a hoax. That was a hoax. They're letting them say all that when they wouldn't let you. If it was Hillary Clinton or, God forbid, Big Mike Obama was supposedly shot in the ear, right, at a convention, and then you, Whitey, is online talking about, yeah, that assassination attempt on Obama, yeah, it was a hoax. You'd be banned instantly, and they'd have the little YouTube thing that pops up to warn you under the description area, like, whoa, talking bad about Big Mike is conspiracy garbage. You should never believe it. It's all racist Whitey stuff, and then delete your channel and the whole thing. But meanwhile, these nogs can get on there and be like, oh, it's a hoax, and they won't get in trouble. They won't have their tweet taken down or whatever, their Instagram video taken down. But it serves a purpose. That's why the Jews gave those three nogs that claim to make, because now people like me who see plain as day that it was obviously a stupid WWE stunt will be pitted into the same corner with them as those are my teammates, And of course, I don't have anything to do with them. I don't agree with them. I don't want them in my country. So of course I wouldn't be on their side. But that's the side they're going to put me on because they've crafted it that way. And Jews plan all of this shit way in advance, like short selling the stocks. Like now that's the big thing. And the Trump turds are like, oh yeah, see, we're on to them now, y'all. Somebody freaking that was in charge of Trump assets short sold some day before his assassination. We're truthers, man. We found that crap out. Dude, no. That's all just stuff that the Jews purposely do before they pull a stunt so that you will eat those little bones or you will gobble up those little nuggets and think that you're truthing away, boy, and you're on their tail. You got them running scared. You're like right behind them. And all the while, they're just laughing it up somewhere completely different. Like how all the conservatives think Jeffrey Epstein's dead, so they're always joking around with each other and memeing each other. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, Yeah, of course he didn't kill himself, because Jews don't kill themselves. And he isn't dead either, and he didn't go to prison either, because Jews don't go to prison, and they don't get Hillaried. Jeffrey Epstein is in Tel Aviv, banging kids with rabbis, laughing at all the conservatives who think that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, He's laughing at all the conservatives in Tel Aviv right now who don't comprehend that Jews do not get Hillaried or sent to jail or put in prison, and they especially don't get murdered in a prison. So let me get back in the chat here. I've been way behind on the chat. I'm really sorry about that, y'all, and I will catch up right now. Let's see here. What was that? I don't know what that was. I'll have to check that out later. That was some kind of mystery thing that popped up. Unknown said, seems like when I'm talking against Trump, it seems YouTube automatically deletes my comment on it. Okay, I think you were here the other night, but in case you weren't, we were having the same problem. The Yiddy Diddlers were on here deleting comments. So I think that's going to be a common occurrence now with our chats. It has nothing to do with me. Of course, I have no moderation. I have no moderators. I have no restrictions on the chat whatsoever. I don't have anything selected for hold for review or any kind of nonsense like, excuse me, any kind of nonsense like that. It's 100% ready to go, wide open for anybody to say whatever they want. And so whatever you don't see post, it's not me. So I think that's going to be our new norm, as the left loves to call it, when they start screwing us over more each time. So that'll be our new norm. Unknown also said, don't forget that he was on the Epstein Island document, and the Trump tards were seething about the fact, which is the most laughable thing. Seems like their leader was nothing more than a pedo. Well, you know, I don't want to go so extreme as to call him a full-blown you-know-what and all that. But the thing is, I mean, the bottom line is he's on the list. Client number 78. And I'm tired of them moving the goalpost. Every time a Trump tard sees that he's part of the lefty deal all along, they move the goalpost. And they go, well, that wasn't really what I was looking for. Oh, and then when, like originally, before the flight log or any of that, when the whole Pizzagate thing first came out, and we were going hardcore against Pizzagate, and we were showing Podesta, and we were showing Comet Pizza and all these things. And I had a big video about Comet Pizza where I went on their website and I explored through each page and I sarcastically commented about all the gruesome stuff page to page on the video. It was a really popular video. Part one, it was a three-part video. And part one, obviously, is always the one that gets the most views. And part one got, like, for me, it was pretty good back then. It got up to like 36,000 or 38,000 views. And there weren't a whole lot of videos about Comet Pizza back then. So I was literally one of the only videos, even though there were millions of videos by Shecklers about Pizzagate and even about Comet Pizza, there was no one except me on YouTube who was literally cruising through page by page on Comet Pizza's website. And then I went to all the links on their website. They had links to their, quote, friends on the friends page. And I clicked through all the different links on their friends page and visited those pages as well. And that's what drug it into part 3 and part 4. And so I had some killer info in part 3. It was a 4-part. It ended up being a 4-part series, I believe. And in part 3 and part 4, I got into some other pedo sites that were linked as friends on the original site. And so, but the part 1 was really gruesome because the first friends I visited were the ones on their list that had the most extreme and gross pictures and all that on their websites. And so I did really well with that video as far as I was concerned. 30-something thousand views was good for my channel. And and I really didn't know of anyone else. I mean, I searched Pizzagate every day and Comet Pizza every day, and I was the only one that went in detail through their website. And I have that re-uploaded on this channel, but it's locked privately. So any of you folks who ever want to watch that someday, make sure you skip lunch before you do. But, I could activate it and make it public one day just so it's available for a day or something so that folks who are interested could check it out. But it's a repost now on this channel, so it doesn't, it's a new video again, so it has like almost no views and all that. But on my original channel, it had like part 1 was like 36 or 38,000, and then of course it trickled down from there. Part 2 only hit like 21,000. Part 3 was even less, like 16,000. And I think part 4 might have hit like 4K, and that was it. See here. Unknown said, don't forget, he pardoned a lot of the bourgeois Jews who were committing heinous crimes, as well as pardoning black rappers like Snoop Dogg, Kodak, and all them. Yes, exactly. That's all he did the whole time, was pardon criminal Jews and criminal blacks. Trump is the biggest cuck to blacks imaginable. I mean, he's literally he's almost the ideal cuck-servative, because token blacks tickle his fanny so hard, he's almost gay for them. I mean, all he did the whole 4 years was invite group after group of blacks through the White House, into the Oval Office. Kim Kardashian, put your fugly mongrel cloven hooves up on Lincoln's desk and take selfies of yourself. You know, we don't need a president doing garbage like that. We need a president who's pro-white and puts white people first and only and drives all these pieces of crap out of our country. And what we definitely don't need is a president who's blonde hair, blue-eyed, colors of Christ, inviting all the niggers to the White House and then going, hey, before y'all burn the whole country down next week, just know that Africans built this nation. Y'all built all this stuff. It's true. You did. You built a nation. I mean, we built it too, but you built a nation, you know? And no, you don't say that. We don't need a president to lie through his teeth to pander to blacks and tell them that they built our white Christian country for us. They did not. It's a freaking lie. And not only is it a massive lie, it's an absolute slap in the face, insult, a giant double-handed 2 middle fingers F you to all of our white Christian ancestors who actually busted their ass and struggled and did build this country. Do Trumpers care? No. They don't care that Trump insulted their entire family and ancestors. They don't care that he insulted all white people with that statement. They don't care that it's a bald-faced lie. They don't care because of their ego and their idolatry of Trump. Unknown said, Black Panther leader endorses him. That tells me all I need to know. Exactly. Blacks, you know, and conservatives are so excited about trying to win blacks over their side. Blacks have only made Donald Trump a fad among them because now he's been, quote, shot, right? So 50 Cent put a thing on he put Trump's face on his image, on his body, image of his body, on at his concert. And guess who thinks that that's noteworthy to show all of our white people who are discussing white people problems by the blacks and non-whites on their episodes 3 times a week? Flecka's talks. And then they're like, oh, thanks, 50. Yeah, thanks, 50. Yeah, thanks, 50, you freaking dung hutter. Yeah, we really needed your endorsement, man. Without your endorsement, you dung hutter, who knows what would have happened. Now, because of your endorsement, might get 2 more blacks that vote for Trump. All right. Yay. And the Jews don't care what you vote. They don't count your vote. Your vote is used as a census determiner. All they do with the right-wing votes is they go, ooh, how many right-wing votes are in that county? Okay, there's 80,000. That means there's 80,000 white people who vote still in that county. So we need to send 20,000 more blacks and 13,000 more Arabs and 12,000 more Mexicans and 4,000 more Asians and whatever to that area to screw their lifestyle up out there. So all you're doing when you go vote Republican at any poll station is all you're doing is you're telling the Jews how many white people live in that area. That's all you're doing. And then you could argue, oh, well, but a lot of white people vote Democrat. Yeah, that's true, but they don't consider Democrat votes. They literally only go by the Republican votes because those are the white people they need to outnumber with blacks and foreigner invaders and all that in the area to ruin and negate all of those white people's vote. So it's all about just negating the right-wing vote. And they don't even do it to negate the vote. They just do it to make sure they ruin that white people's area. So if there are 70,000 Republican votes in a certain county, they know that they haven't sent nearly enough non-whites to that county yet to live and ruin those 60,000 white people's peace and tranquility and way of life out there, where it's obviously all white people out there. So they're living in peace. You can't have all these white people living in peace out here in the middle of Montana. We need to send 400,000 Arabs there and turn it Muslim. And they do that based on voting. You know, a lot of white people I talked about in the last stream, a lot of white people are like me, where they will not participate in the census when it comes around. They say, no, thank you. I don't want to have anything to do with it, blah, blah. And no matter what they tell them, they just say, no, thank you. And I shut the door on them. And that's the same thing a lot of white people do, because white people are leery of the Jews keeping track of how many of us live and where. And so what they don't realize, though, is when they go vote at their local freaking poll station, they freaking give away to the Jews then the exact census they were trying to avoid before. Now, granted, at the census, when the census people visit your home, they actually ask you a bunch of questions, and so they get all these other like details that they wouldn't perhaps get otherwise just based on you voting. The Jews wouldn't get those things. But the Jews don't need all that. So when you decline the census so that the Jews aren't figuring out what's up with you, and of course, most white people are duped into calling it the government, or the deep state, but when it's the Jews. And so when a white person is trying to avoid the Jews finding out all the info about him and his home and all this, he gives it away, that his location basically as a white person, he gives it up to the Jews when he goes and does his vote. Let me see here. What else? Iberian Crusader 22 stopped by, and he said the BLM leader endorsed Trump too. Hello to you, and God bless you, sir. If you're still here, I hope you are. I hope you waited long enough and had enough patience for me to finally get to your comment, and I apologize for your wait. Thank you for your patience, and I will try to continue on with the chat here and catch up with you guys. Unknown said, the whole Democratic versus Republicans and libtards versus conservatards is getting us nowhere, since both the former are promoting and shielding anti-white policies against us. That's exactly right. They both are. They both literally, their whole, like we talked about in the last stream, is the left is going to the left against white people. Going to the left always means against God, against white people, all that, right? So the left are traveling to the left against white people at 70 miles an hour. The Republicans are also traveling to the left, but they're traveling at 35 miles per hour. So they are all leftists, but they're just running half speed of a standard outspoken leftist who runs as a leftist in government, But Republicans, let's think about everything. They've literally given up everything all along the way. Like, they're to the point now where the conservatives literally have homosexuals. I mean, Milo was a 2016 Trump campaigner. We had a faggot who sucks black peckers, a homo who sucks black peckers, white guy. Well, he wasn't a white guy. He's a J pretending to be a white guy. So there you go. With his bleach blonde hair, when really he's a black-haired, beady, freaking-eyed J. But he got up in front of the whole conservative world and said, I'm a faggot who sucks black peters, and I'm pro-Trump. And what he didn't realize is what the Trumpers didn't realize is that was a giant insult to them. That was a giant slap in their face by the Jews. The Jews put their own Jewish boy up there, pretending to be a blonde white guy when he's clearly a bleach blonde haired dude. And they had him pretend he's a white guy who's a gay black dude dick sucker, and then says, but I'm pro-Trump, and what did all the conservative world do? Instead of saying, get the heck out of here, and boo him out of the room, they're like, woo, center stage, put him on the podium, keynote speaker, oh, he's freaking handling the libs, man. And they cheered on Israel First Ben Shapiro, and they cheered on One-Eyed Snake Crenshaw, and they cheered on Vivek, and they cheered on all these other foreigners and blacks, and literally conservatives are no better than a leftist. They literally cheer on anything but proper, upright, white Christian men. And I already knew Trump was a snake long ago when he condemned the white nationalists, quote, totally. And then when he told blacks that they built our nation, that was it. That set it in stone right there. Especially when at that same moment he signed a thing that released 30,000 niggers from jail who were all in prison for doing decades in prison, some of them for life, for murdering white people. And what did they do? They reduced all of their murder charges down to saying, oh, they were high on pot. So they would have never done that. They wouldn't have hurt a flea, but they were high on pot. So this wasn't a murder because this innocent, here's his first grade photo. Here's his mama coming along and saying he didn't do nothing. So he's not he's not a violent, murderous, anti-white, envious black who murders white people to get his frustration out. No, he was high on pot. So this is not a murder at all. This is just a simple drug-related incident. So they reduced these murders down to literally what's called, and I'm quoting it, a simple, that's the word they use, simple, these are the words they use, simple drug-related, meaning they were high on marijuana, which is every black across the entire world at any moment. It was a simple drug-related incident. That's what all of their murders were reduced to. And then because it was just a simple drug-related incident, well, then they were able to appeal their court case. And the what was it? The prison reform bill was to rehear all of their cases with a black judge, a black whatever, and a black DA, and a black freaking defense attorney, black everything. And of course, their gag was to release every single one of them. And that's exactly what they did. Took 2 seconds. Each one that walked in the door. Black, yep, boom, free. Black, yep, boom, free. Black, yep, boom, free. And that's why they shouldn't be cheering on black judges. They shouldn't be cheering on Ben Carson to go steal 30% of our white people's nice neighborhoods to force blacks into all of the neighborhoods that all of our white people are out busting their ass and spending the majority of their money to pay off a home that the blacks are just given a house just as big as theirs right next door beside them to ruin their livelihood, ruin their way of life. Now his wife, every time his wife has to get up and leave the house to go anywhere while he's at work, all the blacks are standing next door playing ball in the street. Now they all stare at his wife through the windows as she drives by, drooling at her, talking shit to her. And that's every day of his life from then on until they pack up and move out of that neighborhood. And on it goes. Trump is totally down with all of that. Trump don't have to have blacks living in his neighborhood next door to him. And if he ever did have a black living next to him, he lives in a mansion. And that means that the black next to him is some ball player that also lives in a mansion. So he's not going to get any grief out of that black dude. Trump don't have to stand in Circle K in line to try to buy a pack of smokes and have some non-white picket pocketing him, standing right behind his neck, breathing on his neck, angering the white guy to want to fight him because the third worlder's acting like a third worlder. Excuse me, burping. He's acting like some third worlder's right behind him, breathing on his neck, standing right up against him in line, obviously trying to pickpocket him. No, Trump gets to walk in the room with a bunch of security and tell the Nogs that they built our country and free 30,000 of the most violent, murderous ones that he's never going to have to deal with, that you are, that he won't ever. Your daughter's going to be walk past one on a sidewalk someday. And you're going to have to pray every day that he doesn't decide to attack your daughter that day. Or your wife. But Trump don't have that problem. Because they're not going to be in his neighborhood. They're not going to be at Mar-a-Lago. They're going to be in your neighborhood. And that's why Trump has zero issues pandering to blacks. Because he knows no matter where he allows them to be put, no matter how many white neighborhoods he allows to be ruined with forcing blacks into our neighborhoods and all this crap, that he will never, him and his family will never have to put up with it, ever. So he doesn't care. And he doesn't care about the browning of America. He said out of his own face, we want more people, and by people he means non-whites. We want more people to come into our country than ever before, he said. Out of his own face. And what do the Trumpers do? He means, yeah, he didn't let any South Africans move down here when they were under attack, and they asked him to come here as refugees, and he ignored them totally. And by people, surely he means some white people somewhere, somehow. They have no way around it. And by the way, they don't want to be called the scary R word. So they have to be cool with him, say it. And they have to be like, yeah, actually, I agree with Trump. I'm cool with the browning of America. As long as they come legally, as long as our country is overwhelmed with non-whites by the billions, legally. And therefore, our country is totally ruined. Our women are under threat every day. Our freaking kids are being killed and raped all the time. As long as it's all done legally, as long as they're all here raping and killing and destroying us and wiping out our people and ruining our country legally, it's all good, brother. God forbid. I don't want any of those kind that hate my guts and want to come here and milk us for everything we have and conquer us and take our country from us. I don't want any of them to call me a scary R word. God forbid one of them calls me a racist. Oh my gosh, I might die. So instead, I've got to let my daughters be at risk. I got to let my wife be at risk. I got to let my whole country be destroyed and ruined so that I'm not called the scary R word by creatures who hate my guts and plan to come here and kill me anyway. These cuck conservatives will be standing in line at the guillotine. Blacks be standing there chopping white people's heads off, and they'll still be standing in line looking at the other whites going, I'm not racist. I got a black friend. I grew up with, I know a black guy. I used to be super cool with the black guy I worked with, you know? We used to ride bikes together and stuff on the weekend. They'll literally be the next guy in line on the guillotine, still trying to defend the scary R word. Oh, you're going to chop I'm next up. It's my turn to put my head in the guillotine and get my head chopped off and get killed. Okay, but before I do, just y'all don't think I'm racist, right? Okay. So I'm not racist. Okay. Y'all go ahead and chop my head off, but I just wanted to make sure y'all don't think I'm racist though, right? You didn't call me that or anything, right? I don't need to defend myself from being called the scary racist word. Okay, go ahead and chop my head off then, I guess. Where do I put my head? Right here? Just right here? Okay. But I'm not racist, right? Okay, but right here's where I put my neck? Okay. I mean, that's how stupid they are. It's freaking unbelievable. Unknown said, Trump tards hated Biden and were calling him racist for the 1994 crime bill to unite darkies. And in parentheses put, I know it was an apartheid for Afrikaners and pandering to blacks in his career time. But he was based. Yeah, I mentioned in another stream, and I'm sure you were on that one because you visit a lot, and thank you for that. And you participate a lot. Thank you for that as well. God bless you. If you recall, on one of the other streams when we were chatting about this, we had said, and I had mentioned in there, and others had too, that that Trump has never said anything remotely close to as based as Biden already has said multiple times years ago. You know, Biden literally told the blacks on a black freaking Zoom meeting call, he literally told the blacks, America is doomed. It is doomed. Not just because of African Americans, but because by the year 2040, America will be minority white. You hear me? Minority white. That's the quote. He said exactly those words, exactly that verbatim to the black leaders on a Zoom call. There is nothing more based than that. I don't give a shit. Biden won the based politician of the year award when he said that. And he said it to the blacks on the black stream. Go listen to it on my Rumble channel if you folks haven't heard it yet. On my Rumble channel, which is USA 110, I have a video on there. I have the clip of him on there saying it to all the blacks in the Zoom call meeting. All the black leaders were on it, listening to him attentively. It was literally a black conference, a meeting of blacks with Biden. And, and literally, I'm not exaggerating. That's verbatim the quote he says. You'll hear it for yourself. And I didn't chop it up or anything. It's literally just one take. I screen recorded right through. And I didn't chop it up or anything. It's just unedited straight through. And that is what he said. He told the blacks, and I'm going to quote it again because it's so awesome. America is doomed. It is doomed. Not just because of African Americans, but because by the year 2040, America will be minority white. You hear me? Minority white. And that's where I cut the video. Because that's all you need to hear right there. That is the most based take of 2021 or whatever year it was when he said that. I think it was the year 20. Yeah, I think it was 21 when he said that. Is it 21 or 22? It was like a year or two ago. So Trump has never and will never, ever, Trump will never, ever in his entire life say anything remotely, even in the same dimension as based as that statement Joe Biden made to the blacks straight to their faces. That's so funny. That's what makes it the sweetest. That's what put the chef's kiss on it, is just the fact that he's talking to the black leaders in a Blacks Meet Biden conference, Zoom call or whatever. So that made it freaking glorious. That was like the best. I mean, just based on that alone would make me, if I believed in elections and all that, I'd be like, dude, I'm riding with Biden on that shit, bro. That was the most truthful, honest. In comic books, they used to call it straight dick. I don't know why they called it that. It means direct talk. But you can see in old Batman comics and stuff, they'd be like, you know what you need is some straight dick. It's very odd to read that in a comic book. But what it means is you need some direct talk. It means you need someone to talk to you without sugarcoating it, without beating around the bush. You need some straight dick. And it means you need some straight talk. That's what it means. I have no idea where they came up with straight dick out of that, but somehow that's what they came up with. So that's a real saying from the olden days, that somebody needs to be a straight shooter and give it to you like it really is. That's called you getting some straight dick. And I'm not making that up. I'm not misapplying it or anything. That's literally the term. So, the Trump tards, they have to, at some point, I mean, they have to come to grips with all these things that are, and I haven't even finished my bullet points from this stunt. I have not even finished my bullet points. We've already went through like 6 or 7, and I'm not even through with my bullet points about the stunt. So, but let's get back into the chat here. Great point you made there, Unknown. And Deb of Christ said WWE style. She thought that was funny when somebody else had put that, which is totally true. Camo had put that, and it's totally true. Unknown said, we need to stop voting Trump and vote the couch this election. Since he picked J.D. Vance as his VP that's pro-Israel and has a Pajita as his wife. Oh, I didn't know he was into bestiality. So he's abominable. Deborah of Christ said, I noticed that about his wife the night they announced him. J.D. Vance and his wife couldn't stand Trump. Yeah, well, remember, if J.D. Vance has always been, quote, a Republican, their whole gag in the political theater was to be anti-Trump, along with, a lot of the other GOP, as they call them, rhinos and stuff. But all Republicans are rhinos. They just assigned the bulk of the rhinos to be anti-Trump along with all the lefties. But, of course, a Trumper thinks that's Trump revealing who the swamp was. But all Trump did the whole time he was president is hire nothing but swamp. He didn't hire one single person who was not swamp. And he knew dang and well who he was hiring each time. And every Trumper's like, oh, he's just bad at picking them. He just doesn't know how to pick them. He's not good at picking them. No, he knew exactly what to do. You're always bragging about how he's a genius, how he's the best business guy you've ever heard of, how you've read his business deal, the book, and all that, and all this stuff. But yet he doesn't know how to pick his own help. He literally had a TV show where he would fire everyone, which is, that brings me to my next bullet point, is you don't hear anything about Trump firing anyone. Remember his whole gag when he was on The Apprentice was, you're fired. You didn't do this right, you're fired. You didn't do 100% on your job 100% of the time, you're fired. Oh, you did 98% of your job, not 100, you're fired. And you haven't heard him come out, and what did he do about Joe Biden? What did he do about Hillary? You're fired. That was part of his campaign gag. You're fired. He's famous for saying you're fired to people who don't perform up to his expectations. That's literally what he's famous for, is that. He ran part of his campaign on that, with that, through 2016. You're fired. Now he's saying it about Joe Biden. Joe Biden, you're fired. And all these people are like, woo, at the rally when he does it. But yet, he gets shot in the ear, almost took a headshot to the face, if you believe the story. Almost took a headshot and killed right in front of everybody on stage. And he doesn't tell any Secret Service people the next day, you're fired. I guarantee you that you'll see that same sharpshooter and that same spotter on his next live event. Guaranteed you'll see him on the roof there. Why? Because they're not fired. Why? Because they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't fail. They performed the stunt along with him perfectly like they were supposed to. And so there's no reason for Trump to be mad at them and want to fire them. If that all had been real, the very next day, Trump wouldn't have been at the little convention thing. He would have spent the whole next day with all of those Secret Service people locked in a room, being interrogated by people higher than them in the government, by superiors above them, by military or somebody else. And they would have been, every one of them would have been questioned through with a fine-tooth comb. They'd have gave each one of them an enema. They'd have done every single thing. Lie detectors, waterboard them. If all of that was real. He dang sure wouldn't have came in the next day all with a smirk on his face and lackadaisical and just ha ha yeah and swagging into the room. No extra security, no security even near his body as he walks into this room full of thousands of people. And the Trumpers, of course, would defend it by saying, oh, but they check everyone at the door. You can't get in with weapons. Man, you can get in anywhere with a dang weapon. They make air rifles out of all plastic that can shoot a projectile enough to kill a person. You know, a high speed enough to hit and punch through a person's skull and kill them. I mean, there's ways to bring in weapons. Somebody could have a plastic knife, sharp as heck, snuck it in somehow through the metal detectors. They're standing right there where he walks in past all the people to come into the big room, and they just reach out and stick him. Is he worried? No. He had no extra security. He just la-di-dawed his way up there with his little smirk on his face of duping delight. Yeah, all these dumbasses believe my stunt yesterday. We did it. The unknown said to Deb of Christ, the same J.D. Vance that called Donald Trump Hitler, making rhetorical references to him. Yeah, and so that proves right there he's not a pro-white based guy, because anybody who's pro-white and based would never in a billion years insult Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying calling Trump as that. I'm saying it's an insult, supposed to be an insult, to call your political enemy Hitler, right? Or a Nazi. And so if you were pro-white and based, you would never do any such thing, because you know that that's actually an insult to Hitler and the Germans. So no matter who you're calling that to, unless you're calling a based pro-white person Hitler or Nazi, then you're actually insulting someone. And you're supposed to insult them, but really you're insulting Adolf. Deb Christ said, I never really heard much about J.D. Vance prior to this. Honestly don't know if he's popular or if they are trying to bring up an unknown. Well, he is practically an unknown. I mean, you know, they had him around here and there just for a split second in the political circles in your view in front of a camera, but only for split seconds. They were like, oh, it's J.D. Vance, boom, and they're on to the next person, and you never really heard much about him, because until they want to bring someone in the limelight, they keep them in the view of the camera, but not front and center of it. You know what I mean? And not introduced to it. John Connor, 1984 is here, y'all. Hello, sir. And he said hello, and God bless you. I'm glad you stopped by to visit. If you're not here anymore, I understand, but God bless you for stopping by and saying hello. And he said, have you seen how scripted the RNC is? It literally seems like Broadway. And Hulk Hogan was there, which was cool, but it kind of shows that this is all for entertainment and Jay brainwashing. That's exactly right. What more perfect character for him to bring to his next day event after the day after he pulled his biggest WWE stunt he's ever pulled in front of the public? What better thing to bring the next day to the show to be cheering him on than one of the ex-pro wrestlers that he used to do those stunts with? I mean, the irony is so thick you could literally, like, you could use a chainsaw and it would trash the chain on the chainsaw. That's how thick it is. It's thick with like 7 C's after it. You know what I mean? And no K, like the ghetto thick with multiple C's. JD Vance prior to this, or no, let's see here. I skipped one thing. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Unknown said, politics, since everybody has their racial identity politics catered to them, but sadly, we are inevitably duped into worshiping Trump and voting for that bastard in office. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing is, white people are never going to be given a savior by the Jews. That's never going to happen. Right now, Trump is the biggest toy that white people will ever have dangled in our face. He's the biggest carrot that will ever be dangled in front of us. After Trump, we won't have any more superheroes. The conservatives will be doomed after him. Now, granted, they will side with other ones along the way. Every 4 years, they're going to have to pick somebody. And they'll get, crazy defensive for them and be about them and stuff too. But it will all be based on whether or not they are pro-Trump. And when Trump passes away, they will still use Trump as their reference. Each right-wing politician that comes up will have to say whether they agree with and want to continue with Trump's legacy or not. And if the answer is no, then the conservatives, still idolizing Trump a decade later, will be like, oh, well then, nah. I apologize. I gotta wet my whistle once in a while, especially after I breathed so much dust today. Whew, I honestly should have probably wore a respirator, not a mask, but an actual, like work around dust, real respirator. Cause man, I did a lot of freaking lawn work today, breathing a lot of dust. It was like 4 acres of lawn work and raking, and I filled up I covered a 24-foot long tarp with a mountain of mowed grass 4 times. The whole 24-foot length of it was like waist high with grass 4 times. I raked all that up in piles first across the multiple acres, and then I didn't have to cover the whole 4 acres. It was like about 1.5 acres I covered to get that much grass raked up. But yeah, they mowed in the wet the other day and left dead grass piled up everywhere. And so I knew it was going to kill my lawn if I didn't go out there and rake it all. So I just went out there and raked it all today. And it took the whole day to do it. Thankfully, I had today off. And it just so happens I have, several days off in a row starting yesterday. So I had yesterday and today, and I have the weekend off, thank God. So I was able to do it today. So it worked out great. So I went out and just spent the whole day raking and breathing all that madness. But so my throat's still trying to recover from all that. That's why I sound weird tonight and very nasally. And I'm really not nasally. It's that my throat has no tone in it. It's almost like I have a sore throat, but I don't really have a sore throat. It's just something that's like messing with it, so it doesn't have its natural tone. It has gotten better since we've started the stream, but when I first started, man, it was like barely working. It was almost like I didn't have a voice. Let's see here. Okay, I did see. Okay, so I earlier I skipped one, and I knew I did because I was trying to read John Connor's statement, and so I skipped unknown where he said to Deb of Christ, he's a senator of Ohio. I guess he's talking about JD Vance. Excuse me. And I don't know why he elected him as VP. Since Trump is a Zionist, he will find a way to make Israel win again. Well, that's the thing is he won't have to find a way of anything. He's just a puppet along with all the others. He's a puppet no different than Joe Biden or or Maxine Waters or AOC or any other doofus plant that they've put in our government. They're all just minions of the Jews. They all just do what they're told. And so that's why Trump was absolutely toothless while he was president. He signed no executive orders to benefit white people, to save the 2 million white people under attack by blacks just because Trump had won presidency. Instead, Trump pretended like that wasn't happening at all. And all the statues being toppled, all he did was suggest that they go tear down the Lincoln Memorial too, because all he did was gave them the idea by saying, oh, well, what's next? Y'all going to go tear down the Lincoln Memorial? Well, that's exactly what he was telling them is, hey, go tear that down next. And he didn't sign a single executive order to save anything. And, and all the Trumpers' excuses are, oh, well, he knows they would just do away with it once he isn't president anymore. Yeah, but for that 4 or 8 years, he would have saved millions of white people. He would have saved all of our monuments. He would have saved everything. And he saved nothing. He could have put an executive order to arrest everyone involved in pushing the COVID hoax on our people, instead of capitulating to them and pandering to them and cucking to them and saying, yeah, let's come up with a vaccine, whatever you say. Oh, it's meant to kill white people and I just got to pretend to take it so that all my white voter base takes it and and kills them all off. Okay. I mean, he's just in it for him. He's an actor. He's playing his role. He's doing what he's told. And so he has no power. All his big talk and all Trumpers' big talk about, oh, when he's in office, Putin chills out, or what. No, Putin is told what to do by his Jews who work with the Jews who control America. I mean, the Jews control the Ukraine. They control Russia. They control America. They control Australia. They control almost every single country in the European Union, with the exception of Poland and Hungary. And they probably control both of those as well. But Poland and Hungary have probably figured out some other thing, where they're like, defying the Jews anyway. But my guess is, since no one gets to actually defy the Jews, that the Jews plan on leaving Poland and Hungary as 2 of their escape countries to go live with nothing but white people when they screw up all the white countries. And yes, they've given Hungary and Poland grief, trying to charge them $100,000 per person. They refuse and all this crap. But I think that's all political theater. And at the end of it all, Poland and Hungary will somehow come out victorious and still get their way. And everyone will just be like, oh, I guess they got their way, whatever. Mysteriously, magically, even though the United States, the most powerful country that ever existed, can't have its own way, and its own people want its certain way, and we can't have it that way. But everyone will just shrug their shoulders and go, oh, somehow Poland and Hungary must have magical powers. They have tiny little militaries, they have tiny little countries, but somehow they managed to muscle the Jews off, and keep the invaders out. It's a miracle, And all the while, the conservatives wouldn't ever ask themselves, hey, how come our country can't get blessed like that by God? Why only Poland and Hungary? And it's because it's probably not a blessing from God, even though it probably is indirectly, but it's probably because the Jews plan on using those 2 countries as escape havens, where, ooh, we screwed up Russia too much, or we screwed up America too much, we screwed up European countries too much, better flee to freaking Poland or Hungary. That way we're surrounded by nothing but nice white people, and we can start all over again now that we ruined all the other white countries. So that's what I think perhaps is why Poland and Hungary are both somehow getting away with defying the Jews' demands of taking millions of non-whites into their countries. Unknown said, yeah, we are doomed. Don't want to say that because we are the most badass and superior race, but our morality has declined, and all these years we were too altruistic and compassionate to non-whites, doing everything for them except ourselves. We put all non-whites first and uniting them first, except of uniting ourselves and having racial solidarity with one another. That's why you see intra-Euro. Damn. Why is YouTube deleting my comment? Man, the restriction of free speech is astonishingly unhealthy and ruins comment interactions. Forgot about the libtards, conservatards, and the media were desperately comparing Trump to Hitler, putting disrespect on Hitler's name like he didn't cleanse the racial problems of Jays being in Germany and everything subversive about them. Exactly. Anytime you see anyone criticizing their opponent as a Nazi or as Hitler, you already know that person is still fully Jew duped, fully cucked. Doesn't matter if they're a right winger or a leftist, Trump tard or not, they're fully cucked still by the Jews. If you ever hear them call an opponent a Nazi or Hitler, as though that's an insult in their mind, And Unknown continues, and he says, I heard he was going to get the Pajeets and non-white illegals citizenship and green cards after they graduate from high school. Well, I had heard it was a 2-year college course degree, but 2 years, I can understand I can't understand any of it because all non-whites are unlawful to be in our country. No non-whites are allowed to be in our country by our God's law. But if we were, if we were going by cucked liberalism, and let's say I was a Trump-servative cucktard, I would say, well, at least make it, they got to become a full doctor, 12 years of study, and really pass it and really become a real doctor. Because after all, that's what they tell us all the time is we need more doctors and engineers, right? And that's what they have the audacity to tell white people. These third world hyena chasers from the Congo are future doctors and future engineers. And, so if that was really the mantra and conservatives are like, oh, we don't care about the browning of America as long as it's legal. Well, if they want to cheer on Trump's thing of saying that, they should have been like, hey, at least make it a whole 12 years of college study, make it a full doctorate. Don't just a 2-year college course. That's just their minors, Oh, just take you some minors and get on out there and be an American. What? Did you know that 18-wheelers, I've said this before, but for anyone who's in the chat now that was not in the chats before, in the streams before when I had mentioned it, you should know this, okay? That every 18-wheeler driving on the highway, beside you, behind you, not one single 18-wheeler driver in this entire country has to know or be able to read or speak or write one word of English to have a Class A CDL and be driving around that fully loaded 88,000-pound rig next to you on the interstate or behind you on the high-speed highway. Okay, you see Jorge driving behind you. Yeah, he can't speak or read or write one word of English, and he's allowed to have a CDL. And guess what? Even though the law has changed, the legalism, the Jews have changed the rules to allow total invaders that don't know any English at all. So you're driving on the interstate, and you got an 18-wheeler next to you, and you see a sign that says, right lane ends 500 feet up ahead. Guess who's about to come in your lane? All right, Jorge. And he's not going to know what the sign says. He might not even have the common sense to figure out what the lane merge little symbol on it says. So 500 feet later, here comes Jorge into your lane unexpectedly. And because you might not be aware of the fact that all 18-wheeler drivers now don't have to know one word of English whatsoever, not be able to have to read it or speak it or anything. They don't even have to be able to read it. They don't have to be able to read a stop sign or read a traffic instruction sign in English. They don't have to be able to read English at all, not one word. Don't believe me? Call your local state trooper right now. Sit the phone down or step away from the laptop for a moment and go grab your cell phone and call your local state trooper and tell them that you just met a truck driver at a truck stop, and you tried to communicate with him in English, and he could not read or speak or write a single word of English, but he had a CDL, and then ask your state trooper on the phone, how is that possible? How does this guy who can't read or speak or write one word of English have a Class A CDL license? I saw it. He showed it to me. That cop will tell you, unfortunately, yes, it's true. 18-wheeler or Class A CDL drivers do not have to be able to read or speak or write one word. Not one word. Not even the word stop for a stop sign. Not one word of English. So you keep that in mind every time you're driving next to a big old 28-foot box truck, or an 18-wheeler's barreling down the road next to you, and it's full of chickens or full of freaking, and it's not some super nice professional rig. It's some like kind of raggedy 18-wheeler. Be on the lookout. Because even with all those rules they relaxed to allow the invaders to be able to get Class A licenses, a lot of the invaders still won't get one. So a lot of the 18-wheelers you see driving around, when you see Jose or Jorge driving it, he don't even have a license. He's a full-blown illegal, as the Trumpers like to call him. So be aware when you're around 18-wheelers. Be very aware. Be very weary of them now. You know, when you see a non-white driving an 18-wheeler, you stay the hell away from that 18-wheeler. And don't get in front of it. Don't try to speed ahead of it. Because all you're doing is putting yourself in a situation where if he stops paying attention for a minute, like a typical third worlder, guess who he's slamming into with 88,000 pounds at 70 miles an hour? He's going to crush you like a bug in half of a second. You're dead. All because you wanted to be in front of him. To get ahead of this slow-moving 18-wheeler with this third worlder driving it. So you want to get on ahead of him and you feel like you're going to blast ahead miles and miles. No, you're just going to get caught in traffic and then get crushed to death by the idiot. So when you see a fucking little mariachi band music player driving on the road, his giant mustache and his freaking beaner hat, you see him driving an 18-wheeler, slow down. Leave him in front of you. Hop over behind him. That way, no matter what happens to him, you're behind him directly. So he can't swerve over into your lane. And all you got to do is keep your distance from him so he, A, doesn't fling rocks up at your windshield. And B, so if he does have something fail on his truck, like their trucks aren't usually inspected well either. So he may have a bad tire. A wheel may come flying off of it. If you're beside this truck or if you're in front of him, you're dead. The only safe place to be around a shitholer driving an 18-wheeler is behind him. That way he doesn't pay attention and slams into someone. It's not you. He loses a wheel and it goes flying off the side of his vehicle across all three lanes. It didn't hit you. The only safe place you can be is behind a third worlder who's in an 18-wheeler. That's the only safe place to be. You see Jorge on the interstate, slow down and get behind him. Oh, I have caught up with the chat. Amazing. Unknown said, I don't want my kids to grow up in a racial jungle. That's right. Joe Biden's opiate on integration. That was his opine on integration of black kids into white schools, 1977. That's my point, is that's another one of his ultra-based, most awesome takes ever. In fact, even Hillary has said a way more based statement than Trump will ever say in his entire life. And the anti-Hillaryers, all the pro-Trumpers during the 2016 election, they all used it against her. Oh, super predators. She called blacks super predators. Yeah, and she's right. She was right. Why couldn't you give her props for that one good statement? She was right. She even followed it up with detail. She articulated why and how they're super predators, that they have no conscience and no remorse, or no feelings, no consciousness, or consciousness, or whatever she said. It was either consciousness and feelings or feelings and remorse. No feelings, no remorse, something like that. She's right. There was nothing wrong with that statement. And the Trumpers literally used that as though, look, we've got her, The stupid woman called blacks super predators. There's nothing stupid about that. That was a super ultra based observation. And I tell you what, if voting was real, right? Or of course, the voting part is real because they really do let you come and vote. But if the elections were really real, like if Jews actually counted the Goyim's votes, which I promise you they don't. If you knew anything about a Talmud, you would know dang it well Jews don't give two craps what Whitey wants done with their country. And even though it's like, oh yeah, well all the white people want Trump to win and they're going to let Trump be the president. Yeah, but that's because they got plans for Trump to do everything they want. And he won't be doing anything for white people. So it doesn't matter when they put someone in office that white people wanted anyway, because they're not going to do so unless they've already got planned and agreed what that guy is going to do against white people or allow the Jays to continue doing against white people. And he is not to lift one finger against it. And Trump will agree to anything in order to be the president again. His ego and the whole thing, he wants it. He wants that to be his ending legacy of his life. You know, he spent his last final golden years as president. So he will do anything. He let 30 million white people be murdered. And then they still didn't give him presidency back. You know? And they told him, nah, it's not in the plan. You know, we're going to give it back to you in 4 years. But for now, we're going to do Biden for 4 years first. And then he was like, oh, man. Because after all, he's in his 70s. What if he croaked before then? You know, what if he would have croaked a year ago? Natural causes or something. You know, got some weird food poisoning. Some fancy restaurant served him some weird-ass fish from some special place, and it poisoned him and it died. You know, and it was even accidental, but he just accidentally killed him. You know, they didn't even mean to. It just accidentally had some blowfish in his fish, got cross-contaminated, and it wasn't prepped all the way yet. And, it got him, you know, on accident. Whoops. You know, he would have lived if he was in his 30s and super strong and healthy, but he was in his 70s and his body couldn't take it and it shut down and boom, he died, you know. So, you know, of course, his ego, he wanted to have both years, both terms back to back. You know he did. Even if the Jews told him, look, we're not going to let it happen that way. You're going to do 4, and then Biden's going to do 4, and then you're going to do 4 again. You know that made him so bummed out that he was going to have to officially, quote, lose or, according to the Trumpers, have the election stolen from him in 2020. You know that dude with his ego and his hubris that he wanted to be a 2-term president. And you know it irks the crap out of him that he didn't get to do it that way. But he has to obey the yitty diddlers just like everyone else. So they told him, yeah, it doesn't matter what you don't like or whatever. You have to wait 4 years. We're doing Biden after you, and that's that. And then after Biden, if everything looks good to put you back in, we'll put you back in. Honestly, I don't know why they did it. I don't know why they bothered with this risky stunt. It could have went sour on them, and he would have been exposed in front of all his Trumpers. But he probably, along with the Jays, they probably smiled and laughed and deduced when they told themselves that it was a risky stunt. They probably smiled and laughed and said, well, the Trump voters they'll totally ignore any obvious stuff that happens wrong anyway, and they'll still pretend or they'll still believe it was real, no matter how fake it looks. You know, it's like the moon landing. You know, you show people that a crinkly cardboard and paper mache thing that, like, it, you know, it's not a vessel that could be in like extreme vacuum scenarios and all these things. I mean, there's nowhere to pee or crap for a week. I mean, you just add it all up. Oh, we had bags and get out of here with all that, you know? There was literally, people who believe these super obviously hoax things, it's so hard to convince them of otherwise, you know what I mean? And that's why I don't really want to I'm not on like all the, if you've been on any of the conservative channels, you've noticed that you don't see me there trying to convince any of them that Trump, you know, really or that it was really a hoax, and that Trump's really just pulling the wool over all their eyes. I haven't been on any of the comment sections on Fox or anywhere telling them all that it's a hoax and whatever. And you would think that with all I preach about that, that I would be if I want to practice what I preach kind of thing. But in this particular scenario, you're never going to convince. This scenario is with the magnitude of it and the whole thing. You're never going to convince any Trump turd that it was a hoax. You're just not. Now, when I started this stream tonight, I was going to put in the description part, which I've never done yet, I was going to add a description and I was going to put, y'all come prove me wrong. Because I'm open to listening to whatever ridiculous point someone wants to bring up to try to prove that this obvious hoax was real. Because any point they bring up, I'm already not worried, because any point they bring up is immediately defeatable by something that was shown to us and presented to us as the real event. And so it doesn't matter what thing they pick, whether they pick trajectory or the scratches on the face or the blood, or it doesn't matter, because none of it works in their favor. Anything they were to pick about the entire stunt works in our favor and doesn't work in their favor. From the Secret Service's behavior to Trump's behavior to his ear facing the crowd once it was hit, but right before it was hit, it had to be facing the exact opposite way of the crowd for him to be able to slap the freaking packet on it. And then all of a sudden the ear turns around and now it's facing the crowd and the cameras the whole freaking time. And how he didn't put his hand on it the whole time to slow the leakage down, which you absolutely do by instinct. Whenever you are bleeding, you instinctively cover it with your hand. And you keep your hand there because in your mind, you're freaking out. Shit, I'm bleeding to death. I have to keep the hand over the hole in hopes that I'm holding the blood back. Nope. What did Trump do? Ooh, this is good photo. This is good photo op right here. Turns, make sure it's facing the camera the whole time. The Secret Service are instructed to squat below him, which would never be the case. They would have his head close to the floor and they'd all be piled on top of him. And it would have taken hours for them to say we're clear. They wouldn't have kept Trump there for hours, but they would have done it a different way, completely than the way they did. Completely different than the way they did it. They would have piled on top of him like he had been tackled on a football field, so that any bullet coming from any direction otherwise will hit one of them instead of him. And he would have had his hand over his hole in his head for one, but two, someone else would have also, if they saw that he didn't have his hand over the hole. Not only would they want a hand over it to try to prevent it from being exposed to the outside world, getting more dirty, bleeding, to slow the bleeding down. Of course, obviously, that would be the number one reason why they put their hand over his wound. But also, it's a security risk. Okay, it's a national security risk for a president's wound to be shown to the public, all the world to see, when they themselves haven't even got to start doctoring it yet, assessing it yet. They don't want the world to see anything like that unless they do want them to see it. Normally, in a real scenario, they would never let you see that wound. Not until, days later, after it had been fully vetted and Trump had every investigation thing. They would have had all the Secret Service the next day in a freaking padded room, locked up room with all them handcuffed to a table. And they would have put them through every rigorous test imaginable to try to figure out who's the rat, who's the mole, who's part of this coup. He would have done his famous, "You're fired," to the Secret Service freaking sharpshooter and spotter on the roof. Literally nothing Trump's famous for other than his WWE wrestling gag stunt. Nothing else about the stunt did Trump use his typical behavior. And the Secret Service didn't use their typical behavior. And the cops didn't use their typical behavior. And all the Trumpers believe that all of that totals and means that the cops and the government and everybody was in on it against him. The deep state. And And some of the Trumpers aren't saying the cops were in on it too. They're just saying because they're pro-cop, they're bootlickers, they're thin blue liners, they're back to blue until it happens to you. But they're not that. That's the problem. They're just back to blue, no matter what. And we're the ones saying, yeah, until it happens to you, till they show up at your house to take your guns because the Jews sent them to your house to take you to jail for no reason just because you're white and a dissident and have guns. Then all of a sudden, your good old boys in blue will just be driving you down to the jail, and then you'll never see a light of day again. And it's all thanks to the boys in blue that you're backing. They're just following orders. They're just obeying their superiors. They're Jewish superiors. They're anti-white Jewish superiors. Let's see what the chat says here. Unknown had continued, and he said, borders, DEIs, and DUI removed. Censoring subversives, including conservatards. Segregation. Nationalization of banks and institutions for ourselves. And heavily taxed and debted our enemies to be. Yeah. When we restore our country, I have mentioned this in other streams before, but someone, I forget who it was, I was listening to somebody on YouTube the other day, and they said basically the exact same thing almost that I had said a long time ago, which was that when we take our country back over, we are nullifying any debt the Jews claim we have to them. I don't care if they say that the government owes the Jews, $12 trillion or $35 trillion. I don't care. We're voiding and nullifying and voiding, waiving all of that. We're going to, just like they told white people that we were going, or they told all the non-whites that they were going to forgive all their loan debts, meaning that we're going to make white people pay for all your loans. Well, guess what? We're going to forgive our own country of all of the imaginary Jewish debt that we supposedly have once we take over our country. We're going to disregard and completely ignore and nullify official and documentation, so the Jews can't come along several generations later and be like, look, you owe us all this money. You never paid us three generations ago when you kicked us out of your country and blah, blah. Nope. We're going to have it wrote down in law that we have disavowed the Jews, removed them from our country, and we have nullified any and all imaginary claims of debt from our people to them in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, we're going to also, just like they supposedly did, Alex Jones, we're going to sue them for several $1,000 trillion. And that way, as ridiculous of a number as that is, they sued Alex Jones allegedly for trillions of dollars. Well, we're going to sue them for thousands of trillions of dollars. You know why? Because the Rothschild family alone, since the year 2003, as of like the year 2003, the Rothschild family was officially back then already worth over, this is the word over. Remember that word is in there in front of this number. Over $500 trillion. That is what the one family, the one Jewish Rothschild family is worth. Over $500 trillion. Now that was back in 2003. And actually, in 2003, when that documentary was circulating, showing all the finances and what the net worths were of the certain companies like the Warburgs and the Chase and some of the others. And it got to Rothschilds, which was the big headliner number of all the families, and it was over $500 trillion. That video was actually made in the 1980s. It was made in the 1980s, y'all. Back when $1 trillion was like not even fathomable in the 80s. Like $1 trillion, we didn't even talk in terms like that in the 80s. I mean, we did, but only the government did with like, and even in the government, if you listen in the 80s on news and you're watching like congressional sessions and hearings and stuff in the news from the 80s, you won't hear really anyone talk about trillions of dollars ever. Our country didn't even have $1 trillion debt back then, not even $1 trillion. And here we are, 30 plus trillion allegedly in debt to the Jews, which, by the way, white people could never pay off in like 10,000 years' time, right? So this is why all this imaginary, and it's all this 33 trillion is in interest, right? So the principal that we probably allegedly owe the Jews is like 2 trillion. And all the rest of this 33 trillion, from all the way down at the measly 2 trillion number, from there, from 2 trillion all the way to the 33 trillion, that's all interest. So imagine that. And I hadn't finished Unknown's statement. I actually stopped early. He said, heavily taxed and indebted ourselves to be our financial slaves, our enemies to be our financial slaves. And he continued on and said, we can be economically sufficient and dependent instead of this country being, and I think he means independent, instead of this country being an economic zone with cheap labor to increase price ranges and inflating our economy, and privatizing the banks so the U.S. could be financial slaves to the Jays for their interest. Exactly. You and I both hit that point at basically the same time there. You were probably typing that at the same time that I was speaking out the fact that all that money that we supposedly owe them is all just made up interest. You know, it's all usury. So we've got $31 trillion of debt, which is 100% usury interest that we owe them. And we probably only really used $2 trillion of principal money that we initially borrowed. And then from that 2 trillion, it's just expanded and expanded with all this. Oh, well, you want to get it at another trillion? It'll just raise your rate a little bit, whatever. Oh yeah, let's just do that. That way we don't have a lot cut right off the top. And then boom, they keep doing that and doing that. Now we have 33 trillion or 35 trillion or whatever it is trillion. And usually when the government tells you a number, whatever number that is, you can usually multiply it by 10 or by 100, and it's that much more. So like, I'm always telling people that we give Israel $38 billion a year, not 3.8. The reason why I tell people that is I'm dead serious. We don't give Israel $3.8 billion a year. We give, and this is separate from the fact that we give them 100% of our gold, and we give them 100% of our U.S. government's money that's going to be processed around and all that stuff. But just not even talking about that, we take money from white people's taxpayer money also and peel out a cool 38 billion, not 3.8 billion. That's peanuts. That would only give each Jew alive in America or in Israel, like, you know, a measly 50 or 500 bucks per Jew. No. We pay Jews a lot of money per Jew in Israel. We literally, by $38 billion, what that does is that gives every J alive over there like $30,000 a year to live on. So you basically pay for every J alive in Israel to survive, to have a yearly free income. $30,000 per J. It might be $22,000. It might be $38,000 per J. But it's somewhere roughly around 30. It breaks down to about 30,000 per J, or 3,000 per J, or 13,000 per J. It's some number in the thousands that they just get for free per J, because, and this is if you took the 38 billion and just divided it by all the J's that live in Israel. But, and then you got to remember that not only are we giving 10 times what the public is told, 38 billion, not 3.8 billion. Not only do we give $38 billion a year to Israel just for free, just here's some cash, here's some eating money, this is your lunch money. That's what we give them for lunch money. Then we give them all of our military technology. We give them the best jets, the highest tech everything goes to the Jews. And then the Jews have the audacity to accept all that for free from us and then start claiming that they created those technologies. Like when they collapsed that building down in Florida, they showed up. They were there 5 minutes after the building collapsed in Israeli uniforms, soldier uniforms, calling themselves the IDF. And they're like, yes, we are here to scan the building and talk to the press and explain why and how the building collapsed.
and control the entire narrative, essentially. That's basically what he was saying to the news without saying it. He was just saying, yeah, we're here to control the narrative after we collapse this building. And no one batted an eye. No Trumper was like, hey, what the F are these Israeli troops doing in Israeli soldier uniforms in our country, on our soil, in uniform, at a building that just collapsed, when buildings in America never collapse. You realize the only buildings that have ever collapsed in America, the Jews were right there involved. So you have the building down in Florida that collapsed. The Jews were right there. The Jewish military was there and giving all the presser interviews to all the press. Why wasn't it the local county sheriff? Why wasn't it the city mayor? You know, I forget what town it was down there. If it was, Miami, or if it was like West Palm or one of those places down there. One of those really nice, down in like South Florida, where it's like really nice down there and really expensive. And, there was an entire building, like 40 stories or 25 stories or whatever, 30 something stories. It just collapsed to the ground, 9/11 style. And who's there 10 minutes later walking around the building, pointing scanners at it and stuff? Talking about, oh, we're searching for bodies and blah, blah, blah. No, you're searching to make sure you killed the dude you wanted to kill that was staying in that hotel. And you collapsed the whole building and killed however many people were in the building that had to die in order for that person to get killed. That's how audacious and crazy and psycho they are. They will blow up an entire building to kill one person. And they don't care how many goyim die in the building as long as they killed that one person they were trying to kill. All the rest of you that die in the building, y'all just collateral damage. And they could care less about collateral damage. That's nothing to them. All that matters is they clear the building of any Jews. So they make sure there's no Jews in the building, which I guarantee you they make sure of that beforehand. And then, boom, they freaking pulled it, and they already had scheduled to place that guy there. Oh, come on down, stay at my luxury resort. You can stay for free the whole time you're here. They act like the guy they want to kill. They act like they're his buddy, Oh, we already got you a hotel at the nicest resort in that little town. We'll see you in the morning, I'll see you there. You just go check in. They're already waiting on you. We got you the best room in the resort. You're going to love it. Everything's great. We'll see you, or not tomorrow, but we'll see you in a couple days. Just go enjoy a day at the hotel, and we'll see you the next day. Guy got there, he got moved in, got settled in. He's being watched the whole time by the IDF in soldier uniforms in our country without our government saying jack shit about it, including Trump. And then, boom, they pull it and make the building collapse down. Who knows how many people they killed that were innocent bystanders in the building. And then they start walking around the building to make sure they killed whoever it was they wanted to kill. Talking about, oh, we're scanning the building to make sure we look for survivors, and we're going to explain how the building... They already had all the layout of the building on their computer and stuff, and they're showing the news, and it's like, hey, wait a minute. Why would you already have the blueprint of the construction of this building? How would you already have that 10 minutes after the building collapsed? And I don't want to hear any of this, Israeli intelligence garbage, because we give them all of their stuff. So that means that they already had it planned. They already had the blueprints of the building way in advance. And they came there and planted explosives in the building in advance. And then when the target person ended up staying there, that they wanted to stay there, that they probably told him and bought him the hotel room and said, this is a gift for you to stay while you're here with us, boom, killed him by dropping the building. Who knows who all else they killed. And then there they are, giving news pressers, And our people are just like, oh, this is totally normal, What if that had been an Arab army or a Chinese army? Oh, God forbid. Could you imagine what the conservatives, the Chi-Com worried about, Alex Jones watching, Trump conservatives? Imagine what they would have said if back when that building collapsed down there in South Florida, imagine if when that happened, there was a Chinese soldier in a Chinese military uniform giving the pressers to the news. Like, in other words, no mayor of Miami or whatever town that was, no commissioner, city commissioner, no sheriff there, no city police chief of that city, none of them. Just this, because that's what this is the scenario. There was none of them spoke. Only the Israeli troop leader spoke in his uniform, in his soldier uniform. So imagine reversing the roles, or not reversing them, but switching the role to a Chinese soldier in a Chinese uniform. Imagine what the conservatives would have said. The Alex Jones watchers, they'd have been like, oh my gosh, China's already on our soil and they're dropping buildings, y'all. But because it was the freaking yitty diddlers standing there in their yitty diddler uniform, the Trump conservatives, knowing that Trump's pro-Israel, they're like, oh, well, we got to stand with Israel because our guy's pro-Israel, you know, so we got to be pro-Israel because our guy is, you know. And so because their guy is pro-Israel, well, they got to be pro-Israel. That's why they have no problem with J.D. Vance. They think he's a great pick. And I like that he's a white man and he's blue eye. I really like that. And I, honest to God, did not expect Trump to do that. I honestly, this comes from the bottom of my heart, I expected Trump to pick a nog. I really did. I figured he was going to pick a freaking nigger. And I was hoping he wouldn't pick a female one because there wasn't really a big mic that was good enough for him to pick. So I figured he was going to pick one of the random, you know, MAGA hat wearing nogs. And I thank God, even though this J.D. Vance guy, I'm gonna revert y'all back to the McCarthy debacle when McCarthy was voted in as the new whatever House leader or whatever for the Republicans. I was in the chat, the comment section on Fox News's live stream, ridiculing and rebuking and reproofing all of the idiot conservative Trump tards in the comment in the chat. Because they were all cheering on Byron Donalds. I think that's his name, Byron Donalds, right? One of those token Republican nogs. They were cheering him on to become Speaker of the House. And I'm like, no, you cucked idiots. No, our holy Bible, your holy Bible that's in your house right now, your grandma's Bible that you love so much and cherish so much and swear that you live your whole life based on and love the God of that book, supposedly, told you, never have any stranger above your people. Put no stranger above you. That means don't put anyone who's not your race above your race's people, your people. You don't put a non-white above white people. Not Vivek. Not some nog. Not Thomas Sowell. Not Ben Carson. Not Byron Donalds or any other stupid nog going by white men's names. You don't even know what their real names are in their own kind's click noises. And you're cheering them on to rule over millions of white people? When we have millions of white men in this country who could flawlessly run our country way freaking better for white people than any nog ever will. We have millions of white men in our country who could run this country way better than Trumpstein or Biden or any of those kinds. Any white person who obeys the yids. I'm going to do something fun coming up soon. I can't tell y'all what it is because it'll ruin the situation, but I'm going to play a little game on the Trump conservatives. I wish I could tell you more about it, but you'll see what I'm doing as I start doing it. Some of you who are ultra-based, especially ones who are in the know about our super-duper pro-white people, when you realize what I'm up to, you're going to get a big kick out of it. And I've got to figure out a way, though, to woo all the conservatives into participating into it so that I can... I wish I could tell you more, but Anyway, it's basically Miss Loyal White Knight would understand what my stunt I'm gonna pull. If she was here and I explained a little more, she would totally know what I'm gonna be up to. But basically, I'm gonna figure out a way to get conservatives to agree with a statement at a time that I post. I can at least tell you that, right? So I'm gonna make these posts, and I don't know where I'm gonna post them yet. I haven't figured this all the way out, but it's an idea that popped in my mind, and I really want to do it. And I think it's going to be not super effective, but it may shine some light on some of these conservatives' own ideologies. Maybe it'll make them reflect a little bit. It probably won't, but it would be. And if even if it doesn't win over a single conservative to realizing that their idiocy, it'll be hilarious for us in the pro-white world who are watching it happen and aware of what I'm up to. But I'm going to post somewhere, either on Salty Cugger's channel. I haven't figured out how to do it. I don't know if I'm going to have to do it on Fox News channels, or I'm going to have to do it on someone else's pro-white channel, or if I'm going to have to do it myself on my own community posts or something and try to woo in conservatives to participating. But I'm basically going to post, a statement at a time and get conservatives to agree or disagree. And what's funny is each statement, the conservatives, I already know they're going to agree with each statement. They're going to agree with every statement, right? And what's funny is I actually don't agree with every single statement that I'm going to post. I'm going to post them one at a time, though. And that's what's going to make this whole gag hilarious, because the conservatives will have no idea based on that one statement that they agreed with. And then the next statement I post, agree or disagree. And then they agree with that one. And then eventually I post another statement and they agree with that one, right? Even though I don't agree with all the statements, I already know that conservatives are cucked. So they will agree with all the statements. And so there are 2 or 3 that I do not agree with. In fact, I think there are 4 total that I don't agree with of this collection of statements. But it's because I have a deeper and higher understanding than these statements, than the people who created these statements. But I'm going to post the statements one at a time, just one statement at a time, and get the conservatives, get as many conservatives as I can to participate and agree, because I know they will. So any conservative I get to agree to participate, I know that they will agree or say yes or whatever. They will agree with the statement. And so then I move on to the next statement, at a certain appointed time, and then get them. They'll all, of course, agree with that one too, and on and on and on until I have all the statements posted, and I have all the conservatives have, of course, obviously agreed with all the things, because they're all agreeable statements, and especially if you're cucked. And so, sorry, I saw something in the woods there. I had to pause for a second, get a closer look. After they agree with all of these statements, I will then reveal what the statements are as a collective. And the conservatives will really have to reflect then, like, oh my gosh, it'll be pretty interesting when I finally do it. And especially if I pull it off in a proper place with a lot of conservatives, I wish I'd come up with an even more clever way to do it. Like, I almost would like to do it in person, like live at like a Trump rally, like go up to different Trump supporters at a Trump rally and read each one of the statements off to them and get them to agree or disagree. And of course, every one of the statements, they will agree with it. And then at the end of it all, reveal to them what the collection of statements are, and then see their reaction, and then just go from Trumper to Trumper to Trumper and do that, I think that would be a heck of a hoot, and we'd get a big kick out of it. And I can't tell you more than that, but if you have a 3-digit IQ and can put 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together, then you should be able to figure out what the statements are. And funny enough, they're all agreeable for most people, but I have a higher level of understanding than those people did who wrote the statements. So I know that 3 or 4 of those statements are not necessary to agree with. But the typical conservative absolutely will agree with every statement, no questions asked. It's a guarantee shoe-in in the bag, Let's see here. Okay, So I'm at Camo here. I'm down to the last two statements so far in the chat. Camo said, and the story was, quote, water damage to the foundation that caused that high rise to collapse. Aha, that's what it was. Yeah, I knew they had some excuse they had come up with. I do remember now that you've mentioned it, that was, the excuse. But meanwhile, we have never, ever had, we have skyscrapers all over the United States, all over marsh wetlands. In fact, New York, the entire city of New York is built on a swamp. The whole entire New York City, all of Manhattan, the whole New York City, it was all one gigantic swamp. The Indians thought we were nuts when we offered them $24 for it. They were like, they didn't even have any concept of land ownership or buying and selling land. So they're like, what are you trying to give us this handful of items for as far as you can see of all this swampy marsh? Okay. And basically, white people were just being like, look, we know you don't own land and sell land and things like that, but we're trying to give you this gift of money and goods so that you agree to just piss off and not be in this area. So while we drain the water out of the area and harden the mud and freaking pack dirt over it and start building a city here, that you won't come over here and be pissed off and being like, hey, why are you, we like to fish right here. And so that's basically what we did, is we gave them money to piss off out of that area and not be attacking us and warring with us and whatever. We were like, look, we're giving you things. We want to be friendly, but we need this marshy area that you're never going to do anything with. We're going to take this marshy area and turn it into something incredible and huge, and we're going to build a city. And of course, the Indians, they didn't know what the hell we were talking about. They're just looking at each other like, because all they care about is chasing deer. So, the point of me saying that was, we've built an entire mega city on more than one swamp. And where that building collapsed, there are skyscrapers all around it, everywhere. There are literally, if you were to, for any folks who have never been to Florida, for any of you who ever listen in have not been to Florida. By the way, I heard a supposed pro-white person, I think it was Rat Boy on Fleckus or somebody, said they didn't disavow, but they basically insulted anyone who says the word folks. All right, so whatever based white person that was, Richard or whoever, put your cuckery away. Okay, folks is a white people word. We've been using the word folks for longer than you will ever live. Complete total, from birth to death. We were using the word folks long before you were ever thought of, and we will continue using the word folks long after you're gone. So save your cuckery for someone else. All right, that statement was not necessary. And if it wasn't Rat Boy, I apologize to you, sir, if it wasn't. But I think it was him that said it, which is why I went ahead and mentioned his name. Whoever it was that denounced the word folks, or basically insulted people who use the word folks, you are cucked still. And you need to snap out of your stupidity, because folks is our word. Literally, we have a car company named the Volkswagen. So, shame on whichever cucked white person pretending to be pro-white person that said that. But I hope they correct themselves someday and accept that word. But anyway, going back to using that word, we were talking about the collapse of the building thing. So, I don't know how many of you folks have been to Florida, but if you ever visit Florida, you will notice that, especially if you go, I guess you wouldn't notice if you went just anywhere in Florida, but if you went to a beach, if you went to the coastline, anywhere, I don't care where you go in Florida, if you're on a coast, if you're on a beach, if there's a beach there will be, as far as the eye can see, all the way down till the end of Florida, to the bottom of the state, there will be high rise after high rise after high rise after high rise. Literally, skyscraper after skyscraper, all side by side, inches apart, all the way down the entire state, from the top of it to the very bottom of that dude. And then, if you went across the bottom, you'd see a few all the way across the bottom probably. And then when you get to the other side and start going up the other side, you'd see nothing but skyscrapers all the way up the other side. And then when you curved west and kept following its panhandle all the way, parallel with I-10 or whatever's up there running through there. Yeah, that is what it is up there. I've been on that road. As you ride the Panhandle coast all the way, I've never done it, but I guarantee you, if you drove the whole west coast all the way back up and then went west all the way across the Panhandle on the coast, there would be high rise after high rise after high rise, with only a rare exception here and there, little blips of the state where there may not be anything here and there, like big private properties on the beach or whatever. But in between all those places, there will be thousands of high rises. And there has never been a high rise, free fall, collapse, anywhere. I'm not aware of any building ever collapsing in Florida except that building. I mean, can anybody name another building that ever collapsed suddenly in the state of Florida? I cannot name one. I guarantee you nobody else can either. If anyone lives in Florida, in the chat, can any of you say somewhere in Florida where a building has collapsed ever in the state of Florida, regardless of what its excuse was, water damage or a sinkhole? That would be the only thing, would be a sinkhole, because I guess sinkholes are a thing in Florida. But there's never been a high-rise collapse, free fall in its footprint, like 9/11 style, because of a sinkhole. I mean, yes, a small house was swallowed up by one. I remember reading about that. God bless the poor fellow that died in that. He was in his bed asleep, and it just swallowed him. The whole house, it swallowed it whole. And he was buried so deep in debris, I heard that the law didn't even bother digging for him. Bless his heart, he may have been trapped in a whole room with an air pocket. And since they didn't go digging for him, they just deduced, oh, he's clearly dead, so there's no point in trying. Can you imagine that? Dude probably paid taxes all his life. Since he was 16 years old, dude been paying taxes, probably born and lived in that town, probably grew up in it, been there his whole life paying taxes. The one time he needs his government to try like hell to save him, and they're like, oh, they just shrug their shoulders. They look down in the hole and they're like, well, that's got to be 50 feet down. If that was a president or a senator or some big shot in that hole, we'd already have 5 excavators on the way right now that can easily reach down 50 feet in a hole because they're so huge. We already have cranes on the way. We'd already have a crew here. But it's just some commoner that's been paying his tax all his life. Oh, well, we're just going to have to consider him buried and dead. Think about when snow skiers disappear into a freaking thing of snow. Sometimes they can fall 30, 40 feet into snow. Imagine snow being 30 or 40 feet. On certain cliffs of a mountain, you can actually fall into snow that's that deep and not know how to get out of it and not be able to breathe. And man, they send in the helicopter and the freaking paramedics and the freaking ski lifeguards. And all these pedestrian or fellow skiers, man, they'll all be up there digging and digging and digging and digging and digging. And you ain't got but a couple minutes. You're going to suffocate in practically no time. But it's all in, man. Everybody's in there digging, digging, digging. Helicopter, freaking lifeline, freaking ready to airlift him to the hospital. The whole thing. It's an all-in operation. But this poor fella down in Florida, not to be off topic, but that poor fella down in Florida, if I remember the story correctly, and if the story was as it's presented, and I remember it the right way, they just shrugged their shoulders and didn't even try to save that man. They looked down in the hole and didn't see any part of the house and just said, we don't even see any of the house. Well, fools, that means the house might be intact. Some of the house, the room he was in, could have been buried just 20 feet down in some dirt. They might have only dug 20 feet and hit the roof of the house. And they're like, oh, there's the house right there. And then dug another few feet through the roof of the house. And the guy be like, oh, God, I was burning up in here and I was almost out of air. Thank God you thank God you saved me. Instead, they just shrugged their shoulders and shook their heads and was like, oh, that's a lost cause. I mean, we've drilled 30,000 feet into the earth out in the middle of the ocean for oil, and we won't dig 20 feet to see if we can save this dude. God bless that dude, man. I'm sorry about it, but I'm sorry what happened to you, homie. That was horrible. But the bottom line is, that was a little house and a sinkhole, a big old sinkhole opened up, swallowed that little house. Okay? That's the magnitude, that's the extent of the type of collapse of buildings that has ever happened in Florida. There is no such thing as a high-rise collapsing in Florida. No such thing as that. We've had, keep in mind, y'all, the state of Florida, all these high-rises that surround or that encircle the edges, the outer edges of that state, have been there since the 50s. All right, since the 1940s and 30s and 50s. Even though I said that completely out of sync or out of arrangement. Since like the 20s, I would say, white people have been building high rises on the coast of Florida all the way around it, right? And over the years, some of those buildings might have got torn back down and rebuilt and whatever, because they maybe in the 20s, they weren't as tall as they wanted to make them later on or something like that. So the bottom line is, most of those high rises that are in Florida now are like 50 plus years old. Some of those high rises are 60 plus years old. And you would think, oh, well, that actually supports the Jay's story of them being older now, and that would explain why it collapsed. No, because buildings that are 60 years old, that's nothing for a high rise. There are high rises that are 130 years old in New York and Chicago and all these other places, and they're still being used every day. And there's no need in decommissioning them anytime soon. So these high rises, they're made of steel, all the same stuff. We're in a wonderful environment because Florida is very gentle on buildings. And you may laugh at that idea saying, ha, what about hurricanes? But you've never heard of any high rise being knocked over from a hurricane. Hurricanes don't damage them. The only thing that, well, it doesn't collapse them. It doesn't knock them over. All it does is bust their windows and stuff, you know, screws up everything on people's porch that was facing the wind or whatever. But the buildings don't bend over sideways like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. They don't break and fall over. They don't collapse. There's no such thing as that. That state is covered in high rises all the way around the edges of that state, and never, ever a building collapsed. Not one ever. But all the pro-Israel, pro-Trump turds for, oh, well, you know, we got to stand with Israel, so it can't be, it's got to be some weird coincidence that their military is there 5 minutes after the freaking building collapses, you know? And that it just so happens they already have the blueprints of the building, so they got it in their 3D print scanning software, and they can go around and look at the rubble and, okay, right here used to be a bathroom, you know, because we can see in the blueprints, you know? Why do they have the blueprints already? But the Trumpers don't want to ask any of those questions because, God forbid, they're called the scary anti-Semitic word or the scary R word. So let me see what the chat says. Sorry, unknown. I see you've put some stuff here, and Camo has, and I haven't caught up. Let me get rolling here. Oh, no, I did read Camo's, but Unknown has been saying stuff. He said, conservatards are worse than libtards in every sense of the word. Look at what they are doing. Cheering a nog who's supposedly the head of the Republican Party. You've said the Republican Party is a nature on their prone degeneracy to cuck to non-whites. But conservatards and wignats would talk pro-white and then sleep non-white. Or they completely cucked to non-whites secretly and with their pro-white talk. And what he means is, and I know what he's getting at here is, and their pro-white talk was a ploy to fool the dumbest of our folks. Well, I wouldn't say that being them pretending to be pro-white would fool the dumbest of the dumbest, because the dumbest of their folks wouldn't be, the dumbest of our folks are the ones who are not pro-white. And so they're never going to be pro-white. As conservatards, they're not going to be pro-white. That's a major no-no. And you can't be pro-white and be cucking to blacks. So really, it's just, if you just omit the one part in your mind about them pretending they're pro-white, because they're not secretly, they're not secretly, I know what you were saying at first, is you were talking about supposed pro-white people, and you put who date non-white, and then you finished with, or they completely cucked to the non-whites secretly, even despite their pro-white talk. But if a person was pretending to be pro-white, they could only be trying to attract an audience of pro-white people. And we are certainly not the dumbest of the dumbest. So that's who they'd be trying to fool, would be us. And we're not the dumbest of the dumbest. They'd be actually trying to fool the brightest of the brightest. And you know, the thing is, we have no way to know the private life, truly, of any of these supposed pro-white groups, right? So, or pro-white people, myself included. Like, y'all have no idea about me. For all you know, I'm banging some little freaking third worlder, you know, or whatever. Even though I tell y'all we never are supposed to, and I don't, and y'all shouldn't, and whatever. For all you know, I am anyway, right? But the bottom line is that they will show in their actions. And that's how we discover that they're not truly pro-white yet, is if they're still cucking to non-whites. Like, look at Elijah. Elijah has non-whites on his show every other show, you know? So that lets us know he is not fully pro-white yet. Yeah, he had Jesse Lee Peterson on, and he played the little chirp for the freaking smoke alarm detector chirp because he had a black on. And of all people, he probably shouldn't have done that too. Should have been Jesse Lee Peterson, but he went for it anyway, which I thought was kind of funny. I thought it was a little out of place. I mean, of all blacks you're going to fuck with, I mean, I've already talked crap about Jesse Lee Peterson before when he posted a black Jesus on in one of the thumbnails of one of his videos. That made me very upset because, you know, he's grifting lots of white people, and then he allows this imagery to go up on the screen on his video, you know, of black Jesus, all under the guise that he's debunking it. But still, you can't put imagery in our people's eyes and face. That's what the Jews do. The Jews put black guys with blonde women every day in every TV show because they want their eyes to see that over and over and over again. So here goes Jesse participating in the black Jesus garbage, you know. So I made a video denouncing him and was very upset with him. But fast forward a couple of years later, Jesse's been, you know, still being pro-white allegedly and grifting white people and all this stuff. And Elijah has him on the show and puts the chirp sound out. And I'm like, oh man, come on. Out of all these worthless nogs you have on your show, you finally bring the only nog who says Happy White History Month and is kind of pro-white, openly outspoken pro-white, openly speaks against the blacks, which he's safe to do so because he's black. But you know, you pick the one black that like is actually trying to advocate for our stuff sometimes, our actual pro-white position sometimes. I just thought that was kind of stupid. But I don't necessarily think it was stupid because I want us to try to keep and win over Jesse Lee Peterson and keep him on our side or any of that kind of conservative crap. I just thought it was kind of rude That's all. I thought it was a rude, not polite gesture. It wasn't cordial of him to do that because this nog is like pro-white, and you're going to have this pro-white nog on and then make fun of the standard nog thing as though reminding him that he's still a nog included with all the stupid nogs that we need to get out of the country. In a way, it was based as heck, but it was just an uncalled for thing. I think it was uncalled for. If he was going to play that chirp sound, he should have played it with every single other black, and he should have only played it with those other blacks. He should have played it with every other single black that he ever had on the show. And I think he did play it with one or two of them. But out of the 4 or 5 or whatever he's had on the show, he hasn't done it with all of them. I guarantee you, if Candace Owens, if he has her as a guest on his show, all the conservatives will be over there cheering him on, and he won't do the chirp. You know? He won't do it when it's her, I'll bet. But for Jesse Lee Peterson, who's 100% pro-white, openly outspoken pro-white, allegedly, you know, the only black really, other than maybe perhaps Tommy, what's his name, Tommy Sotomayor, and you know, and there's like one based black, I don't want to say he's based, you know, he's base blacks, but there's this one black pastor that's like kind of pro-white, or at least admits that white people know what we're doing and blacks don't, kind of thing, whatever, when it comes to running a government and running a country. And that would be the anti-Obama president. I forget his last name. But he's still a pro-black pastor. He still thinks the blacks are the Hebrew Israelites and all this stuff. But at least he admits that he was like, black folk, you know we can't run no nation. We can't run no nation. We can't run our own neighborhood. We can't run a business. You think we can run a nation? And you know, so he was anti-Obama because of the white people cucking Obama and or cucking to Obama when he was in office. And you know, this guy was like, man, get that long-legged pimp daddy out of there. He's got a great video. I need to repost it one day on my channel where he's talking about how Obama was a homosexual and all this stuff. And he has like this, somebody made a compilation of actually, no, it was all one interview he was doing on the news. It was one straight interview. Or not a, no, I'm messing it all up. It wasn't an interview on the news, but it was him doing this like 7-minute rant about Obama, just a video he posted from his church to YouTube, where he's just ranting about Obama for like 7 minutes straight or something. It may not be that many minutes, but it's like for a handful of minutes straight, he just rails on Obama being a homosexual. And it's called, one of you in the chat might know what the title is called, because he keeps saying it over and over again in the thing. But he's talking about how he's got butt AIDS and he's got, something in the butthole. He keeps saying the butthole, right? And it's funny how he says it and everything, you know. So that's what makes it so funny. But y'all got to see it. It's, oh man, I wish I could look it up right now. Maybe I'll go inside in a little bit and I'll look it up on my other device and tell y'all what the title is. But if you put in anti-Obama pastor butthole, if you just put all that in the title or in a search, it will bring up like a 3 or 4 or 5 or something minute video where it's just this one black guy by himself with like a kind of a CGI screen behind him or a backdrop behind him. And he's just looking at the camera, talking and he's sitting at a desk, just talking straight into the camera. And if you find that and it says something about the butthole, that's the butthole compilation or the butthole interview or whatever it's going to say. It'll say something about the butthole. And you got to watch it. It's so funny. I need to repost it on my channel just for the heck of it. I'm just going to post it like it's my own video. It doesn't really belong to anybody but his church, so I don't even give a crap. I'm just going to steal it and put it on my channel so everybody can watch it. It's so funny. He's talking about like, oh, you're going to get AIDS in your butthole. And then you just got to hear it. It's so awesome. It's hilarious. Let me get back in the chat here. I know I got a ways to catch up here. Let's see here. Unknown said, it was a ploy to fool. Oh, no. Moving on. He said, Malcolm X was saying something about metaphorically comparing white liberals are like foxes and white conservatives are wolves. But to put that in white context and switch it around, and you get two sides of backstabbing idiots. I don't like Malcolm X, but his quote on that can be implemented into a white context and switch it around. Like white liberals are wolves and white conservatives are foxes behaviorally in being. Two sides of the same coin. Correct. I mean, yes, that is what's going on. And the thing is, you know, Malcolm X was still grifting Whitey. Notice his whole thing was still to blame white people. Notice Malcolm X never said, hey, it's us black people. We need to get our shit together. We need to get our butts back to Africa and quit blaming the white man and quit drooling at the white women. And we need to go back to Africa and do our damn thing. No, instead it was white this, white that, white liberals, white liberals. But he kept getting to blame white people. It's not good enough to get blacks to blame white liberals. We need blacks to not blame any white people for anything. And as long as and that's the problem with trying to win blacks over to the conservative side. The conservatives are always trying to win blacks over by blaming other white people. But all a non-white sees in that, all a black sees in that is all I see is one white person trying to get me to not like another white person. But I don't like none of y'all white motherfuckers. That's what the blacks thinking. Remember what Chris Rock told you a long time ago? I'm pretty sure it was Chris Rock. He said, oh, you know Willie at your office? Old black Willie that works at your office you work at? Yeah, Willie hates your guts. Willie hates your white guts. You be talking about him at the cooler like, oh, Willie, he's so nice. Yeah, Willie hates your white guts. And he's telling the truth. That's why blacks laughed so heavy-heartedly when he told that joke. You know, black comedy is so powerful and potent and seemingly hilarious to white people because what they're doing is just telling the truth about blacks out loud. They're saying everything that white people see with their own eyes about blacks and what blacks see with their own eyes that they do themselves. They see themselves doing it all the time. And so when you see blacks making jokes about blacks robbing the old lady or sweating white women everywhere they go, all the blacks in the room just hoot and holler and laugh their ass off. It's the funniest thing in the world to them. Why? Because it's totally true. If it didn't apply to them, the blacks would all be looking at each other like, what? That don't even match our characteristics. What's that guy talking about? You know, and it wouldn't be funny. It would be confusing to them. But instead, every black in the room understands all the same things every other black does. They all know the anti-white grift. They all know that they all hate whitey. So every joke about them being criminals or being, coming up against whitey, which just means they stole something from whitey or they robbed a whitey and got something from him, or they raped a white girl and got laid that way or whatever. That's all coming up, they call it, or a come up, they call it. And anytime they joke about any of that kind of stuff or being criminals or being, untrustworthy or being liars or being crooks in some other way, every single joke is true about them. And so every single black immediately roars with laughter because it's all true. Remember, comedy isn't funny if it's not true. That's what makes comedy funny. Don't get me wrong. There is a certain kind of comedy which doesn't really have to tell truths, to be comedy. I could think of some examples, but there is a type of like slapstick comedy that some comedians can do where they don't have to tell truths, hard truths about a people in a funny way in order to do comedy. I'm trying to think of an example, but Dimitri Martin. He was probably a Jew. He had a giant honk and schnoz on him, and he looked like a J, 100%. But he was a genuinely funny comedian. I don't know if he's still around, if he still exists, but he had his heyday in like 2005, I think it was his big year. 2004, 2005, something like that was his big year of being introduced to the world, and he got a TV show and all this stuff supposedly. So I watched a couple of his things back then. I was still into watching comedians and stuff back then in early 2000s. So I watched his stand-up things, right? And I even watched one of his TV shows. He had they gave him like several episodes, and then I guess they canceled them afterward or something, but they gave him like one season or a mini season or something of episodes of his own show because this guy had so much stuff he had made up out of his own mind, so many millions of jokes this dude had come up with all his own, that he was just overloaded with jokes, and somebody needed to give him his own TV show just so he could get all his jokes out in the world. And so, he would do jokes like, he would say something like, I need to use my electronic thing, but I can't because my batteries died in my hands last night. And he'll be like, and before he told that story, he started it by saying, don't you think it's weird that batteries are one of the only things that they don't stop working, they don't quit, they die. They're so dramatic, they have to die. It's like, oh, why aren't you using your electronic thing? You're like, I can't because my batteries died in my arms last night. That's that's still a truth, but it's not a heavy truth. It's just a funny observation truth, and so that kind of slapstick comedy exists. But black comedy is not that way. Black comedy is about blacks. That's what blacks like to laugh about. They like to see another black point out all of their stereotypes. Now remember, we're not allowed as white people. We're told that if we stereotype blacks, if we point anything out about blacks, fried chicken, watermelon, crime, whatever it is, drooling over white women, that we're evil, racist, bigot whiteys for doing so. But the entire premise of black comedy, the whole existence of black comedy, the entire success or power or anything to do with black comedy at all, the only reason that any black comedian has ever become a famous household name and made millions of dollars or any of that stuff. Richard Pryor, Cedric the Entertainer, Chris Rock, whatever other ones, they all made their millions off of admitting truth to the blacks, back to them in their own faces. And the blacks know it's all true, so they laugh hysterically at it. And it's acceptable because it's a black telling them. A white guy couldn't have got up there and told them all that stuff about themselves. He would have been an evil, racist bigot who needs to lose his job and be killed in prison by the prison inmates and the whole thing for being this evil, racist, bigot Nazi. But if you're a black and you tell all those things to blacks, you're the greatest black comedian of the year, of the century, or of the decade. Camo said, yep, Jeff Bush. His body was never found. Oh, was that his name, Jeff Bush? The poor fella. God bless him, man. I felt so horrible when I heard that the authorities weren't going to even look for him. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? That guy probably lived there 50-something years, paid taxes 40-something years of his life. Man's asleep in his own bed, minding his own business. Y'all ain't going to even dig 5 feet and just perhaps, maybe the dude's near the top. And, sometimes, as far as we know, but we are mortals and we don't really truly know, as far as we know, the mantra is bad things happen to good people sometimes. And maybe that's true. Maybe he was a good guy, but perhaps he had it coming. Like God put crosshairs on him a long time ago for something he did, and since he didn't have children, see, that's the thing about childless people. Childless people, God has to basically smite those people directly. So in other words, God usually smites your seed. He smites your children. And he'll punish you as well. But he doesn't let your seed get away. He usually, if you offend God great enough, you have a 50-50 shot of whether you're going to take some of the brunt of that. Some people had to take terrible punishments, directly themselves for offending God so greatly. But some people... Excuse me, I got some air built up in me. I'm trying to silently get it out while I'm in the middle of talking. But some of those people, be out the door here. Well, crud. I forgot where I was. I was looking at the chat too, and then I lost what I was talking about. But anyway, let's get back to the chat because I don't remember what I was just in the middle of saying. I gotta stop reading the chat while I'm in the middle of saying something. Because it made me totally lose my train of thought. Camo said 5 others escaped before the home sank, or escaped the home before it sank. Wow. Yeah, see, I didn't know all that. I thought it was him. Of course, I'm wrong, so it doesn't matter what I thought. But what I had thought I had remembered was that it was him and his brother in the house, and that his brother, I guess, didn't fall into the house with the house. I don't know how he would have been in the house and not fell into a hole with it, but somehow he got out, and then the guy died. But apparently that was wrong, and there was a whole family in there that got out. So that's wild. I mean, but the thing is, I was talking about how God may have had it coming for him, right? So let's say that dude did have kids. Well, the explanation would be different. Maybe he has to be punished because of something that his great-grandpa did that offended God, right? But, I mean, think about how divine of a thing that is, sort of. You know what I mean? Like, you're at home. The safest place you're supposed to be able to be. Even in your own bed in your room. I mean, short of someone kicking in the door of your house and invading your house like a real home invasion with armed burglars who plan on killing whoever they find in the house, unless it's something like that, I mean, being in your bed in your own house is basically the safest place you could imagine being for the most part. You're not out in traffic where you could get killed in a wreck. You're not out in public where some nog could end up attacking you. I mean, you're in your house, in your bedroom, in your bed. And yet, God's judgment came, And so, I mean, it's hard to say, but, I know you folks have read and heard about this before, where our ancestors before us long ago, like especially in biblical times, and you'll read it in the Bible, you'll read in our Bibles where one of our godly people, one of our Israelites, sees someone else, another Israelite, who is damaged in some way. They have leprosy, or they're inflicted by some other ailment, or they're damaged really badly in some way. You will read where in those situations in our Holy Scriptures where I'm talking about it all, you will read where they say whatever the person's problem is, and then they'll follow it with something along the lines of, what did this person commit sin-wise? What sin did this person commit to cause God to put this infliction on them? And when people would approach Christ, they figured they were blind or deaf or mute or crippled because they had sinned. And all the other Israelites there assumed that also. So all the other Israelites of our people standing around, looking at the crippled guy, looking at the blind person, looking at the deaf person, looking at the mute person, all the Israelites standing around, even if they had an ailment themselves, maybe it wasn't as bad as one of those, because those are extreme bad ones where you cannot see or cannot speak or cannot hear, or cannot walk. Those are horrible. Those are way worse than any of the things beyond those 4. There isn't much beyond those 4. Those are like the 4 boss level ones, and your sexual organs being there and working and everything. So those are like the top 5 boss levels. And there's really nothing above those things. You really need all 5 of those things rocking along, or your life is miserable. If you are missing even one of those, you're in terrible shape. And so our people, some of them would only have like a pain in their wrist, You know, so they're standing around waiting to ask Christ, you know, hey, can you heal my discomfort in my wrist, you know? But, you know, their ailments were much less severe than being blind or deaf or mute or crippled. And so all those other Israelites who just had minor infirmities, looking at these other people who had much worse ailments, they automatically would deduce, they would assume that that person had committed some kind of terrible sin. Or, knowing how our God works, they may have been curious if their father had sinned, you know? And so them being the seed, they would be afflicted by the problem, either more so or the same as the offender, which would have been their father or grandfather who had originally offended God and set off that whole curse. So, you know, it could well be that that guy that I'm feeling all bad for and everything actually offended God so bad that that crazy divine thing had to happen. I mean, because getting back to where he was, I mean, he wasn't out in public. He wasn't in traffic. He wasn't anywhere where, you know, he wasn't even out driving across a bridge where a bridge could collapse by getting hit by a fucking barge driven by a DEI hire. A DIE hire, sorry. He's at home in his own bed. I mean, you can't get any more mind your own business than that. You're in your home, in your room of your home, and in your bed of your room of your home. You can't get any more minding your own business than that. That is all the way max mind my own business. And yet still, he wasn't safe. He wasn't safe from God's wrath. And so, you know, our ancestors in the past, in biblical times, if that had happened to him back in biblical times, and if it had been documented by our holy scriptures that that happened to him back then, our biblical men back then, and you would read in our holy Bible, in our scriptures, that our biblical men back then would have deduced that that dude offended God in some crazy way, that offended God so much that God decided to smite him like he did Uzzah. You know? So, I mean, maybe I'm feeling bad for the guy for no reason. Maybe he was a villain that needed to get swallowed up. You know? Might have been a kitty diddler. He might have done some white person super foul that God loved very much and favored very much. He might have offended a Seventh-day Adventist. He could have done something foul to someone who belongs to the Church of Israel, Missouri. Because I promise you, if you offend one of God's Seventh-day Adventists, or you offend one of God's pro-white Sabbath keepers like ourselves, God will bring a curse down upon you. And that's something I haven't discussed with y'all, and I probably should. I did speak about it in a video, an actual video. It wasn't a live stream. It was a video, and I'm pretty sure I spoke about it in that particular video I'm thinking of, and it was titled 2 hours. I think it says 2 or 3 hours of ASMR. It says that as the title. I forget ASMR of what, pro-white ASMR or something like that. And it was basically just me ranting nonstop for like 2 hours. And about conservatives. It was 2 hours of ASMR about conservatives. That's what I put. That's the title of the video. And in that video, somewhere in that couple hours, 3 hours, whatever it was, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that Gosh, I gotta quit reading this chat when I do that. I totally hose myself when I do that. We were talking about the guy that got swallowed up. Oh, the cursing thing. Yes. Whew, that's not in the chat either. I'm glad I was able to finally get that synapse to refire. Okay, so I haven't had a chat with y'all about this before, but this is something that y'all should be aware of, because if you are a true Sabbath keeper, if you're honest to God, have given your heart again to the Lord with the understanding of Sabbath and with the understanding of our identity as God's Adamites, God's Israelite people, then you need to know this thing. I have mentioned it before in streams even, but I think I mentioned it in that video back then, this specific thing about the blessings. When you are one of God's favored children, okay? First of all, you only achieve that status by keeping his Sabbath and by knowing our white identity. And there's two levels of the blessings. There's two levels of protection. You have the Seventh-day Adventists who have one level of protection, and they have an elevated level of protection above all the Sunday church-keeping people. All of our white people that keep Sunday do not have the level of protection and love from God and blessings from God. And that you might think, oh, that's crazy. I know plenty of Baptists that are millionaires, and I know plenty of SDA people that are broke as a joke or whatever. But we're not talking about money here for blessings. We're talking about God protecting them in ways that you'll never know and that they'll never even know about. Saving them from falling pianos or ice that fell off a DC-9 flying overhead and it crashes to the ground just feet from them, but God steered it away from them with the wind, so it wouldn't land on them and kill them. Whatever. They have a level of protection higher than all of our Sunday-keeping, God-loving, Jesus Christ-loving, down-home, country, good old white people. The Seventh-day Adventist white people have a greater protection and a greater level of blessings from God. And they will be called great in heaven. And all of the Sunday keeping church worshipers who love Christ and love God, but somehow just decided to ignore his fourth commandment all the way to their death, God will spare them. Okay? Jesus Christ will advocate for them, even though they didn't keep God's Sabbath. Don't trick yourself into thinking, oh, well, then I'm good then. I can just keep Sunday with my family and then I don't have to go through all this drama with them and forget about the Sabbath idea altogether. No. I don't recommend that at all. And the reason why is because, Jesus Christ warned the Christians that if they're lukewarm, that he's going to spit them out of his mouth and say that I never knew you. Okay? So you don't want to put yourself anywhere near the vicinity, even in the remotely close to the proximity of those people. And those people are going to be the ones who are Sunday church worshiping, Jew believing, Jew bowing to, Jew obeying Christians. Now, basically, that's me saying both things then. I've already told you he's going to save them, and now I'm telling you he's not going to save them. But what I mean by that is it's a mishmash. Some of them are going to be saved. Some of them are not. And you don't want to be in a mixed bag with people that either will or won't be saved, perhaps. And keep in mind, now that you know about Sabbath, if you purposely defy God's Sabbath to just go along and get along with your family and not obey God's fourth commandment after you've already understood and had the truth explained to you, and you started keeping Sabbath because you deduced that, yeah, this is factual, this is what the Bible says, this is what all godly men, including Jesus Christ, that I'm supposed to follow and mimic and copy did, and honored and followed, and revolve their life around every week. So yes, that's what I'm going to do. And then if you go from that to disregarding it and go back to keeping Sunday just to appease, other mortals who are in your life, or just to appease your own self, then what that would be at that point is iniquity. And at that point, you're in bad shape. Because once you've learned the truth about Sabbath and then you walk away from Sabbath, now you're putting yourself in a very, very dangerous red zone. I would say even far worse than any of those Sunday worshiping church cucks who have never kept Sabbath. To know about Sabbath, admit that Sabbath is the truth, and start keeping it, and then to stop keeping it and purposely go back to Sunday, that's iniquity. So that would be super bad. I hope none of you ever do it. So, but my point of saying all this was that the level of blessings and protection from God come from obedience. He says so himself all throughout our Holy Bible, from the beginning of the Holy Bible all the way to the end. The key word is obey, 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 obey. Obey the fourth commandment. Not give your opinion, not pick a different day. He details in the fourth commandment that the seventh day, and we know what the seventh day is. The seventh day is holy. And, you know, people have said before, they've tried to argue, well, who knows what day of the week we're really in, you know? No, nice try, but because of merchantism, the day of the week has never been missed. Never. Since the beginning of time, the day of the week has never been missed. And when the Gregorian calendar, you hear about the cucks that are like, yeah, but Gregory changed the calendar, blah, blah. No, he changed the dates, meaning numbers. He took the day from being the 3rd to being officially the 10th or whatever. But he did not change the days of the week. He didn't say, okay, today is officially Wednesday now, not Tuesday or not Monday. Today I declare is officially Wednesday now. No, the day of the week stayed exactly the same. If he did it on a Monday, it was Monday that whole day, and the next day was still Tuesday, and on and on. And the day of the week was never changed or missed, by the way. Never missed either. And that's because of worldwide merchanting and commerce, I should say. Excuse me. Whew. Worldwide commerce. We had worldwide commerce. It wasn't worldwide, but it was you know, across the world we had commerce happening. And merchants traveling, you know, down Silk Road and these different places, trading. And so the day of the week was always kept. And what's crazy is our heavens above us maintain the 7-day weekly cycle for us as well, and the monthly cycle. And you know, here we have to make little adjustments to try to keep everything working, following it perfect. But it's because, well, it doesn't matter what it's because of, so we'll not even get off on that topic. But the bottom line is, our job is to obey. Key word, obey, 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 obey. That's what God tells us over and over again. And the two critical things, one being obey, there's one other critical one, and that's give thanks. Give God thanks. God wants two things from you. He wants you to obey him, and he wants thanks from you. That's the two things he asks for. That's not a lot, but it seems like a lot when you break down what obeying means and what and so, you know, that entails a lot of things, you know, more so than someone who just does whatever they want every day. But the key thing about obeying is obeying his Sabbath. All right. No, you can't break the first commandment all the time and then keep Sabbath and be all good. No, you can't bear false witness all the time and keep Sabbath every seventh day and you're good. It's not a get out of jail free card. It's a requirement of God along with the other 9 commandments. Very straightforward stuff. It's not even number 10 where you could be like, it's the very last one. Maybe he didn't really care about that one. Maybe we can just click that one off the end and just do 9 commandments. No, it's smack in the middle. It's even in the top 5. And it's the longest written of the commandments. It has the most words in it, the most articulation in it, so that you're clear what day he's talking about and you're clear about what he means about it. By the way, we've also never lost Sabbath because of the Jews. God using the Jews without them realizing it, them wanting to impostor as white people and wanting to commandeer our holy day so they can defile it every week. And so at the end of it all, they think they're going to have a moment to get to talk to God to plead their case, which they're not going to get, but they think they're going to. And them being slick attorneys like they are here as mortals, they think that they're going to tell God, hey, God, look, hold on. First of all, you're being crazy against us, man. Look, we didn't cut any of your white children's tits off. They did that to themselves. We didn't cut any of your favorite little creations' wieners off. They did that to themselves. They cut their own wieners off, or they went to the hospital and had some white surgeon that knows how to do that stuff do it for them. We didn't do that. But you're sitting here blaming us for all that. We didn't do all that. They did it to themselves. We didn't make that young white man that you liked so much, that blonde-haired blue guy. We didn't make him start being a homosexual. We didn't put a pecker in his mouth and shove it in his mouth and now he's gay. He decided to stick a dick in his mouth. He decided to bend over and spread his cheeks for a dude. We didn't do that to him. He did it. So you should be less vengeful on us than you're being. You're like being crazy at us, God. We didn't do all this stuff you're accusing us of. They think that's their little slick way of getting out of their situation. And, you know, is they're going to tell God, we didn't do any of that stuff. You know? But God's not stupid. God knows that, yeah, even though that's true and that they didn't do it themselves to us, you know, the other one they're going to say is, look, Lord, you know, all these wars they had, you know, we don't know how to build tanks. We don't know how to build guns. I mean, that whole Israeli intelligence thing, that was just a lie and a gag. We were just duping your people with that so they would think we were smart. But yeah, all that equipment, all that military technology, all the, you know, night vision and bombs and missiles and bullets and all that stuff, and all those white people killed in all them wars, they were killing each other. We don't know how to build jets. We don't know how to build aircraft carriers. We don't know how to fly the jets. We don't know how to freaking shoot rocket launchers. We don't know how to build missiles. All them white people did that stuff. And then they used all that stuff against each other. We weren't soldiers in the Ukraine shooting at Russians, and we weren't Russians in Russia shooting at the Ukrainians. We weren't Southerners in the South shooting at Northerners in America during the Civil War, and we weren't Northerners in the American Civil War shooting at Southerners. That was all your white people doing that to each other. And here you are punishing us for all that stuff. You're being too harsh on us, God. We didn't do any of that stuff. And your favorite creation that you created Sabbath for, don't even keep it. We keep it. We Jews have been honoring your holy Sabbath day, unbroken, all the way since Jesus Christ, since several hundred years before Jesus Christ. Literally 200 or 300 years before Jesus Christ, we started keeping your Sabbath, and we've kept it every day, every week since then, unbroken. While your favorite whitey creation over here, the whole huge bulk of them, 80 percentile of them anyway, don't keep Sabbath. So here you are blaming us for all this stuff that they did to themselves, and they don't even keep your holy day. We didn't do any of that stuff to them like you're accusing us of, and we keep your holy day. So you should have way more leniency on us than you're having on us right now, than you're giving us right now. That's the plan the Jews have. They honestly think they're going to be able to pull that little trick on God in some type of courthouse situation where they're standing before him to plead their case. Because here in America, our white institutions have set up courthouses that they have now infiltrated with their judges and their attorneys. And so any courthouse in our land, any Jew that walks into it as an attorney, he walks in confident as heck that he's going to get his way because he knows he will, because he's a Jew. And the whole system is now commandeered by his kind, based on their birth. And so, based on his birth, he knows he can walk into any courthouse in our country and he's going to win because the Jewish judge, or even if the judge isn't a Jew, he's going to be a Freemason who knows his job is to obey the Jews and favor and side with the Jew in any situation. So he knows when Shlomo Coinblatt shows up in his courtroom, whatever, if Shlomo's defending himself from a kitty touching charge, or whether Shlomo's trying to sue someone on an erroneous accusation. The Freemason judge knows, the sellout white guy knows, to find in favor of the Jew, his master, his Masonic boss. That's his job. So when a Jew walks into any courtroom in our country, or any courtroom in Europe, or any courtroom in Canada, or any courtroom in Russia, or any courtroom in Australia, or any courtroom in New Zealand, they walk right in with their head up and their nose out, ready to win their case and walk out and be out of there in time for hummus before lunch. So they think, based on all of that, they think they're going to have the same thing. They're going to have they're going to have their day in court, as I'm sure you've heard before. You know, somebody's finally had their day in court where they get to say their piece and try to sue someone or whatever, get some money back. They think they're going to have their day in court where they get to defend themselves and say their piece and mitigate the judgment that's coming their way, written about in the book of Obadiah, which is only one single side sheet of paper long. So you have no reason to have never read it yet. The entire book of Obadiah, from the beginning to the end, all fits on one side of one sheet of paper. And it details who Edom is, and it details that Edom is Esau, and then it goes back to calling Esau Edom again so that you're very clear. And it keeps toggling from Edom, Esau, Edom, Esau. So that you're clear while you're reading the book of Obadiah that it's talking about the fact that Esau is Edom. And Edom means the seed of Esau, meaning the Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. That's what, every time you see the word Edom in Obadiah, just know that that means the Jews. That's what it means, the Jews. Edom means the Jews. That's a nickname word for the Jews. Esau's seed. Because Esau was named Edom by God as an insult. It means red, and it isn't because of his hair or because of his skin, like the stupid blacks think, because they don't understand our scriptures. It means red pottage. It's to remind Esau while he's in his grave, hey, you stupid idiot, you traded my glorious God-created birthright. I was going to give you dominion of the whole world, and your stupid ass traded it to your brother for a bowl of red pottage. You idiot. From now on, I'm called, what's up, Red? I'm going to just call you Red from now on. And that's what God did. God calls him this nickname Edom, and he calls his seed the Jews, the Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews, and that is the totality of all of them. A Jew is either a Sephardic or an Ashkenazi. There's no other kind. There's no such thing as European Jews. Okay, you're either European or you're not. You're either a Jew or you're not. There's no such thing as a European Jew or African American or Hispanic American or, well, unless you're Spaniard. Now, that's a true Hispanic American, which is a white person. There is a such thing as a German American. There is a such thing as a Russian American or a Ukrainian American or an English American or a French American. Any white person, country dash American is a thing. But there is no such thing as a non-white, whatever descriptor you put there instead of the word non-white, but meaning a non-white, like Asian or Arab or Indian or whatever, then dash American. There's no such thing as that. That would make it an oxymoron. American means white people. If you're an American, that means you're a white person. And that's why there's no such thing as a non-white American. Well, in the same theme of that, and in the same understanding as that, there's no such thing as such and such Jews, like European Jews or Russian Jews or German Jews or French Jews. There's no such thing as that. American Jews. There's no such thing as an American Jew. They're all Jews. And they're either a Sephardic or an Ashkenazi Jew, but that's all they are. That's the only distinction of Jew there is. There's no such thing as any other kind of Jew except Sephardic or Ashkenazi. There's not a white Jew, a black Jew, a green Jew, a nothing Jew. It's Jews. That's it. They are mongrels, and they come from those two seed lines of Esau. And when you read the book of Obadiah, you'll see Edom mentioned over and over again while God's talking about the punishment coming their way. And he says why he's going to destroy them in the end with eternal damnation. And he says it's because of their hatred and war against Israel. That's us, against the hatred and war they have waged against white people since Christ was born. Is why God is going to destroy them. And it says so right there in Obadiah. So it's only one side of one page long. So there's no excuse for all of you not to have read it already. And if you haven't, I'm not scolding you. I'm just saying, get to it sooner than later. As soon as possible. Next time you sit down, you ain't got anything to do for 5 minutes. Read the book of Obadiah. Pull it up on your phone. Boom, in 5 minutes you've read it. Now, you might not understand it by reading it in a 5-minute lickety-split like that, because God is eloquent. And he demanded of Obadiah to be eloquent as he wrote this explanation out. But it's God himself speaking through Obadiah. It's God himself talking. He says, I, the Lord God, will so-and-so. I, the Lord God, declare so-and-so. And he's detailing his plan to wipe out the Jews for eternity, for their war and hatred against white people. The Jews understand this is coming already. They already know about the book of Obadiah. I've already told y'all before and explained to y'all before that they know your own holy Bible way better than you do. It's their enemy's book. And they're very serious about winning against their enemy, which is us. And so they have read our own instruction manual, front, back, cover to cover, up, down, left, right, side to side, backwards, forwards. They've checked for number codes. They've looked for hidden passages, hidden meanings. They've decoded and deciphered everything humanly possible about God's word, trying to figure out whatever hidden messages God may have hidden in there for white people to discover. Jews want to be at the forefront of those discoveries to try to be ahead of white people and keep white people, for one, from even discovering the particular thing. But if white people do discover it, Jews want to already know about it and be a step ahead of it and be able to either call it conspiracy theory or a mistranslation or a Mandela effect or a debunk. So the whole gag of a Jew is to always be a step ahead of what we're up to and what we're discovering and what we're learning and what we're doing. And so Jews, when they're not a step ahead of us or when we're catching up too fast and they don't have their elements in place for the next step of their phase against us they want to play, what they will do is they will create, a bomb explosion somewhere, or they'll create some crazy, horrendous problem. Toilet paper's running out all over the country scare or whatever, to distract the people and stall them, give themselves more time. They'll stall the situation with this other unrelated crazy event to steer the entire American's populace to this other thing so that they can finish up what they're trying to get prepared. And then once they're ready, they can be like, okay, now let's steer it back over here. Turn our attention back to this. Let's make this our thing now that we're ready. So they will sometimes create crazy scenarios, an explosion in the subway in New York. And they'll do it just to distract and cause themselves to have more time to finish some other thing. Sometimes it's not to give themselves more time. Sometimes it's to work as a distraction. And so you'll see a lot of truthers back in the day, whenever you see crazy events happen out of nowhere, like an explosion in, a tunnel or whatever, at some highway tunnel, you'll see someone in the comments, they'll say, oh, this is just a distraction. Something big must be going on. They must be planning something or doing something, pulling some kind of crazy stunt right now somewhere. And this is being used as the distraction to keep all eyes off of it. And that's kind of I don't want to say it's a baby truther accusation or observation, because it's not really baby truther. That's actually farther than a baby truther would understand. So it's not really baby truther. It's more like intermediate truther understandings. You know what I mean? More advanced truther level understanding. When you understand that a lot of those things are for decoyism. But sometimes it's not for being a decoy. Sometimes it is, like I mentioned earlier, to stall a situation until they're fully prepared and finally ready for whatever stunt they were going to pull. And they just needed a little more time. So they have somebody, quick, go down and blow up some fucking building or bank or whatever. Make it a big thing so the whole world looks at it for a couple days. We just need a couple days. And then they do that thing. It stalls them. It gives them a couple, 3 days of time. And then, boom, they're able to go on with whatever their plans were. So let me get back in the chat here, because I haven't read the chat in a really long time. Vorpus23 is here, everyone, and he said hello, and I hope you're still here. I hope you managed to have enough patience to wait around until I finally said hello to you. And he said, we was Jesus. We was the Jews. We was Mexicans, Greeks, Japs, Chanks, and Kikes. Obama. And I must have been talking about the wee wuzzers at the time when he mentioned that, and that was probably a long time ago, so I apologize for how long it took me to get to you there, buddy. And I did mention Obama at some point, so he must have been here when I mentioned him. I don't even remember what I was talking about with Obama earlier, but I'm glad you stopped by and visit. God bless you to you, sir. Just for all of you to know, I'm not going to be able to do a Sabbath stream tomorrow night. I apologize. Tomorrow night I have plans with good people, and I'm just not going to be able to do a Sabbath stream. I'm going to be out with them until pretty late, enjoying Sabbath with some good people, and so, but the next day, Sabbath evening, not the evening of Sabbath, but the evening finishing Sabbath, coming into Sunday, I might be able to do one then. I can't say for sure yet, but it's looking like I might be able to do one then. So I will try for that if I can, and it'll still be a Sabbath stream if I start, kind of earlier in the afternoon. I may even do that. If everything works out great, I should be able to perhaps start a Sabbath stream during the daytime. Meaning it would be like 3 o'clock Central. You know what I mean? And so I may get to do that right smack in the middle of Sabbath day. I hope I end up getting to, but can't say for certain yet. But I know that tomorrow night's out. I'm going to be with peeps, so I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow night. So that's why I was so driven to go ahead and do a stream tonight, in case I don't get to do Sabbath day, and I don't get to do Sabbath evening. I figured at least if I got one in tonight, that, if I don't get to stream at all over the weekend this weekend, at least we will have already done it a day early. So, and plus, I mean, I've been wanting to push all these bullet points out on the record. Of course, the lefties who are claiming this crap are claiming the same thing I'm claiming, that it was a hoax and whatever. They aren't saying any of the things I'm saying. They're just, saying stupid crap like, oh, his bandage is way too big for his ear, which it isn't. It's totally normal and, whatever. It's no different than any other. But it's always shiny white, don't have a drop of blood on it. But whatever, maybe it wouldn't, after 5 different dressing replacements and whatever, and all the bleeding's been stopped. So why would it still be bloody? I guess. But I know I've had things like that on me before, big pieces of gauze on me where wounds were trying to heal up, and it still ended up leaking a yucky little spot into it sometimes in the middle. And nothing on his, just perfect, gleaming white, as if it's just mounted on a shiny, clean ear. But, their arguments are stupid. My arguments are proper and actual real observation that you can see plain as day and that don't make any sense and that would never be the case in a real life scenario. And I didn't even finish getting through all the bullet points. I still have more to go. But we had chat going, and I really like it when y'all throw in your ideas and stuff. And I like it if you disagree so that we can work things out among each other, or at least you can say your piece and then I'll say my piece again. And we just call it at that. And you've said your piece and I've said mine, and it is what it is, but at least when you folks are in the chat, throw in your 2 cents in also, it gives me a backboard, to bounce a ball off of, otherwise I'm just dribbling on the floor. I need some kind of thing to bounce one off a wall too. And it's kind of nice. Even if y'all are in agreement, that's great too. But it's just, it keeps me from just feeling like I'm just sitting here dribbling a ball by myself, on a court with no one else. And not that I'm a basketballer, I'm just meaning metaphorically, obviously. But Unknown said, at least Malcolm was conceited into telling his people to go back to Africa. Yeah, I guess he did end up saying that at some point, but notice he never led by example and went himself. So that's the thing is, you hear blacks talk a big game about it all the time. I mean, if you were in the hood, you would see blacks wearing shirts every day that have Africa print on the shape of Africa, big as hell on the front of their t-shirts. And the women, not the women, I apologize, women. The females, they wear these funky like cloth shower caps, but they're not a shower cap. They're the same shape because they're so stereotypically famous for wearing shower caps that some ghetto whoever, probably an Asian actually, said, oh, they like to wear shower cap. We make them a regular shower cap, like a regular cap, but it's like shower cap shape. They probably buy. And we put Africa on it and they'll buy it. And sure enough, you'll see the females walking around wearing these, like, they're literally exactly the shape of a throwaway shower cap, but it'll be made in a regular textile material, like whatever, polyester or something. And it'll have Africa big as hell across the headband of it, It almost looks like a Black Panther hat, but it's like, it's a shower cap. It's honestly what they are. And of course it'll be sewn together in different pieces of the Africa flag colors and whatever, even though Africa wouldn't have a flag if white people hadn't given them one, because they wouldn't have any concept of flags, or having colors for their country to represent their country or anything. They wouldn't have any of those concepts if it wasn't for white people coming there and doing it, but whatever. And so when you're in any hood, you will see Africa, 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 all over all the blacks' clothes. They all got Africa, Africa. You don't see them, once in a while, one of them's wearing an American shirt, but it's probably with an American flag on it or something. But it's usually when you see a black wearing a shirt that has an American flag on it, it's usually because it's a hand-me-down. It was given to them by some white folks, and they're a broke type, and so they're just wearing their hand-me-downs they've been given. But blacks don't go out and buy American flag clothing and stuff like that with their EBT card. They buy Africa on the shirt, with their EBT card from white people. And meanwhile, they have no interest, 0.00000% interest in going to Africa at all. You don't even see blacks go to Africa for vacation. If Africa was everything they talk about and they're so proud of Africa and all this, which of course they're not, it's just copium. But they even know that African blacks in Africa don't even like them and don't want anything to do with them, right? So, but if you wanted to believe their whole narrative that they're pro-Africa and Africa first and Africa, everything, and they try to give all the credit, everything in the world to Africa, because that means it's credit to them, they think, right? Because they think they're the only Africans that ever existed. They don't realize white people used to rule Africa. And so, they don't realize, like, when they see Ethiopia in the Bible, that's why I have a whole video about Ethiopia, because, blacks see that the Bible mentions Ethiopia and mentions Ethiopians, and they're like, woo, we in the Bible. We in the Bible, y'all. No, you're not. Ethiopia was a white country. It was not a black country. Ethiopia, the name, the concept of that name and everything, it was named by white people. It was ruled by white people. The rulers ruled Ethiopia from the north of Ethiopia. And they ruled it from an island called the island of Meroe. It might not have been an island. I may be mistaken. It may have actually been on the mainland, but I think it was an island, and it was called Meroe, Meroe, and white people ruled it. You can type in on Google Images, and any black could anytime they want. They could type in busts of rulers of Meroe, and boom, it brings up white people, busts of white people. Plain as day, they're obviously white people. And not only that, blacks don't create busts. That's why there are no busts of blacks anywhere, because they don't make statues and busts of statues, busts of people. They don't make stuff like that. So there is no such thing like that, from them. Meanwhile, we have busts from the white rulers of Ethiopia all the way back in BC times. Keep in mind, this is before Christ. White people ruled, it created and named the country Ethiopia. They named it Ethiopia. They literally, white people are who picked that name, those sounds and syllables, and put them together like that. Ethiopia. That's white people created. That's a white people creation. There were no blacks sitting around and going, yo, 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 what do we make it? What do we make it? What do we Ethiopia? No, they didn't create the name. White people created that name. Those are all phonetic sounds from white people's alphabets, not their click noise language. It isn't even a language. It's just click noises. And I mean, when we say click noises, we're not making that up or exaggerating. That's literally like they make sounds like there's a YouTube short that I was going to share on my channel, and I never ended up doing it, but it's a YouTube short where these like cucked white people go over to some village in Africa where they probably ended up being dinner a couple of days later. And they're interviewing these different blacks at this village, and they're like, what's your name? And then the one black says their name, and then they go to the next black, what's your name? And he says his name, and you go to the next black, what's your name? And as he walks up to each one of them and does it, they're like, and the other one's like, and like they make noises. They don't have like a definitive language. They don't have like an agreed upon phonetic sounds. So basically each one of them makes whatever weird noises they want, and they use a lot of just gestures. So like when they're trying to talk to another one in the village, they use their hands and they do like motions to try to explain what they're saying, because their language is so disjointed, because it isn't a real and proper language, that this one makes noises called to mean this thing, and someone else in the village may make a different noise for that same thing. And so they can't ever, until they figure each other's noises out for meaning the same thing on an individual personal basis, one-on-one, then they can't communicate. And then the same black, after he leaves interacting with that one and goes to some other person in the village, not person, but upright biped in the village, and they may call that same thing that him and some other guy had different noises made up in their own heads about. And now this third one got his own noise that he calls that thing. And so everybody's got their own noises. And so they all have to learn each other's own custom-made noises for each thing. And that's how they get by. So nothing like a real language like what white people do. And where we all agree on specific sounds, and like we all agree that a car is a car, and when you say the word car, it means a freaking car, an automobile, that car doesn't mean automobile to me, but to Jack over here it means a roof of a house, and to this guy over here Ronald, to him it means grass, like a lawn that you mow. We all agree on the sounds and the words of things, and that's how you can, have a unified language that allows people to easily communicate without having to do gestures with our hands, without having to make facial expressions and motions with our arms to try to explain ourselves out. We can keep our hands at our sides and we can just speak syllables and noises into and because it's a language that we've all agreed upon and taught our children to all agree upon, we have real languages. And by the way, white people have like 3,000 languages that we have created that don't even exist anymore, that aren't even in use by anyone anymore. So we know when you talk about like, oh, well, the non-whites, they have languages, right? Well, not really. The most of the non-whites are using a derivative of a white person language. The Mexicans and all of them, they're using Spanish, which is their version of Spaniard. And we've been, cucked over the years into calling anything third worlder that's from their region as Spanish, when really Spanish used to correctly mean Spaniard. But now we've had to kind of just we've cucked that word away, Spanish. So now it's pretty much been cucked away to the third worlders. So now we have to specify when we are talking about white European Spaniard stuff, we have to specify Spaniard. That way we're clear with all the other whiteys what we're talking about. But bottom line is Mexicans play Spaniard music. I was just talking about in the last stream how they're mariachi music, and all their little pretty music, and they're playing accordions and all that. That's all white people instruments. It's Spaniard music, and so that's just Mexicans learned how to play our instruments, and they've learned how to play the Spaniard style of music because that was what they were introduced to. They weren't introduced to German music or Germans or any of that. They were introduced to Spaniards and Spaniard music with white people instruments that play Spaniard music. And so that's what they learned and that's what they like. And they adopted that as their type of favorite music or their idea of music because that's all they had ever been shown. That was the first real music they'd ever been shown by white people. And they're still fascinated with it to this day. When Japanese first got a taste of Americana and country western music and all that, they were so enamored by it, they still have karaoke bars all over Japan that sing, like you could walk in a random karaoke bar in Japan right now tonight, and there'll be some little 4-foot tall Japanese guy in there with a giant 10-gallon hat on singing, I got friends in woe places. Like they'll be in there singing Garth Brooks and Conway Twitty from the 70s. And they are like big on Americana. They like our old Western stuff. They like the cowboyism. They like all the cool guyness of the Americana and American white guy stuff we do. They think it's just dandy. They don't give two craps about imitating Europeans. They only imitate Americana. They don't care about imitating Brits or imitating Germans, or they don't try to copy building like European castles, or even though those are magnificent and one of our pearls, but they aren't interested in those things. They're interested in America, white people, and how white people do things in America. They are totally fascinated and in love with Americana. And so even though the Japanese really do have their own language, because Asians, again, they are... I want to freak everyone out, but they are Adamites. And so that is why Asians are the only non-whites, or ones you would think of as non-whites that aren't actual white people. They're the only race of non-whites who have had a detailed language from all the way back since the beginning of creation, 5,785 years ago. Now, an Indian, a dot Indian would argue with me and be like, oh, not true. That one Indian guy that's always like pro-India on YouTube, and he's always showing like, how did these statues, they can rotate. People think they might be a combination lock. You rotate all the different columns in the building. How do they rotate? How did they make these things out of stone where they can rotate? And it was like, he's like this pro-India guy, right? Pro-dot or whatever. And he's kind of like a wee-wuzzer, but for dots, And I admit that India does have some magnificent sculptures and carved out things out of stone. I mean, honestly, India is its own entire world of before Christ, perhaps, dwellings and carved out structures and all this stuff, but I imagine that most of those things are not BC. Most of them are probably from Christ's time to now. Some of those things are maybe 1800 years old. So a couple hundred years after Christ is when some of that stuff was built. Some of it was probably built 500 years after Christ. Some of it was probably only built 800 or 900 years ago. So, 1200 BC or something. So, but India, the pro-dot guy, Indians themselves and everything, of course, they're in competition to be the best and the first and the oldest, just like all the other races. So, of course, that pro-dot, he tries to claim that stuff is like 12,000 years old, way older than all of Earth creation as existence is. And you hear the same thing with all these other things that scientific cucks come out with, the liars. They come out with, oh, this is 11,000 years old, and Göbekli Tepe, and all these places they try to say, Stonehenge could be 10,000 years old, and all this garbage they say. They know for a fact, they all know for a fact that the Earth is 5,784 years old, about to be 5785. And come September 1st. And, come September 15th, come September 15th, the Earth will be, the Earth we're standing on, that we live on, that we dig and mine and fly over and drive on and swim next to and everything. This Earth will be 5,785 years old come September 15th. Let's see what we have in the chat. Unknown said, good night, stay white. God bless, and I gotta go. Hey, thanks for stopping by tonight when you did, man. I mean, I don't expect y'all to stay for 5 hours or 3 hours or 8 hours when I do these streams. I just run them for a long time so that y'all can come and go as you need, and that others who weren't able to visit when you were able to visit might be able to visit, say, 2 hours from now, and they can hop in, and wouldn't you know, I'm still here reading people's comments or ranting away until someone finally does comment, and they can participate, hours later. So, yeah, I don't expect y'all, no pressure, or not that I could put any pressure on any of you, but, yeah, I don't want anybody to ever feel like, I'm upset when they come or go. I'm just thankful y'all stop by and visit and say your piece. So I hope you have a great night and have a great preparation day tomorrow. Don't forget to prepare tomorrow for Sabbath, brother. And that's just a friendly reminder, not telling you what to do. Just reminding you as a brother of Christ that prep day is tomorrow, and reminding all of you, not just you, but reminding everyone that tomorrow's preparation day. Definitely do your grocery shopping for Sabbath. Make sure you've gathered enough manna to last you through the Sabbath. Okay? Our God taught us the way. Follow God's path. Follow God's pattern. Follow God's cyclical routine designed and intended for your life. Because when you do so, you're going to please God greatly. And in real time, in your mortal life trial right now as a mortal, God will start protecting you even more than he does now. His Holy Ghost will be notified. Hey, I'll let you know, Erica down there, she is doing way better. She's keeping Sabbath now. And the Holy Ghost is going to be like, really? Yes, she's keeping Sabbath now. She's discovered their identity. So not only is she keeping Sabbath, she's an identity girl now. And the Holy Ghost is going to go, I got you. And then, from then on, you have a level of protection higher. Once you are keeping Sabbath and you accept our identity, meaning you accept everyone else's identity as well. When you accept the who's who of the Bible, who we are versus who they are, and you honor Sabbath and revolve your life around it every week, forever from now on, never failing, Because after all, how would you fail when your whole life revolves around it? So if you truly give your life to Jesus Christ and Sabbath, your life needs to revolve around it. So literally, you need to be looking forward to, like, every day, no matter what day you're on. You know, like when you think of Tuesday, right? You need to tell yourself, oh, it's Tuesday. I got 3 days till Sabbath. You know, I only got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday left, and then it'll be Sabbath. And so, you know, and if it's Monday, you can be like, okay, I'm only in the second day of the week after Sabbath, you know, so I still got a lot of the week to go. You know, if it's the day before prep day, like tonight, which is now officially prep day, now that it's evening time, you know, you remember, like, oh, it's prep day today. Got to get prepped. Got to gather enough manna today for me to have for Sabbath tomorrow. Hey, look here. Take a little trip with me. Has stopped by. I hope you're still here so that you got to hear me say hello to you and read your comment. And he said, finally got warmed up, I hear. God bless, brother. Hey, God bless you. And I'm glad that you got to stop in and say hello. Just a quick note to you, if you do stick around. Don't get discouraged if you type a comment and it doesn't post in the chat. The Yiddy Diddlers have now ramped up their efforts in censorship, and they are starting to actively delete comments in chats on YouTube live streams. So a lot of people were complaining the other night that their comments were being deleted. I had like 6 or 7 folks that were trying to type things, or were typing things. They would type out an entire comment. Some of them commented, had 15 different comments just vanish when they hit send. And then they would send a simple comment like, what the heck, where are my comments going? And that comment would come through. But none of their actual comments that were meaningful, that had substance in them, that they wanted, where they were saying what they wanted to say, those weren't coming through. So if you experience anything like that this evening before you go, my apologies. It has nothing to do with me. It's just YouTube doing their thing. Peter C. is here. Everyone, hello to you. God bless you for stopping by. And he said you got to move faster through the comments. You get derailed sometimes, brother. It can be hard to stay focused for so long when your rants meander too long. I hear you. I have a million connections. All of the things are connected. And so I understand all the connections. So for me, I can go from thing to thing to thing to thing because it's all connected and I understand where I'm at. But for others, I realize that people who, you know, it's kind of like I know my way around this big factory. It's like a labyrinth. It's got multiple levels. It's got staircases here and there and little dips and nooks and crannies and hallways and closets. And I know where everything is in the place practically. And I can walk you all over the place. But if I was trying to explain to you the place while I'm doing so, I'll give you too many directions all in, you know, one area. Be like, oh, there's a hallway here and a thing over there and 2 staircases over here. And for me, it's very easy to follow along. Even when I listen back on a rant and I see that I get off topic and get further off topic, and then eventually I have to circle back to the original thing, I finally digress all the way back to it. But all along the way, I understand what's going on, and I realize it's all connected and I can follow it. But I realize that other folks who haven't been in the factory before, the virtual, metaphorically speaking, factory, don't know their way around. They haven't been in there for years like I have, so they don't. So for me to try to walk around and connect all the hallways and explain the whole factory to them in one go is too overwhelming. And it makes people think that I'm going off, way off topic, where I'm not going to end up digressing back or circling, making a full circle to complete my point. But often I will. It just takes a really long time. And I'm trying to decrease that. I am working on it. I promise I'm working on it a little bit in my head. I've gotten way better now than I used to be. It's just now we have all this extra new complication that's been thrown into the mix. And so now it's been tempting me again to go back into my my long form explanations with all the extra side. Like if you think about a book, the footnotes are basically all my extra side note ranting in the middle of a subject, right? That's what footnotes are in a book. It's just in a book, they're sitting there for whenever you're ready for them, and you can just ignore them as long as you need until you're ready. And then when you're done reading the page, or whenever you feel like reading the footnotes, then you look down and read them. Whereas with me, listening to me rant, when I'm discussing a topic, but then I have a side topic within that topic, that's like footnotes, I'm giving like little sub explanations for something I'm talking about in that subject. And I realize it's hard for people to follow it all. For me, I can follow it perfectly fine. There's zero issue with me. When I listen back, I go, yeah, I totally know where I'm at right now in the conversation. And if I do mess up where I totally don't finish a point and I forgot about the point because my sidetrack thing made me miss it, I do catch those in the streams. I've seen when I listened back to them, my original first streams, I did catch myself doing that, and I started slowly trying to correct it over time, and I got pretty good there for till 2 streams ago, and then and even last stream I completed my stuff most of the time, but it's basically because I have all the different angles of study already involved in my head. So I started at legalism, so I have all of that trying to push in from one direction in my conversation and in my rant. And then I have the biblical understanding coming from another direction. I have the identity, which is biblical, but it's also its own biblical subject coming in from another direction. I know the history of the Catholic Church. I have that coming in from another direction because we have Catholic cucks. So I have all these different, avenues of understanding that I'm trying to only pick certain things, filter away all of it and pick a thing when I'm talking about something. And that's usually doable, but there are times where when you're trying to explain a subject that someone who doesn't know the things you already know won't understand what the heck I'm talking about a certain thing. Like I'll say a name or a situation that has a name or whatever. And they'll be like, what in the world is he talking about? But when I do the side explanation, even though you didn't need it, they needed it to figure out what the heck I was talking about in the main topic. So in a way, I kind of do it on purpose sometimes for people that don't know everything that you already know, perhaps. And it either works for a low IQ or it either works for a person because they have a high enough IQ to follow it, or it doesn't work for them at all. And I'm not saying that you have not have an IQ, do not have a high IQ. I'm saying for some people that have a high enough IQ, they follow along and they can it's easy for them and effortless to follow along with what I'm talking about, because especially if they understand some of the stuff already. But for a beginner to hop in this channel, which I welcome them, even though that's not what my channel is designed for. My channel is designed for advanced truthers, and up. But if a beginner visits the channel, stumbles across me by accident or whatever, and decides to listen in, I do the side explanation, the side chain explanations that drag it out and make the whole topic that I'm talking about longer. I add those on purpose for those people so that they'll know what in the world we're even discussing in the main topic. But duly noted, I am going to try to shorten things down a lot more coming up soon. In fact, I really wanted to cut things down a long time ago with my explanations, as far as when I first discovered, that I do long form explanation, and sometimes I go too long form where I can't circle back, or just totally forget to circle back, which I haven't been doing as much of that now. You got to at least admit that. But I did start not only focusing on finishing each of my points when I made a conscious effort to start fixing that, but I also told myself that coming up soon, I want to slowly figure out new ways to explain out these long, complicated, wacky things in really short form, And that's not my style or my personality or my speed of doing things, but it will help people absorb information faster and easier, and it'll be more palatable for a lot of people. Um, but also, when I long form talk and go, and what seems to be for perhaps someone like you, seems to be babbling or yapping or whatever they like to say. Um, Really, it's because I have to keep talking, or people just leave the chat right away. So if you're running a live stream and you're the only thing on it and you're not speaking, everyone's gone within a couple minutes. So I basically have to keep speaking nonstop the entire time. I have to be talking, or the stream I might as well just turn it off because people will leave right away. No one's going to sit here when it's dead air, you know? And I was going to try that one time. I was going to have what I was going to call a silent stream, where I didn't say one word except maybe welcome at the beginning. And then I was going to mute my mic and leave the stream on for like 8 hours. And whoever wants to jump in the comments and say whatever they want, water is wet, or F your mom, or whatever anything. You want to insult me, you want to say hi, you want to, tell people something that happened that day that we all ought to know about. It'd be in the chat and I wouldn't be speaking a word. I still may do that if I just didn't get any people to say yes or no, that they would like that. But as soon as I stop talking, the numbers start dropping. So that's basically, I'm doomed into having to, continue babbling nonstop. So I try not to make it babble. I try to actually stay talking about pro-white things like the whole time nonstop. But, yeah, I mean, you have to keep talking or everybody leaves. So, and he also said, do you have any opinions on Russian Orthodox Christianity and their perspective on Slavic nations being at the heart of white history? Orthodox better than Catholicism on issues of race? I don't know. Well, I mean, the Catholic Church is ruled by the Jews. And so that's why it's not real Christianity, and that's why it doesn't behave anything like Christianity. Apologize. Woo. I'm having a the Jew there tonight a little bit. They're having me some cold Mountain Dew. But I don't focus much on the differences in the various versions of Catholicism, Russian Orthodox as its own thing versus Russian or Orthodox separate. Well, that doesn't make sense. So Russian Orthodox or non-Orthodox, if you will, unorthodox, whatever they call it. I don't really pay much attention to the differences in them. So I wouldn't know details of differences between the different kinds. I wouldn't really know if they're racially conscious or not either. Though I must say that the Catholic Church was created by white people for white people. But we know that the Jays took it over in 40 AD, roughly. And maybe even before that. But at least by 40 AD, we have a record that they were in charge by then. So they probably took over in like 30 AD. And then it took them another 10 years to have like full control. But by 40 AD, they were setting up their own people as leader. And so... And of course, once Jays get into power somewhere, they don't ever give it up, which is the whole point of knowing that elections are a hoax in our country now, because Jays have been in control of our country for 110 years. 110 years. They've already been in full control of our country. So to think, knowing that they never ever go by what anybody else wants in any other country they've ever been in the history of mankind, and knowing that they're been in control of our country now for 110 years, to think that they're going to count our votes or leave and you know, the whole what do they call it? What's the mantra in DC? The peaceful transfer of power. There's no such thing as that. A, Jews would never surrender anything to you peacefully. And two, they're not going to surrender power, period, to anybody. Now that they've had control for 110 years, and even once they had control for the second year in government, and by 1915, you were not going to get the Jays to ever give up their power that they had established in America over our government. So once 1913 hit, it was party over for America. It was just a matter of how long it was going to take before America died, before the Jays decided to totally kill it. And so the Jays kind of, they used a myriad of things to kill us off through the years. They created World War I. They created World War II. That killed millions of our white people, tens of millions of white people. Can you fathom that right now? I just want all of you in the chat to just take a moment and think about how many millions, tens of millions of our white people killed each other because of the Jews in just World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Granted, we weren't killing each other in Korea and Vietnam, but how many white people's deaths they are responsible for from World War I all the way till now. And keep in mind, they created and funded both sides of every war with interest but also including the, quote, French Revolution, which they created and funded both sides of. So ever since the French Revolution, they are responsible for all whitey's deaths as far as like in wars and things. And they were already using the Catholic Church since 40 AD to slaughter 60 million white people they killed over a period of 1,260 years. Beginning around the year 321 AD, because that's when they convinced Constantine to create National Sunday Law. And so beginning about 321 AD, even though that was the exact year that National Sunday Law was created, they may have actually already started killing some white people with the Catholic Church, a few years before that. But they had it codified officially in 321 AD in the empire. But then the Catholic Church codified it. They codified it themselves in the Catholic Church just 40 years later in 366 AD. And they did that at the Council of Laodicea. And, it started off, it took a period of years for them to get that done. So the council actually started years before that. And I'm sure the council existed before and after that. But I mean, they named that episode of when they did all of that. They named it after the council, that it was the Council of Laodicea that finalized and codified, finalized and codified that Sunday was to be the new day and that Sabbath was to be denounced, where it is no longer worshipped by white people on purpose. Like, it wasn't enough for them to say, hey, we want white people to recognize and acknowledge that Sunday is a day that some white people keep, including this church. It wasn't good enough for them to do that. Because it was Jewish controlled, they wanted to demand, basically the idea was Jews wanted to commandeer our holy day. And I explained why earlier, because they plan on using that as part of their argument against us and argue when they plan on arguing against God. They plan on using that as one of their things that, look, your favorite creation that you created Sabbath for totally disregarded your Sabbath all these years. And all these years, we've been keeping your Sabbath. We Jews have honored your holy day. You didn't even make it for us. You made it for them. But here we are keeping it, and they aren't. Your favorite creation doesn't even care about it. And that was going to be to make themselves look better than God's favorite creation when they think that they're going to have this opportunity to argue their case with God. But such a thing isn't coming. There will never be a day where they get to have their day in court and argue their case to God. Their judgment will happen when the book of life closes and none of their names are in it. And then the only thing coming their way is the book of Obadiah. And they already understand this. They know that they're doomed. They already know that nothing they do is going to save them. God's judgment's already been written down. It's prophecy. It's coming true. It will happen. And so now they're in the situation of being this, like what you see is, and I've explained it before in other videos, that they're basically like a villain at the end of one of these movies of theirs that you've watched, right? And you think about the villain, how the big climatic end, he's had this battle with the good guy, the hero of the movie, and now he's about to fall into this huge pit, or he's on the side of a cliff and he's going to fall to his death. Well, what does he do at the last second? He takes a last reach out and he grabs the hero's foot, or he grabs some innocent person's foot, a damsel in distress or a child or something's foot, and he starts dragging them down to his death with them. So that in his mind, he's like, okay, well, I've lost and you've defeated me and I'm about to die, but I'm at least going to snatch you or one of your people, your innocent people, down with me to death. So at least I kill one more of you and your people. And so that's what the Jayish plan is their idea is, okay, well, we are doomed. It says so in Scripture. We know Scripture is true, so we're doomed. We're dead meat. But what can we do to give God the middle finger as best as possible? What can we do to say the biggest insult to Jesus that we possibly can as well? And so their enemies are God and Jesus. And so, they come up with all these schemes to work against God and Jesus, or to give them, like an insult back to them, their way of trying to give God and Jesus the middle finger. And so they figured out, we just got to convince God's favorite creation, his special people that he created to have dominion over this world, be the gods of this world. We just have to dupe them into doing things that anger God. So we come along like the serpent in the garden and go, you won't surely die if you do a homosexual act with that guy over there, bro. Go over there and try it, put the Peter in your mouth for a little while. You might like it. Why don't you go over there and let him stick his Peter in your butthole? You might enjoy it. In the butthole. Y'all gotta see that. I can't remember that guy's name. I want to say his last name is Manning. His name is Pastor Manning, James Manning. I'm pretty sure that's his name. Pastor James Manning. Type in, if y'all got another tab, make sure y'all do it so you don't forget when the stream ends. You got to pull up another tab, go to YouTube and put Pastor James Manning and put butthole. And then look for a compilation, or not a compilation. I keep saying a compilation because it seems like one, because he keeps saying it over and over. But it's not a compilation. It's one straight cut or one take video where he's sitting at a table and he's looking at the camera and he has a backdrop and he's just representing his church. And he's giving a warning to gays and Obama and whatever. And it's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes long. And it'll be the butthole speech. Just look for the butthole speech. Put Pastor James Manning butthole speech. And you got to watch it. It's so awesome. It's so funny. But bottom line is, the Jews, their whole thing is they figured out that, we just got to convince God's favorite creation to anger him. That's all. So we don't have to defeat Whitey. Whitey is way smarter than us. That's what's so funny about the bell curve. So many baby truthers are duped into believing in the bell curve. And I used to hate that Jared Taylor would use the bell curve because I'm like, dude, it's a Jewish created hoax created by a Jew to declare that Jews are the smartest creatures on earth and that there's even another creation of creatures who are smarter than white people, just to insult us. That was just an extra slap in our face. And they had to use the Asians because they knew if they used anyone else, it would be a laughable joke to even white people. So they use the Asians because they know, white people are cucked into thinking that Asians are smarter than we are when they are not. They are just good at cheating in mass together on tests in colleges and things, and they've been busted doing so. But the bottom line is the Jews use the Catholic Church as their church. It is their church. It's not white people's church. It's not Christianity, even though it calls itself the mother of Christianity. It calls itself the one true church. It calls itself all this like glorifying names to elevate it above all the other churches, which, by the way, is a Jewish characteristic. Only Jews like doing that. Further giving away that it's Jewish controlled. But that's why I don't focus on, whether it's Orthodox or non-Orthodox or this or that. If it says the word Catholic, I already know that it's Jewish controlled. There's no such thing really as Russian Catholicism or Roman Catholicism. A lot of people call it the Roman Catholic Church. I've said before in other streams, there's nothing Roman about it other than it was in the Roman province. It was somewhere and existed in multiple places under the Roman Empire. But Romans didn't honor the Catholic Church. The Romans had they had filled their pantheon with so many gods, they didn't even know how many gods they had. Okay, the Catholic Church was just this up and new coming thing, and it wasn't even a big deal to the Romans at all. It was only a big deal to the Jews because it was white people, Christians, trying to form their own church. And the Jews were like, whoa, can't be having that. So they jumped in there and immediately started infiltrating it. And next thing you know, by 40 AD, they had established their own first leader of it. And at that point, you got to understand, at 40 AD, at that point, that's when it quit becoming Christianity and it quit becoming white people's church that Peter established. It was no longer the church that Peter established with Jesus Christ and his testimony to Jesus Christ. It became a J-commandeered, no longer a Christian church. It became a J-controlled church. And so for us to call it Roman or Russian is kind of a misnomer because it's just the Jewish Catholic Church. That's what everybody ought to be calling it, the Jewish Catholic Church. That's what it ought to be called. And Catholicism itself is just Jewish made-up imagination. If you think about it, and I used to have videos, I had whole videos against the Catholic Church, warning our people about the Catholic Church. And I've never made one for this pro-white channel, but in my old channels where I had videos about the Catholic Church, I not only showed the things about how they murdered 60 million white people who refused to quit keeping Sabbath, but I also pointed out, and not only that, but that the Jews have been in control of it since 40 AD, therefore there's nothing Roman about it. But I also pointed out that the Romans never had anything to do with it. The Romans are not anything to do with the Christian church. In fact, Christians were considered annoying to the Romans. The Romans would kill Christians for entertainment. Later, 100 years later or whatever, it became fashionable. All the way up to, for 200 plus years, it became fashionable in the Roman circles and in the Roman elites and whatever to kidnap or capture or take a prisoner who was a Christian and throw them, in the Colosseum and watch them get eaten by lions. Now, that was going on before Christ, perhaps. No, not before Christ, but that was going on right after Christ, perhaps, also. But it didn't really ramp up until about 100 or so years after Christ. Because after all, before Christ, there were no Christians. So Christians, the word Christians and everything came from Jesus Christ, came from after Jesus and during Jesus. But, Romans weren't attacking, or they weren't doing anything to Christians during Jesus's life. So it only, all the using them as lion fodder or as lion food and all this in the stadiums for entertainment, that came along after Christ. And after he had already been resurrected and transfigured and the whole thing. So, 100 years later. And so, we really ought to be calling it the Jewish Catholic Church. If you think about it, Catholicism doesn't do anything. It doesn't take any of its cues from the Holy Bible. And that's how you can know right out of the gate that it's Jewish controlled. If it disagrees with our Holy Bible in any faction, way, shape, or form, it's automatically a lie. And that's the same thing that applies to the Book of Enoch. I've explained many times, and I used to have videos explaining in detail, showing with visuals and everything, that the Book of Enoch is a hoax. It's a Jewish hoax. It's a Jewish fiction book, no different than any Hollywood movie you've ever watched, or Star Trek TV show, or anything else. It's just Jewish imagination. And what they did is they took little cues from the Bible so that they plopped them in here and there. And it works on every conservative, man. They're like, oh, man, it mentions the fallen angels, man, and mentions the Anunnaki, man, and oh, man, it mentions flat earth, dude, and talks about the dome. And I mean, it mentions little blips of truth because, again, like the analogy of the poison being introduced to you, if someone introduces you a bottle to you, you say you're outside, mowing the grass and it's hot, sunny out, and you're thirsty. And someone walks up and goes, oh, man, you thirsty? Hey, I got this cooler of drinks with me. Here, you can have one. And he pulls out a bottle and it says poison. And it has Skull and Bones logos on it, right? And he hands it to you. And that's all it says on it is poison and Skull and Bones on the sticker of it, on the label. You're going to look at that and be like, nah, I'm good, man. I've never seen a drink called poison with a death symbol on it. I'm not that thirsty. I'll go inside and get me a water. And then he goes, oh, wait, hold on. I handed you the wrong bottle. I almost handed you the wrong thing. That's not for drinking. My bad. Here's one I was meaning to offer you. And the one he offers you looks like it says orange juice. And it's colored like orange juice. And the label says orange juice. And it doesn't say anything about poison on it whatsoever. That's how the Jews dupe conservatives. They use a blip of truth, or 2 or 3 blips of truth, in some fiction thing that they create. And then they just pack the rest of it full of whatever lies they wanted to tell and whatever duping they want to do on the white people. And so that is what the Book of Enoch was for. It was to dupe white people into believing that the whole book is true and it should be part of our scriptures, and that that the evil Catholic Church, never the Jews, but the evil Catholic Church, took it out of our scriptures so that we wouldn't discover the truth, right? And so that's what baby truthers, they get sucked into the Book of Enoch. Anytime you see someone that believes the Book of Enoch, immediately right out of the gate, they might as well have called an opponent of theirs a Nazi or Hitler, right? Or a fascist, right? You automatically should know right out of the gate instantly that they are a baby truther or fully Jew duped and cucked. Let me get on to what all Peter C. has written. He's written 2 things now, so let me catch up with you here. He said, recently, white people take DNA tests and claim to be 4% J or 3% black or whatever. Our DNA tests J conspiracy to who are actually impure and don't know it. No, I skipped a line. Sorry, I was reading at an angle. I had my phone sitting on something. I wasn't looking straight at it. My apologies. He put, recently white people take DNA tests and claim to be 4% J or 3% black or whatever. Our DNA tests J conspiracy to undermine sense of white purity. Oh, he's asking R as in A-R-E with that letter R. So he's asking, are DNA tests J conspiracies to undermine the sense of white purity among white people, or are there many whites who are actually impure and don't know it? Excellent question. I've covered this in other streams, and I'm glad you're asking it again, so it'll be on this one as well. The answer to that question is that white people are pure. They are duped into believing. Let me not get off on the side topic, but I'll just briefly, quickly mention it, that in the same theme of what you're talking about here, you know how white people are always, a lot of white families have been duped into believing that there is an Indian in their family somewhere in the past, and so they believe they are like an 8th Navajo or a 32nd Saskatchewan or whatever their tribe names were. Um, you'll hear white families be like, "Oh yeah, your great great grandma was a Navajo. You're 32nd. You're a 32nd descent Navajo Indian. And really they're blonde hair, blue eyed. 100% white from Norway or somewhere, right? And you can trace their genealogy and both of their great grandparents on both sides of their family, all the way back to whatever boats they came over here on. And they had nothing to do with any Indian anywhere ever. And so, along that same theme, Jews have created these sites like 23andMe, which of course it's called 23andMe, but people who understand their numerology, anytime you see the number 2 and the number 3 together as the number 23, you're supposed to recognize it, if you are enlightened, as 2 3s. That's what it means, 2 3s. It doesn't mean the number 23. When you see the number 23 on Michael Jordan's jersey, all right, to the Freemasons, they know that it means 2 3s. They gave him their biggest number. And then what did they give Pippen right after that? They gave him 33, the actual number. So and of course I'm going way back, into the 80s there with that. But my point of mentioning that is because they prop up specific, nogs and make them their quote stars and whatever, and have all the white people cucked into cheering for them and all the stuff like they had in the 80s with Michael Jordan and Pippen and all that. The dream team, they call it on the Bulls. 54, Horace Grant was, I think, 54. That totals the number 9. 9 is the number of Satan, and all these things. So they have like little number plays that they like to do. And Ancestry, of course, 23, their number for using that, of course, is they want to use, it's the number of chromosomes and whatever. But it really just conveniently works out to be their code of 2 3s. 23 just means 2 3s in the Masonic world. And if you see E3, it means 33. If you see M3 or 3M, or like the company, 3M, that means 33. If you see any arrangement of a letter like a W, M, or an E, those all can be a 3, especially when they are coupled with a number 3. And then you have companies like that one, Lemon or whatever, and it has an E and a 3 backwards. You have a gas station that shows that also. It's called Elevate or something, and it has the E for the beginning of the word, but then the other E in Elevate is backwards. They're showing it to you regularly, but the cucked are not aware of these things. So if you're not enlightened enough to understand that they do number play, they also do word play, and baby truthers discover a little bit of that with like the Evian naive being spelled naive backwards, water and stuff like that on the bottled water. They learn about those little things and they're like, oh whoa, and they think it's like a big deep dark secret, which it is, and it's a way for them to communicate right in front of the others, right in front of the goyim, with it going right over their heads. But they also do it with numbers, and so 2 3andMe is what really that should be understood as. And Ancestry.com is the same thing. They're both Jewish owned. And to answer your question, what the Jews do is remember, everything the Jews do is multiplicity. They never get just one thing they're looking for out of a thing they do. Okay, so by creating 2 3andMe and Ancestry.com, they're not doing it just for one purpose. There always has to be more than one benefit that they get out of something they do. And so, like the theme of that, as they always do, they have more than one grifting benefit out of these websites. The first benefit they get is they get gobs and gobs of DNA given to them by all races of life. Now, this may not seem like a big deal to you. You may think, oh, well, who cares? They got a bunch of random anonymous DNA. But remember, whoever possesses any of your DNA, you have a one-night stand at some chick's house and you leave your drawers there, or you had a one night stand and you splashed it on her blanket of her bed, and then you just got your clothes on later and got a shower and got your clothes on later and piped up out of there. You just left your DNA there. All right, so wherever you go or whoever you interact with sexually or wherever you allow your DNA to end up, especially when it comes to Jays, if you willingly give your DNA to a Jayish owned company, A, that's foolish, and B, when you do so, you're basically giving them the ability to place you anywhere in the world they want to declare you were. At any time, they want to declare that you were there. And so, I warn our people who visit here that we have way crazier times coming in the future. So much crazier and so much worse than it is now. That right now, and what we've been living through for the last 4 years and the 4 years before that under Trumpstein and everything else, that's all going to be thought of right now, is going to be thought of as the good old days. You're literally going to think of all this time with Bidenomics and $4 plus gas and CRT and Biden in charge, making gaffes all over the place and walking around like he's already a dead corpse and the whole thing. This whole time frame we're in, with all the struggle white people have and all the war against us that's happening against us and everything else, this is going to be considered the good old days compared to what's coming for us in the future. I mean, we have things coming for us you cannot even imagine. And so to complete my answer to you about this statement you've asked, or this question you've asked, the answer is what you alluded to in your question. White people are going to be, it's multiplicity now. Remember, I mentioned that there's multiple reasons. They get multiple benefits out of this. But let me finish my first one, and then I will get to fully directly answering your question. But this is another part of the answer to your question. So I'm not doing a mega side rant that doesn't have anything to do with it. This really is part of the answer. Because again, they do everything they do, they get multiple benefits, multiple reasons from it. It's called multiplicity. All their explanations have multiple explanations. That's so they can have their own inside explanation. And then the Freemasons are duped into believing some other explanation than what the Jews who rule over them know for sure. But then Freemasons have a level of understanding of explanations that the profane, as they call them, which would be a non-Mason, that's their way of calling non-Masons Goyim. The profane, as they would call them, or their version of calling us the Goyim, non-Masons, they would not understand the same explanations. They would go read a publicly available book and think that the explanations are such and such and so and so. But they're being misled because those books were written to mislead people, knowing that anybody could access those books, like Manly P. Hall and whatever books, Aleister Crowley books and all that crap. All the Aleister Crowley and Manly P. Hall, they all knew to purposely write the lies as the explanations for things in their books, because they knew that the average profane non-Mason would end up having access to those books, and they would read them. And then reading those lies, they would be like, ooh, now I know what the Masons mean when they show this symbol or this symbol. But it's not true. If you've ever read Manly P. Hall or Aleister Crowley books, you think you've got all this inside knowledge about the Masons, but you don't. You've read what was given. It's called Goyslop. It was made for Goyim to find and discover and read and think that they've discovered and figured out the secrets of the Masons. All the while, the whole book is just feeding them full of misdirection. But my point of saying all that is their main thing of doing things is they always get multiple benefits. And the first benefit of 23andMe and Ancestry.com is, like I was elaborating on earlier, they get to possess your DNA, and they can literally place you anywhere in the world they want. And coming in the future, which is going to be way worse than what we're living in now, in the future, they will take people's DNA from these database websites that they own, and they will place people's DNA in places that even though you couldn't have possibly been there, they will use what's now being given over to the beast system, formerly our U.S. government and laws and judicial system, now taken over by Jews and handed over to the beasts of the field, the non-whites. They will use the beast system, meaning they won't be able to control and run a proper white people government. That's why Christ called it a system instead of the beast government. He knew that beasts aren't capable of running a proper government. And so it's not going to be a proper government. It's going to be a system. And that's why Christ called it that. And so when the beasts fully handed over all of our government, what they're going to start doing is the Jews are going to start placing, government dissidents, Jewish dissidents, and I don't mean Jewish ethnically Jewish. I mean descendants of the Jews and their Zog power over our governments and stuff. They're going to take political dissidents and stuff, and they're going to take their DNA and they're going to place it somewhere. And they'll have the not intelligence, but they'll have the common sense to make sure that they're following your phone, right? So they're going to see that your phone is like at home. All right, so they know when you're at home, you don't really have all that great of an alibi, because being at home, let's say you live alone, right, and you're at home. They know you're at home because they can see your phone is there. And so in the future, when they decide they want to frame a government dissident, or a dissident of the government, I should say, or someone who speaks out against the Jews or whatever, they will take your DNA, they will place it somewhere in a made-up story. Like they'll say that some person got raped, they'll say that some person got killed, whatever story they want to make up, whether it's raped or killed or something else, and they will accuse you of it. And then regardless of what your alibis are, you could be like, yeah, I was at home. I mean, you could check my phone records, it'll show that I was at home. My neighbor stopped by, my Ring camera shows me talking to my neighbor at my front door at the same time that you're accusing me of being 300, 500, whatever miles away committing this heinous crime. I wasn't there. I couldn't have been. Look, I'm on my Ring camera, 12:15, May 5th, here I am. And I'm, talking to my neighbor right here on the porch, the same exact day and time that you're accusing me of being across the country doing some heinous thing. For that guy, he thinks he's got a slam dunk case. He's got all this proof. He's got his alibi, which is his video. Video don't lie, right? And his Ring camera is the video source, so it's even more reputable proof. I mean, cops are accepting Ring doorbell camera footage all over the country as evidence all the time. So, he will feel like, or she will, it'll be mostly guys, it'll be framed, but he will feel like his evidence, his proof, his alibi of where he was is solid, and that, he'll go to court feeling pretty good, like, hey, they're accusing me of something real serious, but, I've got all the alibis in the world. I got my Ring camera footage. And I actually, thank God, I stepped out the door and stood right in front of the camera, so you can see me standing there plain as day. You can hear my voice talking, so you can see and hear that it's definitely me. You hear my neighbor call my name, say my name to me. My neighbor will be able to confirm if we bring him in for questioning. I could, through cross-examination, get him to say to a jury that, yes, that was me that day, and that I was really wearing those exact clothes, and that Ring footage is absolutely true and accurate. And you could go through all that hell to get all that done, right? But it's the beast system. They don't care what you have to say. They're there to accuse you and prosecute you for it and sentence you for it. Find you guilty of it and put your whitey butt in jail. And that's it. And they don't care what alibi you have. They're not going to care what evidence you have. They're not going to give two shits about your Ring video footage from your doorbell thing. Now, keep in mind, all these years, they've been allowing it, been accepting it. But when they finally have full power given to them by the Jays, and of course, the Jays will always have true control over the whole scenario, but it's coming soon, the blacks will be given the bulk of our government. like visibly the bulk of our government will be handed over to blacks, the most important positions. We already have some of the top brass are either men wearing women dresses and wigs pretending they're women, or they're a black guy, a stable, normal, not some wears a dress and a wig and pretends he's a woman. No, can't do that for the black guy. That would be insulting to the blacks and to the black males. So, biggest insult possible, it's got to be a black male who's solid and confident and stable and sturdy seeming in the mind. While the other leaders who are white in charge of our military, along with this solid, sturdy black, are these goofy, retarded, dress-wearing, fully cucked, literally dick-sucking dudes pretending they're women, cross-dressing women. The most insulting, worst thing you could ever put as leaders of our white military, the greatest military that's ever existed on the face of this earth, that white people have ever created under God's dome. And they put black dudes and faggot, cross-dressing, mentally retarded white guys. It's basically the same as how they staff commercials, how they staff the advertisements, where they have this white guy acting stupid and retarded and goofy and embarrassing himself in front of this blonde woman and black guy standing there together, looking at him like he's a total idiot. And then the black guy is this stable, confident alpha male that's watching this white guy just to make a fool of himself, make a complete idiot of himself in front of him and the blonde white woman, So it's basically how they've done our military. They've got the solid, stable, sturdy alpha male, mature, acts like the most stable white person ever, black dude. And then they have the goofy, retarded, literally faggot cross-dressing white guys as the other half of the leadership. But pretty soon, though, all those faggot white guys will be taken out of office. All of those positions will be given to blacks. So eventually, all of our leadership of our military, all of the highest brass will all be blacks. And at that point, they will start removing justices. Justices will start, quote, retiring, and or they will cause scandals where the certain justices are forced to resign. And they will immediately replace each of those justices with a black. And eventually, in the next 10 years, and I will say in 10 years from now, regardless whether it's accomplished in 4 years or 8 years or 7 years or 2 years from now, in 10 years' time from now, so in the year 2020, well, no, we're in 2024 now, in the year 2034, mark my words, sear it into your brain right now. In the year 2034, when you look at your government, all of the top positions will be blacks. I mean, every single one. I'm talking about president, vice president, speaker of the House, leader of the Dems, leader of the, one of the speaker of the House will be leader of one or the other, and then the leader of the other opposing party. They may even have done away with the Electoral College, which is a sham anyway, but they may do away with it just to freak white people out and make them feel more hopeless. Our mayors of all of our major cities will all be black. They're already doing that now, I mean, pick any city, any major city. Look up who the mayor is. Guaranteed it's either a black or some sort of foreigner, some non-white of some variety. But the Jews have a plan to give all the highest, most powerful positions to blacks specifically, not necessarily to hajibs and Pajeets and things like that. They think of blacks as the lowest form of upright biped on earth. And so when it comes to insulting white people in America, for some reason they're totally cool with just flooding Europe with with muzzies and stuff. But for America, they want to ruin America with the lowest, in their opinion, with what is the lowest form of upright bipeds in order to insult and humiliate white people as much as possible. And so that's why you don't see commercials with our blonde white women standing with a Pajit guy, or see our blonde women standing in a commercial with a cool, calm, collected Arab dude. You only see in every single commercial our white women, particularly blonde women, Colors of Christ women, Judahites, Germans, hitched up or standing beside black males, specifically blacks and no other races. So it's because, and that is what they're going to do with our government and our military. That's the plan. Because again, the blacks, in the Jews' opinion, the blacks are the lowest form of upright biped they could possibly insult us with. And so that's what they will be using. Peter C. asked, is pro-life movement a J conspiracy? End outcome of Republican bans on abortion is more non-white babies being born. Are conservatives so against abortion because they actually want more black babies? Okay, so that's another 5D chess maneuver that's being done on the Trump conservatives. Blacks don't get abortions. White people do. It would be nice if blacks were out aborting babies like hotcakes, because that would keep their numbers down. But in fact, the only women you really ever see going to abortion clinics, the only females you see going to abortion clinics 99% of the time, are white women. And it's because our white women will go out and screw a non-white, particularly blacks, because they've been tricked into it by, the media and their friends in school who are also tricked into being cucked about blacks. They're cheerleaders. They spent 5 years. Their daddy paid for them to fly all over the place doing field trips and or not fly all over the place, but ride around in a bus all over the place, field trips and cheering on blacks on the side of the football field. So eventually she tried one out. Well, he screwed her as hard as he could and tried to get her pregnant as hard as he could, because that's every black dude's goal, is to knock up a white girl and have some less black than themselves babies. And just the fact that they got to screw and impregnate a white woman gives them what they feel conquership over whitey and over a white woman. And so it gives them some kind of copium, knowing that, their day is coming once they die, that their party is over for good. And so it gives them some solace to conquer a white woman by being able to impregnate or penetrate a white woman at all, whether it's through rape and whatever, even if the white woman wasn't down with it. Just the fact that they get to penetrate a white woman gives them a sense of copium and satisfaction and solace with their envy of white people. And anytime they're having sex, they get to have sex with a white woman, be it through rape or consensual, they literally give it their all. They screw a white woman harder than they've ever screwed any black chick in their life. They give it literally 155% effort, and they nut in them as hard as they possibly can to try to impregnate that white girl. And because the old white girl is, a lot of times a white girl hadn't been laid in a while, and she decided to go ahead and give this dude a try. And because he's going through all this effort to purposely impregnate her, she will often get pregnant. And then if daddy finds out, though, that she's got this, mongrel baby coming from a black, she's going to be in deep shit. She might lose her inheritance, or her pretty white boyfriend that she cheated on with, he might not want to marry her now, and his family's worth millions of dollars, and her parents are really looking forward to her marrying this rich white guy so that she marries into all this money that, and she's never going to have a tough life financially because she's marrying this super wealthy, super attractive, young white guy that's her age, she met in college or whatever. And all the while, she's ruining everything by being pregnant suddenly by this random thug that she decided to meet on Bumble and meet up with and screw just to see what it was like, and just to experiment in college or whatever her excuse was. And so now she finds herself in a pickle. And so she's got to go get an abortion to get rid of this mongrel baby before she spits out this fugly black baby out between her legs and loses her man, loses her all the millions of dollars that her man's family was happily going to inherit over to him and her, which will in turn extremely upset her family. Her own family will be super disappointed in her that she ruined such a perfect opportunity. Her own family are who were probably expected to pay for the wedding. So they may have already had all these plans and a lot of money already invested in their big wedding they were going to do and for their daughter's big day. And all of it's ruined, all of it's flushed down the toilet in an instant if she starts showing a pudge in her belly. And then everybody's like, oh my gosh, y'all are pregnant. You got to hurry up, get married now. And, and then the baby comes out and it's a squirrely head, fugly mongrel. Her life is in deep crap all of a sudden. And so that is what the abortion clinic is for. Now, conservatives are duped into thinking that it's used by blacks. And so getting to your question completely, part of your question was, do these idiotic conservatives really want more black babies? Are they really trying to save blacks specifically and particularly from aborting their babies? And so to answer your question about the conservatives themselves and what's going on in their mindset about being against abortion, I don't think that they're trying to preserve more black babies. You will hear conservatives mention black babies being aborted to try to get some black they're arguing with to win them over, some black over to their side. But blacks are pro-abortion because they know that whiteys who aborts their babies. Blacks don't abort their babies. It would be stupid for a black to abort her baby. Why would a black abort? Free money. I mean, sorry, I hiccuped right in the middle of that laugh. I'm trying to get a little air out of me here. I took a drink and I swallowed it wrong or something. Okay, here we go. Got the burp out of the way a little bit. Got the hiccup out of the way a little bit. Why would some black female want to give up a free extra $1,200 a month that she can live on? She can make that baby live in squalor and live on literally $1,199 a month of that money. So there is no incentive. There's 0.000% incentive for any black female to ever abort any baby they're ever impregnated with. That is free money to a black female. And that's why every black female you ever meet who has any kids usually has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids. If you know a black at your work, ask him how many brothers and sisters he has. He'll be in his 30s or 40s, and he'll tell, if he's in his 30s or 40s, he's probably going to be around your age if he's at your job, And if you end up having conversation with him quite often, by default of working alongside him every day, and there's no way to escape working with him because you have to work in the same spot with him every day or whatever the case, you ask, or you could just ask any strange black guy walking around, be like, hey, how many brothers and sisters you got? They'll be like, I got 4 sisters and 6 brothers. That one dude will have 11 siblings, or he will be from a family of 11. I don't like using the word family. That's a white people word, but he'll have 10 brothers and sisters. That means one freaking nog, or basically it's probably a series of several baby mamas, but he'll have 3 of my sisters is from my mom with me, and then 2 of my brothers got a different daddy but the same mom, and then my daddy had my two sisters, my other two brothers with this other girl, and blah blah. So it might be not just, you know, that one black female puts out 11 kids, but each black has like multiple brothers and sisters, way more than you have. You know what I mean? And they're actual brothers and sisters, like either half brothers or half sisters or full brothers, full sisters. You know, it's because some of them boons put out 6 or 7 kids by themselves. Some put out 11 or 12 by themselves. For every one they pop out, they get another however much a month. And I think it becomes less per kid, you know, after they hit a certain number. Probably not nowadays. Probably nowadays they give them a raise for every extra one they have. But, you know, for a while there, it was, oh, you got the most from your first kid, but once you had a second one, you didn't get a double the amount. You got like, you know, 70%, which was still a lot to a black, especially that's free, you know, off Whitey, out of Whitey's wallet. And then, you know, the third one, they got like 65%, and the fourth one, they got like 60%. And it like slowly dwindled down allegedly. But that was many years ago. Now, 30 years later, it's probably that they just get $1,200 for every kid. $1,200. If they have 12 kids, they're making $144,000 a month, you know? So that's the problem, is we have, you know, they have incentive. They have all the incentive in the world. And it's literally, you may not know this about blacks, but they plan on conquering white people by reproducing. That's their plan. They know that demographics is destiny. And they know that white people's birth rates are in decline. They know that our mortality rates are higher than they've ever been. And they know that they are out reproducing us like hotcakes. And they know that the Jews are forcing us to have our money stolen from us by the Jews and given to them to reproduce, to out reproduce us like hotcakes. Like, they know the whole jig. Blacks know that Jews are who brought them here. They know why Jews brought them here, to blame Whitey 300 years later in the future for owning them here and bringing them here and enslaving them here. The blacks know that it was the Jews that did all that, planning on blaming it on white people 300 years in the future, which is now. The blacks understand all of that exactly that way, yet they're still down with it. They're still down with destroying white people on behalf of the Jays, where it looks like it's only the blacks destroying us under their own volition, and as though the Jays have nothing to do with it. And that's how the Jays want it. The Jays want to look like they have nothing to do with it, and it's just blacks. Hey, we weren't in your cities burning your cities down. You didn't see any Jews out there flipping over cop cars and jumping on top of them and twerking and setting Walmarts and you know, Kroger stores on fire and the Apple stores and stuff. Jews weren't there. All you saw were blacks doing all that. You need to blame the blacks for that. But really, the Jews are who permit the blacks to do these things and tell the blacks when to go and where to go. And they arrange everything for the blacks to have these turnkey situations where they can just commit all the crime they want against Whitey, and they don't have to worry. They don't have to have a care in the world about repercussions. And that's why they act so flagrant nowadays. They act so bold because they know the Jews have given them the total green light to do whatever they want. The world is yours. Do whatever you want to white people. And we Jews will make sure that we take care of you and protect you and defend you from whatever repercussions may perhaps try to come your way. We'll cover the blowback for you. You just go out and do whatever you want. And so, in that same understanding and under that same theme, blacks know that the Jews have been taking money from Whitey to give them for every kid they reproduce. And you cannot offer blacks free money without them taking it. You know, all I gotta do is knock up a random chick in my neighborhood, and y'all gonna give us free money every month? Shit, I'll knock her up 3 or 4 kids. You're gonna pay us. You're gonna give us a check for each one? Ah, shoot. And then they look at each other and go, "Let's make a baby right now." And they screw as hard as they can right then, hoping they make a baby that day. 9 months later, boom, they got them checks rolling. Actually, they don't have to wait. as soon as he impregnates her, she gets to run down and go, look, I'm pregnant, test me. And then they test her and she's pregnant. And then boom, now she gets extra stuff right then out of the gate she ain't even showing yet. She ain't a month pregnant. But as soon as she can prove it in a clinic somewhere with a test, boom, now she qualifies for even more of Whitey's money than she did just being a lone boon without a kid. So now getting back to the conservative question, are conservatives trying to save black babies? No, I don't think so, even though they do use that when they're trying to win a black over to their side, right? They'll tell blacks, look, abortion clinics were created by Margaret Sanger to eliminate, to maintain, to keep the black population down. It was started as a evil anti-black thing and whatever. But in fact, even though it was you got to remember, Margaret Sanger was a Jew, all right? And Jews had no incentive to want to keep the black population down. They brought them here to do exactly what they're doing. And they brought them here planning on causing them and funding them and encouraging them to outbreed white people like hotcakes. So again, using Jew deception logic, when Margaret Sanger did all her thing, creating Planned Parenthood and all this crap, of course it was just all the Jews together doing it, and they just gave this one random Jewess, Margaret Sanger, all the credit. But really, it was a group effort by the Jews, and they created it under the guise of maintaining the Negro population. Well, guess what? White people ruled America, so we thought back then, and we especially did when it came to demographics. White people were 92%. America was 92% white all the way to 1990. You can read it in a Time magazine on the front cover. In a 1990 edition, it says America still 92% white. So when we were in this 92% white world, which I used to enjoy, and I would love to restore our country to, when we lived in this 92 percentile white percentile country, anybody who would have came along and said, hey, we're going to start allowing blacks to abort their babies so that their population don't start growing on us. We were an all-white country back then, so we're like, oh, okay, whatever, that sounds cool. We didn't really think much about the blacks back then because blacks were only like 2 or 3% of our population. That was it. And so they were such a tiny population, we never even saw blacks. So when we had this random Jewess come along, pretending she's a white person, of course, as always, and she comes along and says, hey, we want to abort black babies before they're born. That way we can maintain and keep control of the black population. We don't want it exploding out of control on us. Well, white people just shrugged their shoulders and agreed. They're like, all right, whatever, sounds cool. Yeah, because it's agreeable. White people didn't want blacks to end up outproducing them like hotcakes and taking over the country. And so they're like, yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and let them, go ahead and set up some clinics and let them abort some babies, I guess. I don't know. And, in Africa, they would have been eating their kid anyway. So what does it matter? And so that they knew that if they proposed it to white people as maintaining the black population from ever becoming dangerously out of control on white people, that white people would agree with it. Even the Christian white people would agree. And all the while, though, Jews knew that white women are who would take advantage of the abortion clinics. They knew that, yeah, a random black once in a blue moon might come in there and do it, but most blacks don't even... Back then, they didn't even mess with whitey stuff, whitey hospitals and doctor offices and stuff. They basically just stayed at their house. There even used to be a joke in the 80s and 90s about blacks dodging a coat hanger, right? meaning that the black female, if she wanted to abort the baby, would use a coat hanger at her house and do the abortion at her house with a coat hanger shoved up inside her till she killed the baby. Well, that's just a probably a Jewish, I would suggest, made up, imaginary joke about blacks that would never really have been the case. Now, maybe perhaps before we started paying them like hotcakes per kid that they produce, perhaps blacks did used to abort their babies at home that way, I guess. But blacks weren't really known for going to a whitey establishment or anything to have medical care and stuff like that back in the day when Margaret Sanger came up with Planned Parenthood. So look at how they mask Planned Parenthood, right? They build it, or they have it existing under the guise of women health care, and they say, well, we got to take care of women who get raped and stuff, which is only like less than 1% of what they take, of what their abortions entail. It's basically 90% of an abortion clinic's abortions are aborting white baby, or not white babies, but white women going there aborting non-white mongrel children. That's what the bulk of Planned Parenthood's abortions are. White women having to get abortions so they don't ruin their new marriage or their marriage they've already been in for however long and stuff like that. And so my point of, let me finish that answer is, so the Jews never created Planned Parenthood. My point of telling you all this was Jews never created Planned Parenthood with the premise of it being what you were told, that it was created by Margaret Sanger to keep the black population from growing, right? So that to abort blacks. That's what conservatives tell blacks when they're trying to win them over to their side. They're like, look, Planned Parenthood was made to abort black babies, and keep your population down and all this stuff. And so that's a conservative, stupid thing for them to be telling blacks. I mean, they should never be worried about that or be talking to blacks as though they care about that situation. But all the while, it was never, excuse me, it was never intended for blacks. It was only told to white people so that white people would agree with its creation, that it was for blacks, and to keep white people from being overwhelmed with black population. So white people being worried about maintaining a white Christian country like we enjoyed, we're like, oh yeah, we don't want the black population exploding. That would be horrible. Our beautiful white glorious utopia would be ruined. And they were right. It would have been. And it is now because we allowed it. So they were like, oh yeah, I mean, so they agreed with it out of fear of the way the Jews introduced the idea that, hey, we want to do this because if we don't, you're probably going to end up with a out of control population of blacks around you. And white people were smart back then enough to realize that would be bad. If we ended up being overwhelmed and enthralled up to our ear holes in blacks all around us in every direction, then it won't be a white Christian country anymore. It'll be ruined and we'll have to leave, like we had to leave Detroit, like we had to leave Ethiopia, like we had to leave Washington, D.C., like we had to leave Atlanta, like we had to leave Baltimore, like we had to leave Chicago, like we had to leave everywhere we have to leave. And so it was intended for white women to abort white babies. That's what Planned Parenthood was built for. That's what it exists for now still. And that is why, have you ever noticed that when Christians go, picket in front of an abortion clinic, boy, that they back with their little blue line sticker on their car. Here come their favorite guys, the boys in blue, coming to arrest them right away. And when the cops come and arrest these these are always like pastors and like church, really God-loving church members that go out and picket these abortion clinics. These aren't like psycho, people or or hardcore pro-white people like us that could be called the neo-Nazis or whatever baddie words they want to call us, racist, bigot, homophobe, whatever's. No, instead, these are like older, frail. They're not aggressive. They're not violent. They're like, in their 40s or 50s or 60s. And they're just standing across the road from this random abortion clinic that's in their area. And they're just picketing, they just got their signs out there, honk if you're against abortion and things like that. And here comes the cops, which those Christian conservatives support. Here come the cops. Hey, y'all got to get all this up out of here right now. Pack it up. Get out of here. No, we don't allow that crap. And they'll literally be rude and horrible to them and rough with them. You'll never see the cops be rougher with our white people and our white Christian elders and pastors of our churches. Then you will see how they rough up and how rough they are with some of our people picketing an abortion clinic. And the reason they tell their cops, when they tell them when you go there, you be aggressive. You get them out of there with like an attitude. You be rude. You be, you use excessive force. And it doesn't matter if they complain about you or whatever, we will squash that shit if we get any complaints about you. You just go there and be as wild as you want to shut them down. That's the kind of attitude and veracity the cops show up with when it comes to picketing an abortion clinic. I mean, they show up there acting like you're a freaking gunman, walking like you got a rifle and you're walking around inside the mall. That's how they treat those people. And the only reason they are told to treat them that aggressive is because the Jews know that that's their white baby killing machine. And that's where they allow the white women to cheat on their husbands with non-whites and then go abort the little mongrel babies. And they don't want them aborting the mongrel babies, but they have to have the option there for that also in order for the white woman to also be able to abort the white babies. So Planned Parenthood is only really for aborting white babies. And the pro-life movement with the conservatives, they don't realize, they probably think that they're helping save white babies, but they're not doing it to save our white babies. They're doing it to just agree with our God. They truly disagree with murder. And they truly believe, all conservatives believe that, aborting a baby is killing a person. And so whether you agree with it or not, that is their position. And so whether it's a Nog or it's a freaking Dot Indian or it's a freaking Arab or it's a white kid, maybe not even the white kid. Maybe they wouldn't care if it was the white kid. Maybe they only care if it's blacks or non-whites. But generally speaking, they just care about the fact that, just like they always say out of their own mouths, that abortion is murder and they don't agree with murder because our Holy Bible doesn't. So it makes sense, their position makes sense when it comes to that. It's just, it's been presented to them the wrong way. So they don't even realize that they're actually, by them battling the abortion clinics, they're actually doing a based pro-white thing. That if they found out it was based in pro-white, they'd probably stop doing it. They'd be like, oh, wait a minute. The abortion clinics only abort like mongrel babies and white babies. So blacks are really never there. Oh, well. And so, yeah, in some sense, maybe conservatives really do only care about the black babies being aborted there. So they think anyway. But yeah, blacks don't abort their babies. You won't see black females walking in abortion clinics. If you do, they're just going there to get a free pap smear or free this or a free that. They're not going there to get an abortion. Only white women go there to get an abortion. Let's see here. And, and the thing is, and to finish your question here about what's the end goal for Republicans to ban abortion and then black babies can be born like hotcakes all the time. Well, they won't ban abortion. I think they're going to allow abortion to be banned in some states, but I think they will keep just like they have been. Look at all those immediate things they came up with when certain states allegedly banned abortion. They immediately created a bus delivery system where they would come pick you up. They immediately had it in place, ready to go. Within one day, the Jews were like, oh, I know. Let's just do one of those retirement home like we do for the retired folks and have a bus that goes around, picks them up, and we'll just drive them right over to another state where it's legal. And we'll make sure the taxpayers pay for it, and all they got to do is make a phone call, and boom, we'll come pick them up in a bus, and we'll bus them all the way to across the border to another state where it's legal. We'll get the procedure done, and we'll bus them back home. No problem. They immediately had that solution ready to go in their back pocket, already waiting for the moment that any place decided to ban it, And so I think abortion, I don't think they're going to let conservatives ban abortion all the way because, again, abortion allows white women promiscuity, and it allows them to go erase that, results of that, And that way our women are allowed to keep being cheaters and liars to their own men, or it just allows them to keep screwing non-whites and getting abortions so that they don't get caught by their parents or, just get, their career might get ruined because after all, they're a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, God forbid, if they start getting pregnant, they're going to get fat, and they're going to be pregnant. They're not going to be able to cheerlead anymore, and they ain't going to have no money because this nog ain't going to marry her. He just screwed her one night because he's a football guy and she's a cheerleader, and so she screwed him, and it wasn't all that great, or maybe it was, but either way, she knows he isn't interested in being a dad of a kid with her, and she don't want to have to bring home a mongrel baby to her dad, so she's like, well, I got to go get an abortion. Well, the Jews want to make sure that she can keep that lifestyle up, or she can keep screwing the nogs and going and getting the mongrel babies, deleted. And they hope that over time, after the white woman's done it enough times, they'll be like, look, you can't really abort anymore. You've had 3 now, or you've had 5 now, or whatever. So, this next mongrel baby, you're just going to have it and be its mama and baby mama. And you're going to have to hope that you can get that nog to throw you some money now and then or whatever. But, you're kind of at your limit now. It's going to be like dangerous for you to have anymore. And then, boom, they're pregnant a month later or a week later or a couple days later again. And now they got to have a kid, And usually it'll come out all screwed up because they've already had multiple abortions before that one. So, of course, the kid doesn't develop right because the woman's womb is all screwed up. And, some people could argue, oh, having an abortion doesn't mess up the woman's womb. You don't know what you're talking about because you're a guy and whatever, and you've never had an abortion. Well, I promise you it does mess a woman up. There are things about a woman and her womb. A woman and her womb is like a glass vase made of a very, very thin, fine glass in a very extremely fine and intricate shape. Very complex, and with almost impossible curvatures and turns and things in its design that if anything damages it a little bit, it all just shatters to pieces. Where, not that a woman's womb is totally ruined like that analogy would be, but the damage to the vase is not repairable. You do enough damage to the thing and it's going to look bad. It's going to look broken. Even if it didn't shatter into pieces, it's going to be, the pieces are just too complex that when they broke into many little pieces, and now you cannot put it all back the way it was. A woman's womb is that way. You do enough of these invasive operations like that where you go in and rip this child apart inside the womb with barbecue tongs and freaking suction hoses and all these things. A woman's womb is traumatized by that. You wouldn't think so, and the woman wouldn't think so. After all, she shoved, vegetables up in there, and she's had 4 dudes in one night up in the thing, wrecking it as hard as they could with her peckers and all this stuff. She figures her womb's probably invincible. But when you fiddle with a baby like that up where it's developing, and then you kill it and rip it to pieces and rip it out of the womb, the next baby you try to produce from that same womb is going to be under a great threat of not developing right. And if you've had multiple abortions and then you're cut off from abortions and you get pregnant and got to have the kid because nobody will give you your ninth abortion or whatever the cutoff is, there may not even be a cutoff. But if you did get cut off and you decide, you're forced as a white woman to now carry and have this mongrel baby, this fugly mongrel you're going to have as a kid that looks nothing like any of your family. You're hosed. You just got to carry it and then spit it out and then hope to God, that your family doesn't disown you forever. And of course they won't. A modern family be like, oh my gosh, you got your little nigger baby. Wow, it doesn't look nothing like us. Oh, thank God you didn't get your grandpa's nose. And the whole family will be cucked into, probably cheer them on nowadays. So that's the thing, is if they do close it down now, it'll only be because now they've made it fashionable for white women to get pregnant by blacks, and they don't want them aborting those anymore. They want lots of mongrels in our country. Lots of white women with black babies' daddies. That's the way they want our country to be. So if they allow the conservatives to now ban abortion clinics, all that's really going to do is it's going to cause a lot more white women to have a lot more mongrel babies be born in our country instead of white children. Most of the time when white women are cheating on a white guy or having an abortion, most of the time a white woman has an abortion, it's because she screwed a non-white. I'll just put it like that. It's because she screwed a Puerto Rican or a black or a what's the other one they sometimes get suckered into screwing? Like an Arab or whatever. Maybe some Arab bangs her, but that's kind of rare because if an Arab bangs a white girl, she's pretty much stuck with him from then on, otherwise he kills her. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly like, the Spanish types, whatever. It don't got to be Puerto Ricans. It could be Costa Rican or Venezuelan or whatever types are popular, in your various states. And then, the other one, but typically black. Black is the other one because that's the one that our white girls have been duped into screwing, is the blacks. So, 90% of the time, if a girl screws outside of her race, it's going to be with a black. And so they're encouraged to, the media, the commercials. In schools, the teachers have been freaking trying to convince the white girls to screw blacks and stuff. And so you add it all up, and all the social pressure and all the media pressure and all the everything pressure on them. They end up screwing blacks. They end up, cheating on their white boyfriend one night with some black at a party. And he gave it the beans, boy, made sure. Meanwhile, her boyfriend, her white boyfriend, he's trying to always pull out, wear a condom like they're told all the time. Oh, good God, God forbid y'all get pregnant before you get married, and so you can't be having sex. And so they're secretly having sex, but they're making sure they're being super careful. And, he wears a condom, but he still pulls out. So they're doubly safe, they think, and all this stuff. And meanwhile, then she goes and cheats on him one time with this black dude at a party because her friends are cheering it on, thinking, oh, it's stylish and fashionable and whatever to bang a freaking animal. And so that dude's like, this is my one chance. I'm finally getting to fuck a white girl. And they give it everything they got. They try to impregnate her. I mean, they'll screw a white girl so hard, they'll kill them. You know what I mean? They'll choke them to death. They'll screw them to death. They'll freaking do every freaking move, They'll do everything they can to blow this white girl's mind and make her be like, oh my gosh, nobody's ever had sex with me like you gave me sex. And they'll be like, and they want to like win the white girl over with screwing her brains out, right? But at the same time, they also want to impregnate her. So they not only give her the hardest sex they can possibly give her all the way to the point of killing her, but also they will purposely try to impregnate her as hard and as definite as they possibly can. And so then so all the while, homegirl sitting here trying not to get pregnant, making sure, Jimmy that she dates and is engaged to is, not going to accidentally get her pregnant. But homeboy over here, Tyrone, he don't give two shits about that. Tyrone wants to get a white girl pregnant. So he going to beat it up as hard as possible and purposely get her pregnant as immediately as he can. And if he could knock her up with quintuplets, that's what he'd do. If he could screw her, if the harder he screwed her, the more kids she would produce in that one pregnancy, that's what he would do. So it allows them to vent their envy out on the white girl. It allows them to feel like they've conquered white people, like they've achieved the greatest black accomplishment possible on the face of the earth, which is to penetrate a white woman. I mean, that is their goal, White men, we have all these goals and aspirations in life. We try to create a better world for our children and grandchildren after us. We try to create things to further and better humanity and make our lives easier as human beings and all these things. What a black's mind is focused on is banging a white woman. That's it. From the moment they get up, they start thinking about banging white women, and all through the day, even if they have a regular job, they got to drive the school bus. They're looking at every little white girl on that school bus going, boy, ain't nobody was around, boy. You be in bad. You be in trouble. I be sticking that. That's what they're thinking. Old Willie that hates your guts at the office. Yeah, he still wants to bang every white woman in that office. He hates your guts, but he wants to choke and rape you to death. That's for sure. And that's his biggest fantasy that he might not ever play out because old Willie might be too old now. He might already be in his 70s and can't do it. He too weak or something. But don't think that, the other one that's in his 30s that's in the office don't plan on, if he ever gets the opportunity, trying to catch you around a corner where nobody's looking and do his business without your permission. Let me get back here. See what the chat is. Peter C. He had a couple more things to say. He said, is every single J involved in these plots or just their elites? I have some J friends who seem normal and wouldn't know about any of this stuff. Or are they all in on the plots from childhood? Well, how would I answer this one? Like, where even I would approve of my own answer. Best answer I would want to give you on this particular question is, because of your exact wording, I'm going to have to answer no. Not every single J on the face of the earth alive. Okay? And that's why the white guilt guy, saying, oh, you can't blame them based on their birth. You can't be weary of a person just based on their birth. Well, A, yes, we can. And B, that's how the whole world works, is you identify things based on their birth. And C, which is the answer to your question here, perhaps not every single J on the face of the entire earth, right? But the problem is when I answer no to you that way, that no, not every single J alive on the entire face of the whole earth is a part of the Jewish plan and is raised up in the Jewish plan and has it all explained. But when I say that, when I give that answer to someone who's asking a question in that way, who already thinks that they have J's that are their friends, they're going to, in their mind, take my answer and go, cool, so that applies to this J that I think is my friend. He's one of the cool ones. He's one of the ones that I've already discerned has not been raised up in the stuff and doesn't know about any of this stuff, right? And so that's why I don't like having to answer your question totally honestly, even though I am. The answer is no. Not every single J alive on the face of the whole earth. Perhaps. Perhaps. I'm going to throw the word perhaps in there because it literally still could be every single J on the face of the whole earth. But because of, for probability's sake, I will say the answer is no. Not every single J alive on the whole face of the whole earth. But don't take that answer to mean that, oh, cool, then the one I know is definitely cool then. You know, don't go by that. Because the one you know that you think is your friend very well could have had all these things taught to them since they were little. You know? And maybe not all the things about Whitey and whatever, depending on how old they are. If they're in their 40s, yeah, they definitely know all about it. Don't let him dupe you into thinking he doesn't. But if he's in his early 20s or in his teens, like say you're an 18-year-old guy, right? And your the guy that you think is your buddy, who you know for a fact is a J, is only 18 or 19 as well. Well, he may not know all the things yet. But you can set your watch. By the time he's 30, he knows all the things that he's supposed to know as a J. Once you become an adult, all the things start being given. You know, not all at once, but they start with big things. Once you hit adult, they start giving you, you know, a lot of the big information about the Jews, their plan, their Talmud, what they're up to. And sometimes, you know, they won't say it outright to their kids in a full worded form that way. Like they don't, like how the Nogs have the talk with their little Noglets. They sit them down and they say, look, you know, sometimes white people are going to be really, really nice to you. And sometimes a lot of white people are going to be really nice to you a lot of the time. But the deal is, fuck Whitey. And Whitey's bad no matter what. And yeah, you're going to notice that white people probably never owned us because they be kissing our butt all the time and cucking to us and pandering to us and everything else. And they're so soft and weak that they ain't no way they used to own us as slaves. It was the Jews that owned us as slaves. And the Jews still own us now. But the Jews are who steal white people's money and give it to us to survive. And so, and what the Jews expect in reciprocity, which they ain't gonna be able to say that word, so they would say, and in return, we got to be attacking whiteys and, you know, do nigga shit. We allowed to rob stores, we allowed to attack people. Now, granted, that's not how the talk went 15, 20 years ago. That's how the talk can go among the blacks now that they've been given the green light to do whatever they want. But back in the day, it was don't trust no white people, even if they nice to you. Take whatever they give you. Then, you know, as soon as you got the opportunity, be up out of there with whatever they gave you. You get what you need free out of them that they're offering, and then be up out of there, because don't never trust no white. Always put your own kind first, no matter how nice the white peoples are. And they give them all these other reasons. They'll be like, because at the end of the day, the white people, no matter how nice they be to you, they the devil. And so that's what they teach is Whitey's the devil no matter how nice he is to you. No matter how much he cucks to you and panders to you and gives you stuff for free and makes you the keynote speaker at the Trump rally because you put on a MAGA hat, Whitey's the devil. And you don't never put him before the black people. You always put your black people first. And so that's the talk, essentially, in a nutshell, for the blacks. But the talk for the Jays can be a variety of things. You know, Jays they're kind of oddball people. So some Jays may feel weird, or they may not feel weird, but they may explain or have the talk in different explanations, different weird explanations than another Jay would with his kids. And so, but the bottom line is, by the time a Jay is 30 something, he understands the Talmud is their book, not the Bible, not the Torah. He knows and sees, even if he hasn't been told directly, he's seen with his own eyes millions of times by then that Jews are always like, oh, the Torah says, and oh, the Torah, and oh, the Torah. But really, they're always following the Talmud, and they're never following the Torah. And they always just say that they are referencing the Torah when they're talking to keep white people duped into thinking that they're the Jews, or that they're that they're Israelites, and that they're the wisest people about the Bible, and that they wrote the Bible because, after all, it's the Torah. And white people think the Torah was written by Jews when it was not. And and like a lot of people and most conservatives, if you were to ask them, oh, who wrote the Torah, they would say Moses, right? Which actually is an incorrect answer. But not only is an incorrect answer, but Moses lived way before any Jew. Well, that's not true, but he wasn't a Jew, is the bottom line. He wasn't a descendant of Esau. So, so it's true that he could have been, Jews existed during Moses' time, but Moses himself was not a Jew, is the point. So not only did Moses not write the Torah, but he wasn't a Jew either. So even if he had written the Torah, he was not a Jew. So the Jews did not write the Torah. They didn't write it. And that's why they just grift Whitey by pretending to refer to it. And when you see them refer to it in their Talmud, if you look up where they referred to it, and I had a video about that a long time ago. It got deleted. It was on this channel, and they struck it. And they just deleted the video, and they put me in YouTube jail for however long. But in the video, I showed that I was on Sefaria.com, which is their Jewish reference website for all Jewish writing, and I was on the Talmud on their website, and I was showing, as I was going through the Talmud, I was showing how they're talking about rabbis banging kids and whatever, and then they're referring to the Torah as though they have permission based on the Torah, or as anything they're discussing has something in the Torah written that has something to do with this subject matter that they're talking about in that instant moment of the page. And so it literally has references there. It has like a footnote, and then you look at the footnote, and it's a Bible reference. And when you look up the Bible reference, it has nothing to do at all with what they're talking about. It's not talking about sex. It's not talking about kids. It's not talking about yiddy diddling or anything like they're talking about in the Talmud, in the exact spot where they referred you to a passage of the Bible that when you go look it up, it will have absolutely nothing to do with what they're talking about. Nothing at all. It's like they just make up a passage to say. They go, oh, is there a such thing as Hebrews 12 verse 11? Okay, then put that. Just put Hebrews 12 verse 11, And if anybody looks it up, who cares, And so they literally just make up spots of the Bible or the Torah to refer to. But when you look up those spots in the Torah, they will have nothing to do with what the Talmud's talking about when it refers to them. And so it's like, their references to the Torah are laughable and hilarious because, remember, you can just erase the word Torah from your mind. That's the way the Jew keeps you duped into believing they wrote something about the Bible. They have nothing to do with the Torah. The Torah was written by white people. It was written by Ezra. Funny enough, a lot of Christians have no idea who wrote the Torah, but it was Ezra that wrote it, and not Moses. Now Moses gave us the law, and he passed all the things down verbally, and then eventually Moses' law was written down. But that was Moses' law, and Moses' law is not Mosaic law like you hear about and all that, or Noahide, I should say. Noah didn't even make any laws, so that whole concept of Noahide laws is hilarious because it's just Jewish laws. There's nothing about there's nothing Noah about it. There's nothing Noahide about it because Noah didn't create laws. But Moses did. He created several hundred civil laws, and these were so white people wouldn't be confused by God's law. We only had 10 commandments, and then they're like, yeah, but what about the bestiality thing? And Moses is like, well, okay, yep, I'm going to write a thing here and here to explain to you that, yes, you cannot lie with beasts. And so there were different, things that were written down over time. And so Moses basically was just rewriting civil laws mostly that existed among the Israelites before. And it just so happened that in his time, the Israelites had lost a lot of their understandings of laws and punishments for the certain laws and just procedures of law in their civil, among themselves in their civil circumstances. So that's what the laws of Moses were, but they were still considered holy and sacred, and they were allowed to be placed in the side of the ark because God had appointed and ordained and anointed Moses to be the creator of our faith again, the recreator, the restarter. He was like the Martin Luther of back then. He was the reformer of our faith, where he took our faith. It was disjointed, it was subverted and inverted and all messed up, and he revived it, restored it. And so we call it the Reformation that Martin Luther started in his time, but really we ought to call it the Restoration. That's what we ought to be calling it. We didn't reform Christianity. He restored it. He helped restore it. We went back, the whole Seventh-day Adventist people went back to keeping God's Sabbath. They denounced that Sunday garbage that had been forced down white people's throats for 1,260 years by threat of death immediately in front of all your neighbors. And they went back to keeping God's holy seventh-day Sabbath and pleasing our God. The rest of the Protestants didn't, even though they call themselves Protestant churches. They didn't protest Sunday keeping, and so they didn't protest the Catholic Church. So the only true and actual and real Protestant, as people mistakenly call it, church is the Seventh-day Adventist Church. No Sunday worshiping church is Protestant of the Catholic Church because all of them still honor the Catholic Church's mark, which is Sunday. And so, is every single J involved? No, but every single J is involved. Okay, because every J ends up knowing that they're here at Whitey's expense. All right, all non-whites in your country are here at your expense, whether it's a friendly to you black or a friendly to you Mexican or a friendly to you Arab or whatever's friendly to you. Okay, they're only friendly to you right now because the war against white people has not went full hot yet. But also, they don't feel like their people outnumber white people in our country yet. Whether you're talking to an Arab that's friendly with you, or an Indian dot that's friendly with you, or a black that's friendly with you, or whatever. What they're doing is they're biding their time. Okay, they know it's not the time yet. They know it's not time to attack white people yet. They don't have enough of their kind built up in the country yet by way of either invasion or mass reproduction. And so they're only being polite to you right now. They're only being friendly right now because it benefits them. You being a white person, you've probably been way hospitable to them. You've probably given them stuff for free that you aren't using anymore, but it would have cost them $150, but you're not using it. It's just been sitting in your house doing nothing. So you're like, here, you can have it, you use it. Well, they're going to hang out with a white guy that's willing to give them things. Remember the raccoon analogy. And remember the explanation about conservatives going to the hood and offering free cookies and free Trump hats and whatever. And a black will happily come over and, what, y'all giving away free food? Oh, word, y'all got chicken, watermelon? Oh, shit, I made me a plate. All right. Now they ain't pro-Trump at all, but they're at the Trump rally talking about, oh yeah, man, free food, yeah. Don't mind if I do. I make me a plate. Oh word, you gonna give me a free Trump hat? All right. And they'll put that thing on and they'll eat their plate of food and they'll walk off with their Trump hat, styling, pointing it, holding it up at them and stuff. Oh yeah, y'all got me convinced, Whitey. And the white people were like, wow, we won another nog over y'all. All it took was a little bit of chicken and watermelon, and he's wearing a MAGA cap. Look at him. He's walking back off in the hood wearing it right now. He's going to get around the corner, and he's going to sell that MAGA hat to anybody he can sell it to. You know? Hey, give me $5 for this hat. I don't need this shit. And eventually he'll find some black that's cool with Trump. But yeah, I give you $5 for it. Fuck it. And then boom, now some other nog's got the MAGA hat and will actually be willing to wear it. But it won't even be the same one that grifted Whitey out of the hat in the first place. You know? And so the bottom line of Jays and blacks and all these people, or all these upright bipeds who pretend to be friendly with us now, they're only friendly with us right now because the war against white people has not fully popped off all the way. But when the war against white people fully pops off, there's going to be no such thing as that Jay-ish friend of yours trying to like hide you in an underground railroad and sneak you under house to house while the blacks and Jays are all trying to kill us white people off. It's not going to be like all those Jay-ish fantasy stories about the blacks being heroes during the slavery times, and all those stories are Jewish fiction where they have the black hero that was like, was it the Underground Railroad and all that crap? All that stuff's Jewish lies. It's all Jewish fiction. And even the get on the back of the bus story, you know, telling that black or the female nog that she's got to get on the back. Rosa Parks. That whole thing was staged and fake. It was a false flag. It was literally a government staged or a Jewish staged false flag, just like the Trump hoax the other night. Just a Jewish staged false flag. And so, yeah, when you think of them right now as friendly to you and being your friend and all these things, it's only because they're not shooting at white people yet. But as soon as the war fully pops off all the way and goes full hot, that Jewish, quote, friend of yours will have a pistol in his hand or a rifle in his hand, even though he's never shot a gun in his life. Some Jew will assign him a gun and give him a gun and be like, here, start shooting, because it will be bullets flying everywhere once the war really pops off. And white people have a lot of bullets to fire back, so there's going to be a lot of firearm action happening. And so every Jew is going to be armed, including your friend. And your friend will be instructed to shoot anyone who's not a Jew, period, dot. And even though he probably won't come in contact with you at all once the war kicks off, he'll be with his Jews somewhere else, huddled up somewhere, some synagogue or whatever, and you will not be there. So you won't end up shooting at each other, perhaps, at all. But he's not going to be trying to hide you because everyone's trying to find all the whiteys and kill them and stuff because he's your friend. He's not going to be like that. There's not going to be no such thing as that. All right, he's only an acquaintance of yours right now while it's convenient for him and works out for him. He's in your country right now, standing in your living room in the middle of the night. You've woke up. What's that noise? You've stepped out in your living room, and there's this freaking Jay standing in your living room going, oh, hey. And instead of you being like, ah, and shooting him right away, that's what everyone's supposed to do when you catch someone in your home in the middle of the night. That's what we're supposed to do if we catch non-whites in our country. You're supposed to be like, oh, it's just knee-jerk reaction. You're supposed to just fire and then think afterwards. Be like, wow, did you see the size of that invader? You're supposed to treat it that way. But instead, we don't. We've been cucked into not treating invaders that way. And so now, when you see this Jay in your country, you don't realize that this Jay is standing in your living room that he broke into. And you could tell yourself, nah, man, he was born here, so it would have been like his grandparents that broke into my house or something. But no, every Jay, every non-white in our country knows they're here at white people's expense. Okay, so there is no such thing as him being your friend. He might be your acquaintance who's friendly with you right now while he's biding his time. But he knows, as a Jay, that he has to stay sided with Jays at all times for his whole life. for his own benefit and livelihood and well-being in the end of the day. He can never betray the Jays and come to white people's side, regardless if he's friends with you and friends with other people. I know that the Jews have created these movies where the white kid like has this super tight relationship with whoever, some non-white, Mr. Miyagi or whatever. And so it tugs on the heartstrings of white people to feel like, oh, I've got these deep friendship. I've got this deep connection with this non-white, whether it's some Nog or it's a whatever he is, you know, a Pajit or an Arab or something. And in this case with you, a Jay. And so y'all think, oh man, I got such tight, you know, I got this tight connection with this non-white. But really, it's only right now that it's that way. In time, over time, that will shed. And it will sever instantly when the war really pops off. When bullets start flying from house to house everywhere, and when Apaches start hovering over our neighborhoods and unloading 60 millimeters on houses, and when Nogs are going in gangs, government Jewish issued gangs, funded gangs where they're armed by the government, armed by the Jews, and they start storming down neighborhood streets and robbing and shooting and killing and attacking and raping and murdering every person, every white person they find. When that moment is happening, that dude of yours ain't going to be your friend no more. He might still think about you once in a blue moon while he's sitting there at the synagogue with all the rest of his Jews, you know, held up at the synagogue, but yeah, he's not going to be out helping you or saving you or being your friend anymore. It's all that convenience buddyship will be over. So there's my answer on that, I guess. And then he put, are blacks physically superior in athletics, or just a J plot to make their leagues full of only blacks? Yes, that is basically the grift. If you think about it, many sports records are still held by white people. And that's not to say that there's not an anomalous black in the world who couldn't come out with the same thing or do better, you know, outperform and set the new record. But the thing is, we have to remember that we're comparing ourselves, and we're having to compare ourselves against these monstrous blacks that we've produced, right? Blacks don't exist like you see them in America naturally. They don't exist like they do here in America naturally. These blacks we have are artificial giant blacks, right? And what I mean by that is, you know, I run across blacks all the time that I'm bigger than. But what I mean is they're giants compared to what they're supposed to be. If you read slave logs, when the advertisements for selling slaves and stuff like that of blacks, the Jews would put up these posters, you know, Negroes for sale, right? Contact John Adams, even though his name is really, Shlomo Nosberg, right? But he would do all the Jews brought them here and then owned them here and then tried to convince white people to own them also, but they were the ones who brought them here and owned them here. But they used white men's names. And that way, 300 years in the future, they could blame white men for owning blacks and arouse the black and enrage the black community against white people. And that's what it says in their writings that they planned on doing. And inflame the Negro against the white race is what they said. For their atrocities of owning and enslaving blacks hundreds of years before. And what they mean is from us owning the blacks, meaning the Jews owning the blacks and blaming it on white people by using white people names. But if you read in those Jewish created Negroes for sale, contact John Adams posters, you'll see that every black for sale was 5'4", 5'2", 5'7". And you could say, oh yeah, well it's because they were 14 years old. But I would like to direct you to Exhibit A, which is any 14-year-old black in our country here is, if they're going to be over 6 foot, they're already like almost 6 foot at 14. And if they're going to be 6 and something, they're going to be 6 foot by 14. And by the time they're 16, they're already over 6 foot. And let's say they're going to top out at 6'4". By the time they're 18, they're topped out. All right. Now, they don't grow any faster than white people do. There are plenty of white people who top out at 18 years old too and never grow any taller after their age of 18. You know what I mean? They don't have any more growth spurts and they grew really tall, perhaps, 7 foot tall. And they did it all by 18, right? So, and that's why you don't hear about basketball players growing, you know what I mean? Like you don't start becoming a fan of some Afro baller in a college sport. And then wouldn't you know, and he started as a rookie, 19 or 18 years old. And then wouldn't you know, you don't hear him talking about, oh man, now that he's in the NBA, he had a growth spurt. He's grown 3 inches or 6 inches or 5 inches. No, you never hear about that because most of the time, white or black, any race, they pretty much have their full height by whatever, 18 or 19 or 20, somewhere right in that range. You pretty much peak out. And only anomalous people have another growth spurt in their 20s, which would be college and then pro ball ages, right? Afro ball ages. So that is why you don't hear that phenomenon. You don't hear sportscasters ever talking about that because they're already peaked out before that. They're already done growing. But my point of saying all that was that we grow big Negroes, right? And it's no different than what anything else Whitey cultivates. So if Whitey grows a garden, if they are pretty good at it, it's going to grow these big, voluptuous vegetables or really oversized, great-looking fruit. White people are good at farming things and growing things. We farm fish. I'm sure you've heard of fish farms. We grow some of the biggest fish, bigger than nature ever grows them, right? We breed horses, we breed dogs, and we breed them to be through selective breeding and things, we have created some of the most large and crazy some of the largest and most crazy examples of specific kinds and types of dogs and horses. And so likewise with the blacks, we have been feeding blacks, white people food, 3 hots and a cot, all the snacks you want. We've been doing that now with the blacks for over 100 years. And we've definitely been doing it with the blacks since 1965. And then we really started ramping it up for the blacks in 1991. Really, it started in 1989, but then by 1991, it was in full swing and enacted and everything. So, so the mud flood officially really ramped up in 1991 because that's when they started flooding our country with non-whites by the millions. And that's when they also, excuse me, man. And that's when they also started flooding. I'm sorry. That's also when they started stealing our money to pay blacks extra per kid that they pop out so that they would start out reproducing us like hotcakes. All that started in 1991. It was signed in 89. It was enacted in 91. And let's see here what. And to finish answering your question, are blacks physically superior in athletics? Well, I had said no in the beginning, but that's not to say that there isn't going to be an anomalous black once in a blue moon that can outachieve, and set a new record above whatever white people have done. But you have to keep in mind, and I had to tell you all that other stuff to wrap it up with this part, is that had it not been for how good we are at growing things, plants, vegetables, critters, had it not been for us growing these blacks and feeding them with certain foods that we feed, our kids and our own people and stuff, had blacks had no access to white people, right? That same black who set the world record home run, farthest hit baseball ever, or the biggest free throw jump, longest distance dunk, jump, whatever. It's always some useless thing, right? Some useless sport activity. It's never like, oh, this black is the greatest architect that ever lived, or oh, this black built the tallest building ever, or he was the architect for it, or oh, this black built the longest bridge, or this black was the designer of the longest bridge, still standing across, a 35-mile expanse of water. Or you never hear anything about blacks wanting to be great at anything other than jumping or running or chasing a ball or dunking a ball or catching a ball. All useless children game activities. Not even something adults should even be dicking around with doing. All those blacks on a football field should all be having to work at some job and not be getting paid money by white people to chase each other around chasing the ball, doing a children's activity. Instead it should be like, sports should actually be like useful activities. That's what sports should be. So like, how like you've seen a tough man contest, or you've seen a chainsaw tree cutting competition, or well, those two are like the two most decent examples. I'll just stop at those two examples. But the reason why is because, in the tough man contest, it's not as much of a useful one. But like, let's say the tree cutting competition, right? That's a useful skill that white people need to always be good at. You always need to be good at sawing trees. And of course, being good at it means you got to be better and faster than the next group, or you're not the fastest, or you're not the best. So that becomes competitive because white people are like that. And next thing you know, we have what's called competitions to see who's the best tree cutter, who's the best miller, or who's the best chainsaw cutter, just horizontal cuts, speed cutting. And I don't see, I don't ever see, but the point is, you don't ever see blacks trying to be the greatest of any ho-hum thing. They only want to be kangs. They just want to be kangs. They want to be the ruler. They want to be the judge. They want to be the boss. They want to be the big shot, the star, the rapper, the useless ball dunker. That's what they want to be. They don't want to be the best paralegal in Minnesota. You know what I mean? They don't want to be like, they're not striving to be, the best mathematician in whatever wrinkly college or something. They're just not interested in that. They're only interested in be kings and be worshipped by the white people, by the white women's. They don't even care about all the cuckery, about all the idolization of worship from white guys. White guys think that they're really flattering blacks when they, when the white guy considers himself to be a quite exceptional white guy, right? Like, hey, I'm a big, awesome white guy. I'm 6'9". I'm 312 pounds of solid muscle. People respect me because I'm this big guy. And I have chosen to put my hand on your shoulder, Mr. Nog, to pat you on the shoulder and tell you, I like you. I think you're all right. Now, when that white dude does that to some Nog, when some big sports jock guy does that to some Nog, in his mind, he is flattering the heck out of that black. This black ought to feel honored as heck that I'm patting him on the shoulder, because I'm quite the exceptional white guy. And if I'm patting him on his shoulder, that means I approve of this dung hutter's presence around me. And he should definitely be pleased and satisfied and almost grateful that I'm being so, I'm touching him, for God's sakes, and putting my hand on his shoulder, patting it, telling him he's cool with me. And so that whole mentality is what these jock white guys, they think that they're really blowing blacks' minds when they like cuck to them and pander to them and put their hand on their shoulder and tell them nice job, or you're one of us, or whatever stupid crap they might say to a black. And so, but all the while, the black don't give two craps what any white guy is saying to them. They don't care that some old white guy is like, you're the best damn wide receiver this side of the Mississippi that's ever lived. I don't care what anybody says. No matter how flattery and much cucking and pandering and just gushing and prostrating at these blacks that some white guy does that's involved with him in Afro ball in some way. It means nothing to blacks. All that matters is that one of those blonde cheerleaders on the sidelines is willing to let him stick his dang-a-lang in her. That's it. That's a black's number one existence, is white women's, and they don't care about anything else. If they had to give up electricity and electronics and cars and big rims and guns and gangs and street cred, if they had to give it all up to have a blonde white woman, not even a hot one, just a blonde white woman that's ho-hum looking, they'll give it all up in a heartbeat. For a hands down, easy, like if they were like, look, if they were proposed that situation, they were like, look, we will present to you a white girl who really will just totally be your woman, and do whatever you say and let you just bang the snot out of her all you want and and she'll just happily let you do whatever. All you got to do is give up every single thing: electronics, your family, electricity, never drive a car, never have big rims, never have Air Jordans. They would even give up their shoes. They love that whitey invention more than just about all the other whitey inventions. They're into our shoes. So much so they make their own goofy versions of them now, and put their name on them and stuff. These are the Jordans. These are the whatevers, Yeezys or whatever stupid, idiotic names they call themselves. And so, they even make their own goofy versions of our shoes now. They love that invention of whitey's. So they'll even give up their shoes if they are guaranteed a hands down blonde white woman to be with, to be able to screw all the time. They would give up every single fucking thing: cell phone, cars, electricity, everything. They'd live in a cardboard box as long as they could bang that good looking, or even she ain't got to be good looking, but especially if she's good looking. Oh man, they'd live in a cardboard box. Let's see here. And another point you pointed out there, which was pretty cool, is you said, or is it just a J plot to make their leagues full of only blacks? Of course, again, like many of you already know, but I mentioned earlier, so I'm saying the word again because I had mentioned it earlier, and you may not have been here when I did. So, but everything the Jews do is in actually, no, you were definitely here because I was telling you this, I think. Is everything the Jews do, they do for multiple reasons. There's always multiplicity involved in whatever they're doing. So, in knowing that, and what we're discussing here, yes, the Jays will absolutely use that as a reasoning. And in fact, that is what the mantra they've been using all these years, to replace white men one after another with blacks. I was even going to do a video a long time ago about a famous coach from the 1970s. I forget his name now, but one of you in the chat may know it. I'm not really a sports cuck. I never was. I mean, I was when I was young, but as soon as I became an adult and realized, that was a child's activity and I had to go be an adult and learn how to do man stuff, I couldn't participate in that stuff anymore. And it was already turning into Afro ball in my youth as I was coming into an adult. So I already saw that it was being cucked away to blacks, and it made me uninterested to continue it further. But I could also recognize that it was a useless activity. At the age of 19, I realized, this is totally pointless for me to be chasing a ball around or trying to put one in a hole or whatever. Oh, I crossed this arbitrary line with freaking ball. Woo, I'm awesome, 5 minutes later, it never happened. But for the moment right now, wow, I'm amazing. The world is different now. And sports doesn't change anything. It literally is just a useless activity. So once I discovered that all in my mind and saw at the same time simultaneously, I coupled it with seeing that it was all being cucked away to the blacks, which made it way less interesting to me. It absolutely was. That is a mantra that's went around. is that, oh, the blacks run faster, jump higher, all the useless things like run faster, jump higher. Um, and so, those are useful if you're in the Congo. Running faster and jumping higher is probably important when you are chasing down a pack of hyenas for dinner. I'm sure that running faster and jumping a little higher is a really sought after trait, a really useful skill in what you would call, quote, work, end quote. And it really would be work there in Africa to chase around a pack of hyenas and have to run a little faster than Whitey and jump a little higher than Whitey to be able to catch these hyenas in order to have dinner that night. I'm sure that's probably the case. But here in first world, where that white people have created, we've created a world in such a way that you have the option to run or jump if you want to, but it's not required for you to eat dinner. And so you can live your whole life and die in a white first world country and never have to need to run really fast or jump really high, which negates the usefulness of either of those two, quote, abilities. Therefore, it renders them useless in a first world society. Therefore, there's no need for us first worlders to be wowed by or impressed with or paying millions of dollars, billions even of dollars per year to a bunch of dung hutters that can barely read and write fourth grade words. Remember when 50 Cent challenged someone else and said, you can't even read? And he gave him a children's book and challenged him to read it. It was like Evander Holyfield or somebody. I forget who it was. But he was like, nigga, you can't even read. And he gave him a children's book, knowing that grown 50-something-year-old black dude would not be able to read it. So, the thing is, blacks know about their own kind. Blacks know about blacks. And so that's why 50 sent him that thing. He sent him that book knowing, even though it's a kiddie book, he knew he wouldn't be able to read it. I forget who he sent it to. But it was some other black that he was having beef with, And so when the Jays started promoting, and I forgot the name of that darn coach. His name was like, oh man, Bo something. I think it was Bo something. I just can't remember anymore. But I have the video saved. It's actually saved on this device that I'm using right now. It's saved somewhere on the device. And basically, he was being interviewed, to let me just finish this quick answer about the Jays claiming that blacks are better at everything, thus they ought to replace white people with all blacks in all the sports leagues. He was being asked, Bo Bradley, is that his name? Bo Bradley, does that sound like the right name? I think that might have been his name, Bo Bradley. It was something like that. Anyway, he was asked by a sports reporter or whatever, sports interviewer lady or somebody, about, I don't remember exactly the question he was asked, but he was asked a question that triggered him to answer that he said something along, and I cannot quote him verbatim. I can't even loosely quote what he said. I'm just going to kind of paraphrase and loosely tell you what he said in a nutshell. He basically said as his answer to the reporter, regardless of what the question was, he said something along the lines of, well, we're filling up our defensive lines with blacks. Our offensive lines are becoming blacks now. We're down to almost just white quarterbacks, and that's it. And I think we already got one black quarterback somewhere. And he's like, pretty soon there's going to be nowhere for the white people to play. And he got in a huge, oh man, the Jews come down on him with all hell's fury. Of course, he had to do a mega apology and resign from his position and the whole thing. And I mean, keep in mind, this is like a top level coach. This is like someone who, almost could say whatever the heck he wanted. He could almost hard R on TV and be like, nigger with the hard R. You know what I mean? That's literally the level of importance this dude was in the whatever, NFL, AFL, whatever it was. I guess it was NFL, obviously. He was a huge, big shot coach. He was a big deal. And he had a lot of pull, a lot of say so, a lot of power. He's not an easily removable guy from his seat, you would imagine. But, oh man, he said the forbidden thing to say, that white people were being replaced. He mentioned white erasure, white replacement, the invasion of blacks all the way back in whatever year that was. It was either early 80s or late 70s. I want to say he said that in like 1977, but it could have been as late as 1980 something, 87 maybe, as late as 87 perhaps. But it was somewhere between 1970 and 1980 something, you know what I mean? So somewhere in that 20-year spectrum, 70s and 80s. And I have the video saved. I could post it any old time, but I just never got around to doing it since, it already exists on YouTube. And so I just never bothered to do it. But yeah, he literally says to the whole world's television, that, we're moving blacks into all the defensive spots and all the offensive spots. We're down to basically just white quarterbacks. And pretty soon, what if we're going to fill those up with blacks too? There won't be anywhere for white people to go. And he said basically that. I'm not saying it verbatim. I botched it pretty good, but that is what he said, was those things, just in some fashion like that. And he did say white people, and he said blacks, and he said the whole thing like that, So he could see that the Jays were already promoting those lies back then and using that as an excuse to replace all the white men with blacks, who a lot of those first blacks they replaced white men with far underperformed the white guys. And then over time, we started reproducing bigger and stronger blacks that now we produce all, now you look around and every black is like, an average height, like 6 foot, well, maybe a lot of people might consider 6 foot barely over, but whatever you consider to be average, almost every black is average height or taller. And they never used to be that way when they were brought here from Africa. When you go to Africa now, most tribes have, but here's the thing is, even the villages you visit nowadays have some villages with tall blacks in them, right? But those villages, you'll notice they're wearing white people hand-me-down clothes. They have white people made metallurgy pots and pans. They're not using like bowl-shaped rocks and whatever like they would be otherwise. Instead, they got some like white people made metal frying pan that was clearly made at a factory by white people in like the 1912 or 1920s or 1940s, and it was just given to them somehow eventually. And so those blacks in those villages who have been being given gibs by white people and missionaries and stuff for 100 years now, wouldn't you know, they're tall. And even though they got to go out and hunt every day and chase hyenas and all that stuff still, wouldn't you know, they're tall. They're at least, 6 foot or something around that area. And that's considered, tall for them over there. But the thing is, there are times where explorers have went and fiddled with villages that have no real connection to white people, where they really don't want to interact with white people still, right? And trying to think of one of the examples. One example being, I think they're in Australia. I think it's in Australia. There's an island where there's an entire village of blacks that you cannot access them. If you try to come near them, they just rain arrows at you, and or spears. They throw like 100 spears at you all at once if you try to approach their island. And white people have tried to float stuff to them from the water where they're at a safe distance away, and they're like, "Here, we're giving you the stuff free, man," trying to cut to them and everything like they always do. But these blacks ain't having it. They don't want anything to do with the whiteys, and you can tell that those on that island, when they're sitting there, ready to chuck their spear at the plane or the boat or whatever that's, zinging by, you can tell that they're all short. They're all, easily only 5.5 or, maybe 5'7" or 5'8" might be a slightly taller ones of the group, or the tallest ones in the group. But like the tallest one in the group, the biggest one in the group is probably like 5'8", 5'10", not even 6 foot. So, but you look at blacks over here in America, where for 100 years they've been eating whitey food. And for the last 30 years, we've been pumping them full of whitey food, as much EBT as they can cram down their freaking pie hole. Now we have all these, what you would really technically be able to call now giant blacks that are way bigger than they ever would have been if they were in Africa. And so, their body mass is 5 times bigger than it would be if they were in Africa. In Africa, they'd be a beanpole. They'd look like Manute Bol if they lived in Africa. But instead, they're these, built because they work out. They got access to our whitey gyms. They got access to all of our whitey workout equipment, running tracks, and swimming pools, which they don't swim in them, but, they might get in it and do resistance training or something in the 4-foot section. And, all these things they have access to of whiteys we've developed and grown and produced these like giant blacks, right? That are all like, 6.5 plus tall now. And the average ones are at least 6 foot, which just makes them average. But still, that's, the average dude is probably not 6 foot. Like when I go out in public, I consider myself pretty average height. But if you're under 6 foot, I'm taller. It seems like a lot of I don't want to say it exactly that way that that I'm taller than them. But what I mean is, if you're under 6 foot, you're not really, I guess you are still average, but you got to be like high fives, because when you walk around America nowadays, it seems to me that the average height is taller now. And so, back in the day, you didn't even have to be 6 foot to be considered tall, but now you pretty much have to be, or you're not considered tall. And that's why all these chicks, remember the chicks started their whole 6 foot thing, whatever, a few years back. They're like, "Oh, how tall are you?" And that was a way to like put men in kind of a defensive position, or I don't know. It was kind of like if it made women feel like they had this trick question that gave them some kind of power and control over a guy, and made him, was supposed to make the guy feel slightly inferior to her in the moment or whatever, or vulnerable or something, I guess. But it wouldn't work on guys that are like, 6'4", 6'5", 6'8", whatever. It wouldn't work on them, obviously. But I've even met guys who are over 6 foot tall who are conscious of their height, which is strange when you go out in the world and you see like, when I go out in public, I'm taller than half the guys around. And the other half of the guys around are taller than me because they're all whatever, 6'6", 6'4", or 6'8", whatever. And there are a lot of them now. And so, but blacks, if you would take a 6'6" black, let's say, right, which that was just like a typical height of a typical NBA player. The average NBA black player is probably 6'4" or 6'6". And if you take one of them and you take them to Africa, they will look like a giant compared to everyone around. They will tower over all the other blacks. They will look completely anonymous. They will look completely out of place. They'll look alien. compared to all the other blacks around them. They'll be way thicker body mass with much thicker bones and much bigger muscle mass all over. And they'll look like this massive warrior compared. And then we're talking about just a slender looking NBA player from America. So in America, that black would look like just a slender, tall dude, right? But over there, standing next to a village of those blacks, he would not only tower over them, but his body mass would be 5 times thicker than theirs, even though in America he looks like a skinny, slender guy. That's how much bigger and thicker and taller we create blacks here with whitey people's food and access to all of our stuff. So, and that's unfortunate because we're basically producing soldiers to fight against us someday. And we're producing them bigger and stronger and every year, you know? So really stupid of white people to do such a thing. It's going to make it a lot harder to fit them all in the barges and convince them to go in them, for that matter. So definitely going to be trickier to load them up. But white people have achieved enormous goals before, and we will overcome those things too. Peter C. also asked, any interesting historical figures that were secretly Jewish? Would love to hear a rant about some random crypto J Roman emperor or something. Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, there are probably J's that did end up being rulers throughout, say the medieval times, the Dark Ages. Any time from 40 AD till now, basically since Christ left till now, Jays have infiltrated every different, church. And so they've infiltrated so many countries, enough that they've been kicked out of 109, that surely they have been the emperors or defaulted king or whatever to certain empires. And I have heard of a couple times where they swindled a king out of his kingship or whatever. They were smaller kingdoms, and the kings got suckered into either debt or something else. But one time I read about one where a king was tricked into writing a law. And even, in his kingdom, even a king was under whatever laws that king wrote. And a lot of kingdoms are not that way. A lot of kingdoms, the king or queen or whatever is above whatever laws they write. But in this particular kingdom, their laws were such and established before that king were as such that even the king in their kingdom, of this one particular one, had to obey whatever laws he passed. And he created some law that some Jew tricked him into doing. And then he already had the king situated or framed in such a way where he was going to have to break his own law. And the penalty of breaking the law was, death for a commoner, but for someone in lordship, it was to lose their seat, I think. And so I can't remember if he was put to death, but he lost his seat, And it was all because he was tricked into it by creating a law that was going to work against him, that was already arranged to work against him quickly in the future. Just little scenarios like that, that where Jews have probably swindled certain kings out of either all their wealth, right? Because a lot of kings were probably tricked into how the Jews like to start wars and stuff and convince these different kingdoms to fight each other. And so, they play on each kingdom and each king's ego. Like, oh, that king over there said, y'all ain't shit, He said your horses are slow and look malnourished. And he said your dudes look like wimps. And they were talking about how you sent a courier over there one time with a gift to try to kiss up to the king over there, and they just killed your courier and sent the horse back with his dead body on it, missing the head. And meanwhile, that's all a lie, and it enrages the other king that they're telling that to. And they're like, and the king's like, that's all bullshit. That's a total lie. Screw that liar. Round up my men, 30,000 of them. We're going to take care of that place. And next thing you know, they've created a new war between two kingdoms just by their babbling lies to one king to the other. And they create, and then they fund both sides. While they're telling that king that story to get him mad at one king, at the other king, they've got other Jays over at the other king's kingdom telling him the same crap. Yeah, so homeboy, that king over there, yeah, he's already rounding up 30,000 troops of his, and he's headed your way. Why? I don't know. He said something about, you'd been talking crap about him, and he's been talking crap about you for a long time. So once he found out and heard that you'd been talking crap about his kingdom, he got pissed, and he's loaded up 30,000 dudes, and they're headed this way right now. And now the other king, that he's being told this, is like, oh crud, what do I do? And the Jew would be like, well, tell you what, we could loan you some troops and some money for ammunition or arms, whatever. It wouldn't be ammunition back then, but for arms or whatever. And, we're weapons merchants. We got weapons we can sell you and stuff. Next thing you know, they drain the king dry of money. They know he's going to lose the war because he's only got 5,000 soldiers, and they know they got 30,000 coming from the other place that are definitely going to crush him. They swindle the king out of all of his money for weapons and everything, and then he gets defeated and killed, and his kingdom is conquered and whatever. But the Jew walked away with all his money. Or the Jews collectively walked away with all his money. And then whoever the victor was, they're sided and buddied up with them all along the way, And so when that kingdom conquers the other one, now they're turning to the Jew and being like, oh, thank you guys for your secret info you gave me about this kingdom. Otherwise, I'd have had no idea this guy was over here talking shit about me and plotting against me. And look at us now. We've conquered them, and now there's no more threat to my people. Tell you Jews what? Why don't y'all pick whatever you want out of all this plunder, all this booty? You want a couple of their women? Take them. You want a couple of their kids? Oh, you want all their kids? Oh, well, take all the kids then, I guess. And, take whatever. No, you just want all the kids? Oh, all right. All right, well, anyway, yeah. So you're happy now? You got all their kids, so you're good? Okay. And so the Jews got themselves a bunch of new sex slaves, and they got paid all that kingdom's money before they got ransacked and lost the war. So the Jays do this everywhere they go. They create wars between two different factions, two different groups. They fund both sides of every war at interest, though. And then the interest is always like 25%, something really ridiculous high, which, by the way, at that type of interest level, you're never, as a country, going to be able to pay it off. You're never going to have them. You're always going to be in perpetual interest debt because of the 25% interest. A country practically never pays that debt off because the loan for the war is always so great. The Jews situated in such a way where they know the country's finances will never actually be able to pay off the arrangement. And so after just one war that the Jays fund of a country, that country's government is now in perpetual interest debt to the Jays. And so they do that with every country, and they pit countries against each other based on lies they make up about each country so that those countries will start battling each other. Same thing they're doing with the same thing they're doing with Ukraine. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, the air started building up in me. Same thing they started doing with Ukraine and Russia. Same thing they did with, Napoleon and Britain. The same thing they did with World War I, World War II. I mean, they create every scenario, and then they fund both sides of every war with interest that can never be paid off. And so that is what has created and amassed them the hundreds of trillions of dollars that they have in value now. They are like 0.01% of the world's population, but they own 90% of the world's wealth. Wrap that around your head. I mean, Just the Rothschild family alone by itself, back in the 80s, or at least early 90s, was already worth, back then, already worth 500 trillion, over $500 trillion in liquid and assets. So it's real, tangible value. I forget how much of it was liquid. It was like 200 trillion of it was cash and gold, which is still cash. And then they had 300 trillion in assets like diamonds and properties. And they own chalets and mansions all over the world. They own some of the biggest mega buildings and mega complexes. Even if they didn't build them themselves, the Jays ended up commandeering those things, and through swindlings and whatnot, they ended up taking possession of those companies. And that's why, because they work in lockstep together, they create these scenarios where they're always able to commandeer, subvert, steal all the positions of a turnkey big company that some group of whiteys had built up, or some white guy by himself had built up years ago. Disney is a great example. Disney, built an incredible situation, an incredible, the theme parks were really something. I mean, they were something they were like the future. They were like so futuristic for white people when Walt created Disneyland and all that. And so the Jews, waited till he died, and they came in and took over and flooded it with homosexuals. And now Disney is a homosexual headquarters. It's literally, and I don't mean that like because of right now in modern times. Disney has been a homosexual headquarters since the late 90s. Homosexuals took over Disney Corporation in like 1999 or 2001. It was somewhere right around that time. And once they took over, it was like they opened the floodgates. They created an insurance scheme where any fag that's an employee at Disney can have his male homosexual fag, quote, spouse, even if they're not married, they can be covered under his insurance. And so once they created that, and then it gave a bunch of gays incentive to come to work at Disney. And Disney just literally packed itself up all the way over its ears, all the way up to its forehead in homosexuals. So there are literally gays upon gays upon gays upon gays at Disney. Never take your kid to Disney. It's a horrible company, a very anti-white, Jew-controlled, ruin your children company. That's all Disney is now. And Walt would have an absolute fit and fire everybody, every single person in the company. He'd fire them all. If he woke up today and he would side with Uncle A in rounding all of the subverters up that ruined his company. And same thing with Sam Walton. Sam Walton I met Sam Walton. When I was young, I met Sam Walton. He was a pleasant man. I shook his hand more than once. And I've even sat in his old Ford pickup truck while he was a billionaire. And this is back in the times where there weren't very many billionaires, and there especially weren't billionaires in the Midwest. And this man from the Midwest was a billionaire, and he himself, the whole reason there are elderly people at the door of Walmart's greeting people, called the Walmart greeter, is because that was Sam Walton's gig as the owner. When he was a billionaire still, he would drive 72, I think it was, I forget what year that truck is, F100 to his Walmart. He had 3 or 4 by the time I met him. And he would actually had more than 3 or 4. He had a bunch by the time I met him. And he would pick a store each day of his life that he owned, and he would drive to it in his old Ford pickup with his dog. He had his old dog with him, and he would load his dog in his old pickup with him, and he would drive to one of his Walmart stores, and he would stand at the front door and shake every person's hand that walked in his store and thank them for coming to shop at his store. That is what the creator and owner of Walmart that you know of today as Walmart, that is how Sam Walton conducted his business. And I have watched videos. I've never worked for Walmart, but I was privy to private meetings that Walmart had years ago. And I watched multiple speeches that Sam Walton was giving in private to his top general managers of his stores. And this was at the point when he was already a billionaire and already had numerous stores across the country. I watched footage of him talking to his highest level executives underneath him. And he was, based on what I listened to and observed with my own eyes and ears about him, and when I used to shake his hand when I was young, when he would greet us walking in the store, that was a solid, good businessman. And he would be so angry if he saw what had happened to his company, that it's full of blacks and freaking and foreign invaders of all types. Sam Walton would be so pissed off. He was a Bible Belt man from the Midwest. He would have a conniption fit if he saw nothing but blacks and invaders working at all his stores, being like, "What you want?" And just slumping around, walking around all slow and angry attitude, looking on, smacking their gum, giving people dirty looks, trying to touch the buttons with their 3-inch long fingernails. Man, he would fire everyone in the hall. He would close every store. He would close every store, and he would leave one open just for him to work at. And he would start with a skeleton crew all over again. And he'd be the greeter at the door, and he would hand select the few people that worked there, and that's what he would do. He would have closed every major Walmart if he woke up right now and saw how it is. So, anyhow, I've answered all the questions in the chat. I didn't really have any to satisfy the last request there. Sorry about that, but I just can't off the top of my head. But, Jays have infiltrated many things, and, things like Walt Disney World, which is funny. They both have the word Walt in them. You got Sam Walton, and then you got Walt Disney. And those ended up being two of the biggest powerhouse companies in America, or in the world for that matter. And so, of course, Jays had to take over both and ruin both, to total destruction. But that is the way of the J, and we just have to be as wise as the serpents, like Christ warned us to be, so that we are aware of their grifting against us and their plan against us and their warring against us at all times. And we know that they know about the book of Obadiah, and that the book of Obadiah is their fate, and it's coming for them, and they know it. And so they are acting accordingly. They know that this is their time to ramp up their activities against us, and so they are brazenly and flagrantly, and we are going to have to be exactly the same way back to them, as bold and as outspoken and as loud and obnoxious against white people as they openly are with their own mouths every day. You've got to learn to start naming the Jew openly and loudly with your mouth. Maybe not every day, but any chance you get, you got to start. Real quick, I'll wrap it up with this for anyone who makes it all the way to the end. And I've said this before in other streams, but I'm just going to remind for anybody who's never heard this before. Start joking around about the Jews with your friends. All right? You got to get your friends comfortable with joking around about the Jews. So the way you do that is after your friend tells you a story, complains about something or whatever, listen to their story attentively like a good friend, listen to the whole thing. And then when you have a right moment that you can introduce a mood breaker or a tension breaker of a little bit of a joke, just be like, well, you know what's behind all that, right? And then they'll be like, what? Huh? What? Who? And you'd be like, the Jews, man. And just smile and laugh and keep it a friendly, laughy thing, right? Like where it's funny to you and it's laughable to you to be able to say it out loud. And what it'll do is it'll freak out your friend or your multiple friends that you do that to, right? But you just keep doing it. Next time they tell you a crazy story or something that was like, epic or a problem, nothing good. Always make sure it's when they're complaining, like when they're telling you a story about a woe they had to overcome or strife they had to deal with. Always pick those things to use as this joke. Never use a positive thing. But anytime they're complaining to you, any of your friends ever complain to you about anything, be like, eventually you need to get them to the point where when you say to them, well, you know who I'm going to say is fault of that, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, I know, the Jews. And you'll be like, yep. And then y'all are going to have a big laugh together, and then it becomes something they learned to be, that it's okay to joke around, and they learned that it's okay to say it, and you basically uncuck your friends without them realizing it, and they are excited all along the way. They're like, yeah, it's because all their life they've been super careful not to laugh about the Jews or say something about them as if they're these like protected race that can't be joked about or criticized or anything. And instead, you're coming along and freeing them of all of that. You're saying, no, you can name the Jew, and in fact, it is the Jews. And while you do it, have a nice laugh. Ha ha! See how easy that was? And the laughter is key. It's very critical. You have to do it in a funny, laughing thing. Like, in other words, every time you name the Jew, you need to be laughing it. Like, I already know. Like you're already so far ahead of the game that it's laughable to you that you were easily able to blame the Jews. And as you do it that way, your friends will just uncup to it. They will just, next thing you know, you'll come in to see them one day and you'll be complaining to them about something and they'll get you back. They'll be like, well, you know what that's all about? And you'll be like, no, what? And they'll be like, it's the Jews, man. You'd say that yourself. And you'd be like, oh yeah, that's right, it is the Jews. And next thing you know, you'll have them saying it back to you. I promise you it works. I have done it with numerous of my own friends. I have probably 6 or 7 of my own buddies, uncucked, and they literally joke around with me nowadays that anytime they see anti-white, they're even noticing anti-whiteism now because of it. So you will even cause them through that. They will start noticing anti-whiteism. And it's all thanks to you if you do it that way. So just make it friendly and funny and, something that they can participate back with you in, and they will. They'll invite themselves into joking with you back about it, later on. It won't happen the first time usually. But by the 3rd or 4th time that you blame the Jews, even just joking around, as long as you laugh when you say it, and that way it needs to appear to your friend that you're having the time of your life when you name the Jew, that it's the funniest, most fun time of your day to call out the Jews and what they're up to. And it will actually make them smile. It'll freak them out at first, but it'll make them smile after the 2nd or 3rd time. And after that, they're going to start saying it themselves, joking back with you. And now you've got someone naming the nose out loud in front of people or whatever. I've literally had my buddies name the Jews and say it that way, like, it's the fucking Jews. And they'll say it right in front of their customers at their job. And thankfully, they don't have to worry about getting fired because the owner of the place is their boss directly. And I've already uncucked him long ago. So I've been uncucking his employees, And I even have blacks uncucked about the Jews. I've uncucked like probably, I don't know how many blacks I've uncucked. With this channel, I've probably even uncucked some without even knowing it. But, you know, in person, I've uncucked, I don't know, maybe 10 blacks, maybe 8, you know. And of course, you can't truly uncuck them, but you can uncuck them about the Jews. And most blacks already know about the Jews, but I basically uncucked them into knowing that I know what's up with them and the Jews. And and so, but that's a great way for you to introduce criticizing and naming the nose to your friends. I hope it works for you folks. And try it for yourself. Start pushing it on your friends. Make sure you laugh when you do it. Make sure you do it not some maniacal weirdo laugh like White Guilt Guy does, that artificial that shit is annoying. I don't know who the fuck come up with that. But you don't need to laugh like a goofy villain from the Munster show. Instead, you can just, you know, you do a ha ha, you know, it's the Jews, you know, and say it with zeal and with like a New Yorker almost, but without the accent, but with that kind of zeal that a New Yorker would have when they blame the Jews. You got to remember, we got an entire state of New Yorkers that will happily blame the Jews out loud just like that. If you go up there and you try to rip someone off on the sidewalk, be like, hey man, give me $200 for this gold watch. And they look it over and like, man, this ain't real gold. You trying to Jew me? You know, what are you, a fucking Jew? They'll say stuff like that to you up north. Northerners don't play about Jews because Jews live up north and they've been dickheads to all the Northerners up there. All the New Yorkers can't stand the Jews. So a New Yorker will call out the Jews any old day of the week, and they'll say the word Jews. They'll be like, what are you, a fucking Jew? Oh, you trying to Jew me down? Oh, he tried to Jew me out of a freaking fake gold watch. The guy comes up, says, I sell you this gold watch for $200. I look at it as a piece of shit. It's not even real gold. I say he's trying to Jew me out of fucking $200. The fucking Jew? They will say it over and over. They'll say Jew, 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 Jews, Jews, Jew, Jew, Jew. He tried to Jew me. They'll say it a million times. So you've got to learn to be like a New Yorker who says Jews or a Jew any old time. I'll give you a funny story and then I'm out of here. Speaking about exactly that. A guy I know from New York. His name's Paulie. Paulie asked another friend of mine for money. He's like, yo, could I get $100? And my buddy was like, well, I got $100 in my wallet, but that's all I have literally to my name right now. I mean, is it really something important? Do you really got to have my every dime I own? And he's like, oh, dude, bro, I really need it, bro. I need to buy a new pair of sneakers to go to a wedding tomorrow. And my buddy's like, why would you want to buy sneakers for a wedding? And he's like, dude, bro, because I don't like, you know, dress shoes and shit, bro. I just, you know. And my buddy's like, okay, but he's like, this is all I have is $100. He's like, can't you buy a pair of shoes for like $50? And he's like, no, bro. He's like, the ones I want cost $100. And he's like, right, but he's like, you're asking me for the $100. I only own $100 right now. I don't have any more money for like another couple of days. And meanwhile, it's funny because the guy he's asking for money actually makes really good money, but he had paid all his bills, and his bills are insane. They were like $20,000 a week because of his business, you know. And so he was so behind in all his bills that week that he had literally paid out, and I was sitting there that day watching him as he took even every dime out of his own personal account to pay his business stuff, knowing that he had money coming in a couple of days that he could replenish his personal account and pay back his business account and still have extra left. But he had like a 2-day window where he was going to be he was having to live off that $100. And here this other guy, Paulie boy from New York, is trying to get his only $100 out of him. And I'm just sitting there watching because he didn't ask me for money. So I'm just sitting there watching them two go back and forth about it. And finally, my buddy told Paulie boy, oh, sorry, you know, you need to ask someone else, man. You know, I got 2 days I got to live on this $100. And so, you know, just ask someone else. And he's like, oh, what are you, a fucking Jew? And so ever since then, because he called him that just because he refused to give him his last $100 so that, you know, so that Paulie boy could go get himself a pair of shoes, a pair of sneakers for a wedding. His immediate reaction as a New Yorker was, what are you, a fucking Jew? And so that's that for you. The last little story before I'm out of here. But Deborah of Christ must have went to bed and then woke back up and said hello. And she said, Disney is horrible now. Yes, it is. And has been a long time. Good morning if you already enjoyed a whole night's sleep. I hope you did. But yeah, I just wanted to share that last little story before I got out of here. We've hit 8 hours. That's pretty good. I tend to go about 8 hours on these streams. And I pretty much... I didn't cover every single bullet point tonight that I wanted to cover, but that's because the chat ends up leading us off in other directions. And but I did get a lot of the bullet points out. So for any of you folks who chime in, you know, while this is still going, or did at like say 3 hours ago or whatever, and you didn't hear the beginning, that's where all the bullet points are. I start at the beginning of the stream, just rambling and ranting, not rambling, but ranting my bullet points one after another. Hey there, little buddy. My feral cat just showed up right before the freaking stream ended. How about that? I didn't figure I'd see you for another day or two. What's up, buddy? I'll hook you up in a second. I know, give me a second and I'll hook you up. Good to see you, bro. I didn't think I'd see you. You're looking skinny. You've been out exercising, huh? Worked off that food. All right. So, God bless you all, to my kindred people of God. And don't forget, prep up today. Wow, now that I'm about to shut it down, the numbers are starting to climb. Don't forget to prep today, y'all, for Sabbath tonight. Make sure you gather enough manna for today for tomorrow. And then... you know, of course, you're not under mega restrictions on Sabbath. It's just that you're supposed to not have to go do a bunch of effort that isn't necessary on Sabbath. And, you know, make sure whatever you would have done that day that takes a lot of effort, get it done today. And, okay, buddy, hold tight. And so, and make sure you've got your groceries bought for the food. That's the gathering enough manna for today to have enough to last you through tomorrow. And so do that at your local grocery store and all those things that you know to do to prepare. And I'm not going to be able to do a Sabbath stream this evening. I would love to be able to, but I'm going to be hanging with some good peoples instead. So I will try to do a Sabbath stream during the day on Sabbath. I'll try to do an afternoon Sabbath stream. If I don't get to do a stream at all on Sabbath, my apologies, but I think I will be able to during the day. It's only tonight when Sabbath begins. Through this evening, early Sabbath, I will be hanging with peeps late enough into the evening that I don't want to try to come home and immediately start a stream on the fly, even though all my streams are on the fly. But I'm not going to be getting home till probably like midnight Central Time or something. It'll just be too late to start. So, you know, I will plan the next day and try, or not the next day, but I will plan during the daytime, later in the day, to do an afternoon stream. And that way, anybody who didn't get to say hello or chime in until it was over can stop by and say hello and say your piece. And, you know, anybody who's still in disagreement and believes that the stunt that happened the other day at the Trump rally was real, by all means, put it in the comments after the stream is over. That'll be the only way you could do it, is in comment section. So by all means, please, pretty please, feel free to drop your arguments in the comment section after the stream is over, and we will address them on the, or you could just hit me up with it when I start the stream tomorrow if I get to. and you can hit me up in the chat about it, and we will go back and forth and see, what's what. But it looks like we had another new visitor. Electrical Existence is here. Hello. And he put, guess I'm late. Yes, sir. We have been running 8 hours, 21 minutes as of right now. And I don't think I'm going to go any further, because when you hit the 8-hour mark doing these all-nighters where I have to basically keep talking the entire 8 hours, otherwise everyone goes away, it beats me up a little bit, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not an 18-year-old whippersnapper anymore. So after having to talk 8 hours straight, and it being all an overnighter situation all the way to sun up and everything like that, it makes you kind of groggy the next day, So here on preparation day, I didn't mean later today. I meant during the day after today. So I won't be trying to stream later in the day today. I mean later in the day on Sabbath is what I meant earlier when I was talking about that. But I will try to stream if I can on Sabbath during the day in the afternoon, so that we can all reconvene and at least have a real Sabbath meetup on Sabbath. And my apologies to anyone that I didn't get to read their comment. If they wrote a comment or 2 or 3 times they tried and it just deleted and vanished into the thin air right after they hit the send button. I don't have control over that. Yeti Diddler Tube is starting to attack the chat sections of live streams, apparently. So for any of you who didn't get your comment through, my apologies. You were not shadow banned or blocked or hidden from my channel. I don't have anyone blocked. I don't have anyone censored or shadow banned or hold for a review or anything like that. I don't have any moderators. I'm 100% wide open floor, where anybody can type whatever they want. They could be like, F you whiteys, and it's right there in the chat, unless YidTube is deleting it. So it was not me, or is not me, if y'all have that circumstance happen to you. And my apologies if it is or has happened to you. Just expect it more and more. I don't think it's going away. I think it's going to be a new phenomenon that we're just going to have to work around and deal with. But in the meantime, the day after tomorrow, on Sabbath itself, during the day, during the afternoon, I will try to get a stream out going with y'all. And if I don't, my apologies in advance. But it does look pretty good for it. I think I'll be able to that day. I hope all of you have a lovely preparation day today. I hope all of you have a wonderful Sabbath as we enter into Sabbath tonight. Don't forget, this is just a friendly brother of Christ, fellow brother of Christ reminder. I'm not telling you what to do, but godly men sought the Lord early on Sabbath. And early means right away. First thing, before everything else, right when Sabbath begins. All right, and so that's just a friendly reminder that that's what our godly men did, and that's what I recommend that our people do, is get used to being early to praying to God on Sabbath, meaning on this evening coming up tonight. Once it hits nighttime where you are, once sundown is officially there, it begins your Sabbath. And at that point, it would be great for you to be early with your Lord, and or early to our Lord. And don't forget to send your parents a happy Sabbath text message once Sabbath hits. Don't do it right now. It's not Sabbath yet. But make sure once Sabbath hits, you don't have to do it in the evening on tomorrow or tonight. You might want to wait until during the day on Sabbath daytime proper. But don't forget to send it to your closest friends, your most loved people. And even if they rejected it first, you could be like, well, whatever, it's still Sabbath for me, so happy my Sabbath. And then so they could be like, okay, fine, happy your Sabbath, and then over time they'll just drop the your. You drop the your, they drop the your over time. And eventually it's just, they've accepted it, that you're going to keep sending them happy Sabbath, and then they'll probably respond, oh, you too, you know. Or they might even try to get clever and put, have a great day yourself, you know, not like where they're going out of their way to be like, I'm being polite, but it's not because of your Sabbath. But you just stay persistent and just like, yeah, whatever, dude, happy Sabbath, you know, and just let it roll right off your shoulder. Don't let it bother you. Don't let their rejections bother you. Because at the end of the day, you're just trying to manipulate them into eventually accepting it. Just like you eventually will manipulate your friends into joking around about blaming the Jews about things. You know, do the same thing. As your friends are complaining, listen to their whole complaint attentively, and correctly as a good friend would. And after you're done being a good listener and they're waiting for you to respond, you know, be like, it's fucking Jews, man. You know, or it's the fucking Jews, bro. And you just, you know, depending on how serious the scenario is, you don't want to make it a joke if it's something real bad. But if it's just simpleton complaining, which is what a lot of your friends will do with small talk, you know, blame it on the Jews and make it a joke. Make sure you laugh when you do it. Not a goofy, artificial laugh, but a nice, just normal, you know, funny guy laugh, whatever, when you say it, whatever you want to describe that kind of laugh as. And then over time, you will notice your friends will start joking back with you about it, you know, one way or another. They might ask you to be like, oh, let me guess, was it the Jews on that one? You'd be like, you know it, aha, and then they go, aha, back, and you basically do like remember the commercial where it was like, what's up, and then the other guy's like, what's up, and then the other guy's like, what's up? It's basically kind of like that. You're kind of doing that kind of attitude when you do the blame the Jews thing. You're like, it's the fucking Jews, and you're like, I know it's the Jews, man. And you just make it a fun, friendly, among friends camaraderie thing, and they will accept it as that. I promise you. I know you don't think they will, but they will, and it will work. And next thing you know, you'll have your friends joking around and blaming the Jews as a joke, but they will be blaming the Jews, thinking that they're joking around, intending to be joking. But all the while, you're uncucking them through manipulation. See, that's where I remember before I was talking about how we need to become more like the Jews, as far as not become like the Jews. Let me take all of that back 100%. Remember, I was saying that we need to start dabbling in more techniques like the Jews dabble in, where we use more manipulation. And that is what I meant by manipulation when I said, and this is one of the examples of what I meant, I should say, when I said that we need to kind of start doing manipulative things with our people. That's a way that you're tricking your friends. You're uncucking them without them realizing it, because you're doing it as a joke, as just to be what they think is you're just being funny, that you're just being silly or crazy, that you're just being edgelord, you know. And over time, they will see how much fun you appear to be having being edgelordy like that, right? But really, that's not your intent at all. And that's not what you're trying to do, and that's not what but they will think that's what you're doing all along, because to them, anyone who's naming the Jews like you just did in a joke is edgelording or whatever, right? So to them, they're going to be like, you know, at first they'll be a little weary of it, but they'll like that. They'll think it's refreshing. They'll be like, wow, this guy's got balls. And next thing you know, you've got them joking back with you about it, you know. And before you know it, they're, you know, one of the times you show up to say hello to them or hang out with them, and you're like, oh man, there was nowhere to freaking park out there, man. Or gosh, I tried to go to Target to buy a whatever before I came here. Don't ever shop at Target. I don't know why I said that one. That's a good place to get shot. But, you know, gosh, I went to wherever and bought something. The crowd was stupid there, man. There was nowhere to park or anything. Next thing you know, your friend will listen to you do that little complaint, and then they'll be like, you know why? And you'll already have forgotten that you've been teaching them and uncucking them with jokes without realizing it. And you'll be like, no, why? And they'll be like, because it was the fucking Jews. And you'll be like, yes, dude, that's exactly why. And you just stick with it. And next thing you know, they will be joking along with you. It does work. I promise you it works. You just gotta dabble in it the right way. You just have to use your common sense, apply it the right way to the right people of yours who it'll even work on people you don't think it'll work on, to be honest with you. And next thing you know, you'll be so pleased with some of your friends and how far they've come, how much you've uncucked them from their original state, just with joking around with them. You know what I mean? And so that's how we can manipulate our people into becoming uncucked without even realizing that we're doing uncucking, that we're performing the procedure of uncucking them. They won't even have an idea that we're doing such a thing. But we have to get them comfortable with laughing and joking about the Jews again, with using the name Jews, just like any New Yorker will say any old time. And we have to get comfortable not only with that, but we have to lead by example with both things, with not only naming the Jews in jokes and fun and whatever, but just general cuckery at all. Like if you see, and then I'm gonna wrap it up. But if you see, like when you see a black dude and a blonde woman portrayed on TV or in public somewhere in an advertisement or whatever, point it out to your friends. Point at it and have something jokingly negative to say, but you're still being serious, but say it with a laugh, like it's not upsetting you, but you're just laughing at its stupidity. And I'll leave it up to you what creative thing you want to say or do to come up with to insult with a laugh that advertisement, that TV commercial, that whatever that happens in front of you and other white friends of yours. And through this joking around, it's going to seem like you're joking around, and you want it to seem that way, but you want them to know you're serious, but you want them to know that to you it's lighthearted enough to talk about, that you can laugh through the whole thing. It will work. You know, that and the Happy Sabbath technique of sending your loved ones and your close friends Happy Sabbath text. Between those two things, you will slowly, over time, manipulate your friends without them knowing it, your loved ones without them realizing it, into being uncucked, where they normally would never have willingly allowed you to do so. So please try those things out. Other channels don't like giving solutions. Some channels pretend they offer solutions, but their only solution is give them money and tell them how great they are. And but this channel, I want no shekel from you, and I'm giving you real solutions, actual workable things that you can do directly with your own loved ones and your own closest friends to uncuck your immediate loved ones. That's a real solution. We don't need to pretend that we're going to take credit for any famous person in the world that ever says anti-white. Okay, the words anti-white were created long before anybody that's around right now on YouTube wanting to take credit for it. And so, meanwhile, we have people who try to take credit anytime any famous person says anti-white or white whatever, white replacement or whatever. They'll be like, oh, that's us, we did that, we caused that, it's because of you and me, it's because of me, really, but it's because of you too, and all the, pride and flattery he gives himself and everything. That's all nonsense. That doesn't reach anywhere, and it's not them. They can pat themselves on the back all they want, thinking that they're convincing the Trump and everybody else to say the words anti-white, but all these, anyone that talks about anti-whiteism will say the words anti-white, because everyone already understands the word racism is reserved for non-whites to be able to shame white people only. So everyone already knows that racism is not the word that white people are supposed to use. So everyone already knows that anytime you're being anti-white, that you are being anti-white, that it's not racism, even though it is, but we can't use that word because it's a leftist word meant only to shame white people. It's not, you can't use it on non-whites because it doesn't apply to them. And they will tell you that. They will say, We're blacks, we can't be racist. Or we're Mexicans, we can't be racist. We're Jewish, we can't be racist. Only white people can be racist. So, since only white people can be racist, then everybody else is simply anti-white. And so that deduction came long ago, before this 31-year-old dude come around. But I don't want to be harping on him or ragging on him. I'm glad he's doing his thing. It's just that, you know, it irks me that that our people, you know, we could have a more cohesive group, and he has a pretty large group of our people who are pro-white following him. I don't want to say super large, but I mean, it's, you know, it's a decent amount, 10 times what my channel would reach. And so, you know, it's frustrating that, you know, they have such a decent crowd and they won't steer them all the way. You know what I mean? Again, that's the whole reason I started a channel, because there was not just for this channel. I mean, for every subject matter through the years that I've been on YouTube. Each time I started a channel, it's because there wasn't one channel that was giving all of the truth in one channel. They would give 97% truth, and then they would have 3% total clusterfuck. Where the heck did that come from? That doesn't even match with your other 97% that you have right. Why the heck would you include this 3% and ruin your other 97% with this garbage 3% of nonsense you just said? And every channel was like that. Every channel was like that. Even the Christian identity channels on YouTube. You know, half of them keep Sunday, so they're not teaching Sabbath to our people. So our God's going to stay angry perpetually forever until we're totally doomed and invaded with billions of non-whites, since we wouldn't learn our lesson and refuse to notice and accept our lesson. And, you know, or any of the other things that we tick God off with, but Sabbath being the number one one. But, you know, there would be channels that let's go back to the Christian identity ones. The other thing is, you know, they would teach that Adam isn't the first man, meaning that the other races are man also, and they're not. They're beasts. And those churches didn't want to have to admit that, even though they're pro-white identity churches. I don't know what their problem is, why they wouldn't just admit it to their congregation. Their whole congregation is pro-white. Why not just admit it to your all-white, pro-white congregation? If any congregation in the world would accept the truth, it would be the all-white, pro-white congregation. And that's the bottom line, is there was no Christian identity channel this time around with this subject matter. I found myself in a situation where there were no Christian identity channels that are teaching Sabbath and teaching who's who in the Bible. You know, that white people come from Adam and white people come from Noah's. All three of Noah's sons are who reproduced the white race on the earth. And that 0.000 non-whites come from Adam and Eve, or Noah's three sons and his three sons' wives. They were created separate from mankind, which the Christian identity churches get that part right. But then they try to explain the non-whites by saying, well, by going along the same boat that every conservative church does, where they go, well, they were all created by Noah's sons. You know, so you got the one Noah's son and they became the blacks. You got the one Noah's son and they became the Arabs. Meanwhile, we have multiple races on the earth that are nothing like each other. They can't all come from Noah's three sons each of them only had one wife, by the way. So each of them is only going to produce one race. And the whole point of saving Noah's whole entire household, the only reason his family was saved out of everyone in the entire world, is because his household was the only household left that was 100% pure-blooded white people in the entire house. There wasn't a mongrel in the house. There wasn't a single non-white in the house. And Noah pleased God. God was satisfied with Noah. God liked Noah and favored Noah. Remember how I was telling y'all earlier in the stream that Seventh-day Adventists get a higher protection from the Holy Ghost and have more blessings from God than the Sunday keeping church members do? And then I continued on by saying that, or I added on to that by saying that, and we who are Sabbath keepers and understand our identity as Israelites are the highest protected and the most loved, the most favored by God out of all of our white people. You, being a Sabbath-keeping, pro-white Christian identity, real Christian, will be called great in heaven. And the Sunday worshiping of our people will serve us. They will be the servants in heaven. Heaven has a hierarchy. And heaven, I shouldn't say heaven because we're only going to be in heaven for a day with the Lord. It'll be 1,000 earth years, but for us, it will only be Sabbath day. And after that, we're going to come back to earth, watch everyone be destroyed, and then God's going to create a new earth and a new heavens and a new moon and sun. And so when all of that goes down, we will actually be in the new earth, not in heaven. And so in the new earth, God's hierarchy is going to start all over again. And if you read in the Old Testament, godly men in the Bible, in the Old Testament, even right from out of the gate, had servants. Godly men had servants. And the servants were white people, because otherwise that would have been violating God's law. So that means all the servants, anytime you read about servants in the Bible, they're always white people serving other white people. And so I'm not saying they will be slaves in the new earth. What I'm saying is they will be the commoners. They will be and they will happily be, by the way. There will be no envy or strife or jealousy from them. They will know that you and I and all the ones who fully understood and pleased God the proper way, they will look up to us as their heroes. They will be like how you see people about, I don't want to say Trump necessarily because they're so maniacal about Trump, but we will be like basically the heroes of the new earth. We will be the ones that all the Sunday worshiping commoners who were saved are now the commoners of our new earth, and they are going to look up to as being inspired and everything else. They're going to look up to us who obeyed God, who understood God's word correctly, while millions of our white people never did. And then not only that, we obeyed God's word, because a lot of people read his word and they comprehend what it says, but they say, for convenience or to keep the peace with my wife or my parents or whatever, I can't do this, And so they purposely start committing iniquity from that point on, all through the rest of their life, avoiding Sabbath purposely or purposely disregarding it. But I want to get off on that all the way. But the bottom line is, God favors us higher than he favors even SDA church, right? But he favors the Seventh-day Adventists because they're Sabbath keepers, pleasing him. He favors them and protects them more than all the Sunday worshipers. So the hierarchy in the new earth will be, we will be at the top of the what was mortals. We will be the top of the mankind hierarchy. And then anyone who was a Seventh-day Adventist, but they were the multi-culty Seventh-day Adventists, well, they didn't please God as much as we did. After all, they're still okay with miscegenation in their church. Some black guy, some white girl is duped at the Seventh-day Adventist church into dating some black guy at the Seventh-day Adventist church. The Seventh-day Adventist church is going to cheer him on. Oh, y'all should get married, Make sure you get married before you do anything. Cheer him on and everything. So they're slightly cucked beneath us. So they will not be the heroes. They will not be the leaders in the new earth. They will be second in command beneath us, because they were at least intelligent enough to understand God's holy word mentions the Sabbath 200 plus times. It never mentions Sunday at all. And it never tells you to keep Sunday, whereas God tells you to keep Sabbath over and over and over again. And it's the fourth commandment. So pretty obvious which one matters. And so they will be second in command beneath us. They will be the ones who manage our situations. Like, you could think of it as we'll be the business owners, and I'm just making this up to create a hierarchy to explain it out visually, but audibly, visually. So you can think of us as like the business owners. You know, we own the place, right? So we got the big office, but we don't even got to be there if we don't want to. We're in big shot mode, so we can be there or not be there. If we got a golf game, we could be at that instead. And the business, the operation, the New Earth will still run properly while we go take, relaxing moments and a little mini vacation or daytime quick vacation thing, or we go shoot a quick 9, or we want to go out somewhere and do something else. We have a staff of trusted leaders beneath us, which will be the SDA church goers, who will be able to maintain and run the New Earth, which I'm calling it our business just metaphorically, but really it'll be the whole New Earth, all of its operations, power plants, water plants, garbage systems, for collecting garbage and all these things, all the factories. Everything will function correctly by the leadership and management, or I should say by the management of the ones who are now Seventh-day Adventists, who will be saved as Seventh-day Adventists. But we will be the owners. We will be the leaders, the top of the God's hierarchy in the New Earth. And it will be because we not only properly discerned what His Word said about Sabbath, but we also properly comprehended His Word about our identity and about who our enemy's identity was. And it kept us from staying cucked. It kept us from either staying cucked or becoming way worse cucked than we ever were, and snapped us out of all of that. And we spent the rest of our waking mortal trial obeying God's way, absolutely the way He says. And so for that, we will receive the highest blessing. All right, remember, we are the lowest of all of our white people. We're the ones that even our own white people disavow. Trump said we should be condemned totally. And that's the verbatim quote. Condemned, totally. End quote. We are the lowest of our people. We are the smallest faction. All right, you have all the other groups. You have Protestants of all the different types. All the Protestant churches are bigger than our organization, or than our group. There are millions of just regular small white businesses that are bigger and more populated with employees than we are as a group. We are the smallest group of our people. So we are the lowest of our people. It doesn't matter if we could all be rich. Every one of us truthers could be a multimillionaire, right? But in status of the world, we are the lowest. The pro-white, the bigot white person, the Christian fascist white male, or even female, or not male and female, the Christian fascist white man, or the Christian fascist white woman. I'm sorry, buddy. Give me a second. Sorry, I had a thing I was going to say about that, but got distracted. But basically, the Christian fascist white man and the Christian fascist white woman will be the leaders of the New Earth, because right now we are the lowest thing. A Christian fascist white male, or not male, I keep saying male, I'm sorry. Christian fascist white men and Christian fascist white women are the lowest, most insulted, most disavowed by every upright biped on the face of the earth, including all of our other white people. But God said that the lowest will become the highest. And that's why the blacks love using that scripture. Like, oh, look, It says we're gonna be the king someday, because it says the lowest shall be the highest. And they think of themselves as the lowest because they're the least of achievers. But that's not what the Bible means when it says I will raise, or that the lowest shall become the highest. And it mentions it in different ways in different times in the Bible. God says and tells us he's going to do that over and over again. And so he's reassuring us that, hey, I realize your struggle looks grim. I realize the effort you're putting forth looks like meek and pointless and futile. But do it anyway for my sake. And even though you are the lowest, and will be thought of as the lowest, the most scumbag, the evil. They call it, we're the baddies. All right, your own white people, if they discover, or when they discover you're pro-white and you're anti-Jew and anti-non-white being in your country, and that you want all the non-whites out of our country, with no exceptions, they're immediately going to tag you in their mind as evil, hateful, scary R-word bigot. And then if you respond correctly, you're going to look back at them and go, yeah, it's called being a godly, biblical person. And then they're going to that'll short circuit them, because that won't make any sense to them, because they think their Bible means cuck to all the non-whites. Open borders hippie is what Jesus heaven is. It's just an open borders hippie. Anybody can come that wants to go. No vetting in heaven, it's just open borders. Jesus is a cucked hippie that loves everybody. And, so it's completely opposite of the Bible, and so even though we are the lowest right now, because they literally are the ones who do not comprehend or obey God's holy word, yet we do, being the lowest, God promises that he will raise us to be the highest. And those who are at the highest now will be brought low. They will be made to be brought low. So even if they're not our janitors and our nannies and our whatever, they're still going to be the ones who need to, and they will happily do this. It won't be like they're upset, like, they won't be jealous of us because we're off flying planes and playing golf and doing what rich people do now, while worker people do all the work for their businesses. That's what we're going to be doing in the new earth. We're going to be flying our family around in little planes, or however technology we come up with. And we're going to be out bowling or golfing or enjoying life, because we suffered in this life the trial the way God wanted us to suffer it. The other levels of white people who slightly obeyed God enough where they did get saved and through Jesus Christ, but they didn't fully comprehend and fully obey God's word along the way, they will be the ones handling all our business underneath us, making sure that all the infrastructure is running, and they will do so happily. They will get up and they will go be the best darn bridge worker, or the best darn concrete pourer, or the best darn bricklayer, the best darn mechanic, the best darn tower climber. God's going to put us back in mortal form, but in immortal form. It's hard to explain, but we're not just going to be like how you read about in Revelation, that whenever we need to go somewhere, we'll mount up on wings like eagles and fly wherever we need to go. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have this critter that's just a pair of wings and knows how to breathe and sort of think just enough to let us, just to fly us around or whatever. It's not going to be like some kind of automated bird that we hop on that flies us around. It's explaining that we're going to have our technologies again. And we're going to have some kind of flying device then that we mount. And notice he said we mount up onto it like wings. It didn't say it's a bird. Didn't say it was wings. Didn't say any of that. It says we're going to mount up onto it like wings. So that means it's like wings. That just means it can fly. Because if it's like wings, wings can cause a critter to fly, can make a bird fly. So if something is like wings, then that means it's going to give us the same ability that wings would give us. It means it'll let us fly. So we're going to mount up on it like wings and fly wherever we need to go. But the thing is, automotive world, Whitey really likes, and since we are foot-bound people as mortals, Whitey is very pleased with our rolling chariots we've created. We quite like them. The wheel and the rolling chariots that have come from it, which now we call cars, we rather like those things. And so in the new earth, we're not going to just fly everywhere we need to go on these neat little flying contraptions that we've come up with. Instead, we're going to want our vehicles again. We're going to want cars again, just like we have now, where we can seat 2 or 4 people in it, 5 people in it. And we have AC because it's going to have hot days and cold days again. God is going to reestablish our whole earth for us. A new earth where we have our seasons and we enjoy all the things that God ever created on this earth. Rain, snow, hot days, cold days. But no one's ever going to die. No one's ever going to freeze to death on a chilly night because it'll never get cold enough to kill anyone. No one's ever going to die of a heat stroke during the day, even if they're outside raking for hours and hours and hours in the sun. Why? Because we will have immortality at that point. God has given us immortality. We will not be burdened by ailments or the weather in the ways like we are now. And we may not even have a new sun. The glory of God may provide us light from now on after we spend our day in heaven, come down to earth, wipe out the non-whites, or watch God wipe them out. And then from then on, he says, well, even from the moment we get to heaven, he says that the glory of God is what gives us light, so that we can see what we're looking at and whatever. So, in the new earth, under the new dome, under the new stars and moon, and it says we'll have a new moon. But it doesn't say we're going to have a new sun. So, I can't say if we'll have a sun or not. But we will have a new moon, new heavens. We'll stand on a new earth, and we will be given all of the things. We will be given all of the things. We will be restored back to the way we are now, where we're going to build houses. We're going to have hammers and drills and batteries and electricity and automobiles, and we're going to drill for oil, and we're going to find it right away, and it's going to come up easy, and we're going to have plentiful, endless amounts of it, just like we have on this earth. And we're going to have all the coal, endless coal, just like we have on earth and now. And we're going to have all the things, but now we won't have Jews telling us that we're going to run out of it someday. Instead, we will know that it's endless, just like us who are uncucked already understand that it's endless in this world now. It will be endless, absolutely abundant supply forever and ever. And we will use all the things that we enjoy. We will roll coal. We will, cooked stone-fired pizzas, red brick-fired pizzas. We will burn garbage if we feel like it, instead of doing some other silly thing with it. Like recycling, which is just a scam and takes more energy to recycle the stuff than it does to just burn it and buy a new bottle. We will enjoy all the things that we enjoy now about life, the things that make life great right now. We will enjoy sex. We will create many new children. All right, for all of you who happen to be childless, who ever listen to this, if you're a white person and you please our God all the way to your death, and you resist the temptations of abominations like miscegenation or becoming a homosexual, and you persevere through those things, you keep Sabbath, you will be satisfying our God, and you will be called great in heaven, which means you will have a high seat in the earth, in the new earth. If you do all those things, then you'll be set. And so, this is a battle for us to please our God right now. And in the new earth, if you end up in this earth not being able to have children for whatever circumstances, whether it's an ailment or physical, whatever, or you just never meet a man or a woman who you could make children with in time in your life. Just know that in the new earth, since you pleased God with all the things especially, but I think this blessing is going to come to all of us who are saved. But remember, one of God's things that he promised Abraham and that he promised all of our people, Adam, Abraham, all Noah, he promised in Israel, he promised that we would create many children. And he told Adam and Eve to have sex like hotcakes, multiply like hotcakes, and produce babies and fill this whole earth up. Okay, and that's what white people have been told by God to do. To have sex like hotcakes, reproduce many white children, and fill the whole earth up with God's favorite creation, white babies. Now, that's not the answer for us at this moment. If you read in the New Testament, one of Christ's disciples, I believe it might have been Paul, warns us that under times of war, when we are in times of being under attack, it is not prudent for us at that time to be producing as many kids as we can, because they will be devoured by the enemy. You can't have babies in one hand and a wife sitting behind you, crouched behind you while you're being shot at and you're trying to shoot back at an enemy. Okay, if you're childless when the war starts, you need to just get through the war first. All right, think of all the men who knocked up their women and then died in battle, and left their woman and child behind to grow up without him. So better, now granted, on the flip side, people could argue, well, but at least he created a child. He reproduced one after his kind before he left, before he died. And that's true. And that's a good argument for that. But the bottom line is, think of the ruin that it causes the little boy and the mother after after the little boy comes into existence, but the dad gets killed in war. Now the little boy has to grow up without a dad. If she does remarry and get another man, it's not his real dad. He's always going to feel that way. And it's going to be difficult for him. And then his life is partially ruined also. So 2 lives were ruined instead of 1. That doesn't mean that he won't grow up to be a great man and perhaps be the next, person that solves some mega problem or whatever. But the chances are less likely when you ruin a child's childhood, And that's why I'm so adamant about restoring our country with no non-whites in the country or anything. I want our children to experience the childhood that I enjoyed and that all white people before me enjoyed. And actually, I should say, I was in the blessed generation, because the generations before me, the kids did not enjoy childhood as much. They didn't realize how good they had it because they were in an all-white world, but they didn't have it good in other ways. By the time Generation X came around, we kids had, we had a great world to live in. We had an all-white world still, but then suddenly we had all the creature comforts our ancestors never got to enjoy. We were the first generation where we grew up with air conditioning. We grew up with television. All those things. The people before us, the ancestors before us, they started off with radio, no air conditioning, stuff like that. So our generation was the first one that literally was born into having television and air conditioning in every home. Air conditioning was not everywhere until, I would say, the 90s, to be honest with you. And I mean that for real. Like, you could go places in the 1980s that had no air conditioning. None. Whole buildings that had no air conditioning. It gets hot as crap in whatever state, and that building ain't got no air conditioning. It has a window unit in some room so that somebody can tolerate being in there in the daytime. But no air conditioning, There are cars up north, no air conditioning. They offered cars without AC. Can you imagine spending, say, 12 grand on a car that does not come with air conditioning? Well, they used to sell cars like that by the millions up north. Most of those cars are long gone. But, that was an option. People used to ask, oh, is this one with or without AC? That was a question you asked people in the 70s and the 80s still. Like, oh, cool car. Is that got AC or not? Oh, yo, that's got AC. Wow. That was like a $4,000. Well, it wasn't that much back then, but it would be now. That would be equivalent to $4,000 now. But it was like a $1,400 upgrade to have air conditioning, and that was equivalent nowadays to like $4,000. So it was an expensive upgrade on a car to have AC. And so a lot of up north people skipped it. And the manufacturers actually offered it without it. And so, air conditioning was a luxury item all the way up until 1990. I mean, when I tell young folks that the door closed just before they were born, I'm really not exaggerating. They only just missed the glory of the all-white world. They only just missed never having to see a non-white in their entire childhood. Perhaps their whole adulthood too. They only just missed it by a little bit. The door closed right behind me. Once I became an adult, our country was pretty much in destroy mode and being destroyed mode. And so, anybody born basically after me has been born into this very anti-white, pro non-white, country, formerly known as the United States of America. But it pretty much died totally, I would say, in when Obama took office. But it died in stages. So it died in 1960. It died in 1913. It died even before that. It died before the Civil War, and then it died at the end of the Civil War, and then it died more in 1913. Then it died a little more in 1933. Then it died more in 1965. Then it died more in 1990. And then Obama took office, so it died more again. And then, honestly, 2016, when Trump took office, that's when the final, 9/11, I forgot about 9/11. So we had 9/11. That was a death to our country, another blow of death to the country that killed a massive part of it. And then we had Obama. And now we have 2016 came along, and that started a massive disaster. Millions of our white people were slaughtered under those 4 years from 2016 to 2020. Way more white people were killed in that time frame than any of the other presidents for the last, 5, 6 presidents. And perhaps maybe more killed during Trump's presidency because of the 30 million white people who were murdered by our, quote, healthcare workers, which were really all just a bunch of Puerto Rican females who slaughtered 30 million of our white elder ancestors with ventilators, knowing that the ventilators were just killing them, was just murdering them. They might as well just put a gun to their head and pull the trigger. That's all putting a ventilator on an elderly person does, is kills them. And it doesn't do any other thing. That's literally all a ventilator does, is kill an elderly person. That's what it's for. I mean, it's not what it's for, but they discovered real quickly, they're like, oh, wow, that works really good on elderly people. You can just kill one lickety-split. Because you just hyperventilate them and they die. You can't hyperventilate an elderly person with a ventilator. They will die. Every coworker knew this in every hospital and in every nursing room. Even though they're third world shitholders, diversity hired nurses, they still knew that. They were told that. And then they were told to do it to 30 million of our white ancestor elders who were probably saying, no, I don't want it. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong with me. And they're like, bah, and they lay them down on the table and stick it on their face and killed them anyway. Sorry, sir, you tested positive. You got to go on a ventilator. And just killed motherfucker. So this happened to 30 million of our white people under Trump, while he released 30,000 blacks who had murdered white people. Then he allowed the country to burn down. Then he allowed all of our statues to be destroyed. Then he suggested, what, are you going to go destroy Lincoln Memorial next? Washington Monument? You're going to go tear that down? Suggested more for them to go destroy. Never did anything. Didn't sign a single executive order when he could have put an end to all that shit. One stroke of his pen, there would have been no more after school Satan. And all those people could have been arrested on federal charges. He could have got them for freaking 25 years to life. No more pedophilia in the schools. One stroke of his pen, all of them go into prison, 25 years to life minimum for fiddling with one child ever, for hanging one gay flag ever at a school, for putting a gay flag above any church, and call it attack on our religions. The war against our faiths. They like to have wars against everything. We could declare that that was a war against our faith, an act of war. So many things that can be done to restore our country once the great time comes, you know. But the bottom line is, regardless of restoring our country here, we have to please our God for the future life. All right, for our eternal life. This life we have here is just a blip of time. It's a nothing burger of time compared to what we will be given in the new earth. And to complete my sentence, my thing I was saying earlier, that if you are childless in this life, in this mortal trial, you don't ever get to have your family. Let's say you die alone. You never got to meet what you would consider your soulmate, the love of your life. Well, she exists, all right? And he exists for all of you ladies who may ever listen. He exists, and if you're a man, she exists. They exist. They're here on earth, somewhere, doing their thing. Perhaps lonely without you, or perhaps married to someone else. But God has, and that may sound crazy to hear me say that, because after all, wouldn't the man and wife be in the new earth together as man and wife? And so why would you be taking someone else's wife? But there will be situations where men were lying to their wives. And so all their lives, they lived a lie, and their wife was a faithful, wonderful person, God-fearing, Sabbath keeper, whatever she was. And God knows that she deserves a good man. And she spent her whole life with a bad man. Even if she didn't know, because he might have lived his whole life and died and kept it all a secret, and it never got exposed, and he got away with it all the way to his death. And even posthumously, or post-mortem, he was able to keep going, or the lie was able to stay secret, you know, or the affair he had constantly, or whatever. It manages to stay a secret forever. And so, make sure I got charge here. Okay, I got a little bit left. And I said we were going to wrap up at 8 hours and change. Now it's 9 hours. But we had these new visitors come, and Deborah came back. Electrical Existence came. So, but basically, bottom line is we have to. Oh, I see. Electrical Existence isn't aware of the who's who of the Bible. So he thinks Jews are the ones who wrote the Bible, or are the Israelites. Well, yeah, you got more studying to do, homie, because it turns out the Jews are not Israelites whatsoever, and it's very easy for you to discover that, quick and easy. And also, white people are Israel, and so there is no such thing as Jesus is a Jew, or that the Jews created Christianity to dupe the white people, or any of that horse shit that Jews ever teach you. And by the way, the other things you believe in, like trillions of years, billions of years, evolution, dinosaurs, outer space, all of those are Jewish made-up fiction as well. And literally each one of those things were made up by Jews and not by anyone else. They're all made up by Jews. They're all lies to teach whitey to believe in, while Jews do not teach their children any of that nonsense. The Jews teach their children what our Bible says about us. and they teach it to their children as though it means it's for them. But as they grow older, they are taught the truth that really they are the enemies of the Bible, and that their whole gag is to impostor as white people or as Israelites. And the reason they impostor between those two things is because the white people are the Israelites. And that's the two things that they can impostor as, because they look like us. And since we are Israelites, they can also claim that they are Israelites. They're full of crap, but because they look similar to white people, and because white people are Israel, they claim to be Israel also. And they'll either claim to be Israelites and have white people duped into honoring them as though they're Jews or as though they're Israelites. And then other times, when it favors their situation, they will pretend to be a white person instead of what they call an Israelite or a Jew. They will pretend that they're a white person, and then they'll either commit atrocities in white people's name, or they will pretend to be a white person and then speak on our behalf at, like, when they give a speech, and they'll be like, oh, as a white woman, I declare that we white people need to give all of our money to blacks and give all of our stuff away to the non-whites. And so they speak on our behalf, quote, as a white person, and then they speak all kinds of nonsense that would work totally against us and ruin our position of dominion in the world. And so that's just the Jews subverting us, pretending to be white and trying to sell Whitey down the river as a, quote, fellow white person. But Jews are not white, and Jesus was not a Jew. That's what's so embarrassing when I see conservatives wearing the bumper sticker on their car that, oh, my boss is a Jewish carpenter. Jesus is not a Jew. He was not a Jew. Jews, in fact, Jesus hated Jews, and he knew they were imposters, and he called them out constantly. He called them dogs, wolves, vipers, liars, hypocrites, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan, swine. Now that's the same Jesus that the conservatives think is Christian hippie or cucked hippie Jesus that welcomes anyone who's nice to him or believes in him as the Son of God. But here we have Jesus calling the Jews specifically, and nobody else, by the way. You don't have any record anywhere in any Holy Bible, any version, where Jesus ever insulted anyone except the Jews. That's the only group he insulted 24/7, all the time. And it's not because he was one of them. It's because he knew they were liars, exactly what he called them. He knew they were imposters. And so he treated them as such. We are supposed to treat them as such as well. As Christians, we're supposed to love who Jesus loves. We're supposed to hate who Jesus hates. And Jesus does hate someone. He proves it over and over all through the New Testament. Whoever he calls dogs, wolves, liars, thieves, hypocrites, vipers, swine, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan. He told them their father was a murderer from the beginning. You don't say all that stuff to a race of people that you plan on saving or care about or are welcoming into your kingdom. You don't say that about them. What, do you think Christ is going to apologize to them someday and be like, here, I'll let you in. Sorry I called you dogs, liars, wolves, swine, snakes, or vipers, liars, hypocrites, thieves, children of the serpent. Sorry I said your dad was a murderer from the beginning. I didn't mean to call you all the synagogue of Satan. My bad. You think Christ was just having a bad day each time and just, oops, my bad, and he'll have to apologize later? Well, as if Christ makes mistakes. So, yeah, definitely not a Jew. And so, yeah, that's the problem with, atheists means you're still cucked by the Jews. That's what that means. If you believe in atheism, then you typically always believe in outer space and trillions of years, billions of years, ice ages, Neanderthals, freaking evolution, dinosaurs. And meanwhile, all of that is made up Jewish fiction. It's all Jewish horse shit. There's no such thing, zero, no such thing as outer space. There's absolutely no such thing as millions, not even 10,000 years. There's no such thing as 10,000 years, much less millions of years or billions of years or trillions of years. That's all Jewish fiction. All you have to do right now is get on Google and type years since creation week. Put it in quotes, put it in Google right now. Year, get it, pick another tab and type years since creation week. And it's going to say 5784. It's not going to say 13 trillion, 0.6500 million, 500 billion thousand. It's not going to say any of that. It's going to say we're in the year 5080 or 5784 since creation week. Not since creation millennia or creation trillion of years or creation 100,000 years or creation year. Since creation week, exactly as Genesis says. I'm not mistaken. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not wrong outright. I'm completely accurate, 100% correct. And I know I'm correct and I know I'm accurate because not only does the Bible say it all in plain words, but also the Jews keep track of time. And also, we have the most learned Nog, says them, alive on the face of the earth, who will also tell you that after he read the Bible, he clearly deduced that it says that white man named Adam was given a 6,000-year trial on earth. And that once the 6,000-year trial is over, Christ will return to harvest however many white people he decides are worthy of being saved, that he will advocate for. And by the time he comes, he will have already advocated for you, and the book will already be closed before Christ ever returns. So when you face God in heaven to face your judgment, what you're going to be facing him judgment-wise about is what position in the hierarchy of the new earth you're going to be in. Whether you're going to be a servant level, or you're going to be a manager level, or you're going to be an owner level. Those would be the 3 levels of hierarchy. But yeah, I extended past a whole hour and a half past where I wanted to end the stream. Since we had visitors pop back in, I went ahead and completed some other things, but yeah, so be on the lookout day after tomorrow on Sabbath during the day proper. In the afternoon, I will try to do a stream, or I will try to get home and be able to do a stream if I make it home. So if I can make it home during the day on Sabbath, because I will be spending, so I'm spending this evening with good peoples, and then tomorrow during the day, during Sabbath daytime proper, I will be with other good peoples. I don't know what time I'm going to make it home from that, and that's what will determine whether I'm able to do Sabbath stream day after tomorrow or not. Or actually, I should say tomorrow, because we're already into preparation day today. So, I don't know yet, but I'm going to try. And if I don't get to stream this weekend again, I will do so during the week at some point, you know, Tuesday or whatever. I might do a Tuesday stream or something. And so God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. And just ponder these things, you know, and don't get sucked into the idolatry of Trump with all this, you know, hoo-ha theatrical madness they're doing. It's all WWE stunting. It works on the low IQ of our people. Don't let it work on you. All right. See it for what it is. It's unfortunate. It's disappointing. It's embarrassing. I get it. But it is what it is. And we have to accept that our people are being duped. They're being, you know, it's official now. There's no more denying that he's not on our side. He's not going to just suddenly surprise me and all the other pro-white people by doing some ultra-based pro-white thing. It's not coming. He literally just pulled a assassination hoax in front of his 99.99999% white Christian voter base. He has every white Christian on earth praying to God, solemn prayers for him, thanking God with solemn prayers that his life was spared. All while he's totally full of it and smirking in their faces all along the way. And I just had to get a thing out about it tonight. It's been bothering me. I didn't get through all my bullet points, but please feel free to go back through my bullet points at the beginning of this stream. See if you have some disagreements. See if you have some explanations to my bullet points. And maybe on Sabbath stream, I'll cover the rest of the bullet points, because we should. They matter. And each one of these bullet points completely proves the entire thing is a hoax by itself. But I have an entire stack of them. So I hope all of you have a wonderful preparation day today. Don't forget to gather enough manna today to last you through Sabbath. And that entails going to the store, gathering what you need, so that you have everything you need for Sabbath. So you don't have to go to a store and buy crap that you could have bought today on preparation day. That's why it's called that. So let's take advantage of preparation day every Friday. And let's be early to our Lord every Sabbath. And of course, that's not me telling you what to do. That is just a friendly brother of Christ to other brothers and sisters of Christ advice. Our godly men all through the Bible sought God early on the holy seventh day. So just keep that in mind as we roll into Sabbath tonight. And I hope y'all have a lovely Sabbath tomorrow and a wonderful and safe preparation day today. God bless you all. Take care. I'll see you soon.